Well, dear viewers, it's that time again. It's time for another long ranking video on my all-time favourite collection of games. Around a month back, I put out a big video ranking the Soulsborne bosses, and whilst that project seemed like a great idea at first, towards the end it became something of a mental struggle, so much so that after that video's release I vowed never to attempt such a thing again so as to maintain my, sanity. But not even a month later, here I am again, embarking on another project of much the same scale, except instead of ranking bosses, this time I will be ranking Soulsborne's enormous range of weird and wonderful levels, from the mines and shrines of Demon Souls, to the forests and fortresses of Dark Souls, to the gutters and gulches of Dark Souls 2, to the catacombs and cathedrals of Dark Souls 3, the nightmares and dreamscapes of Bloodborne, the valleys and villages of Sekiro, all the way to the royal capital and shaded castle of Elden Ring. But as much as I'd love to just get stuck right into the list, there are a number of things that first need to be clarified. First of all, I know a lot of people don't consider Sekiro to be a Soulsborne game, which I absolutely understand, and as far as its level design goes, Sekiro is by far the biggest outlier of the 7 games being covered in this video, but I'm including its levels in the list anyway, just for the bloody hell of it, why not? Next, we have the issue of what a level actually is, and while it might seem kinda obvious at first, it gets hazy in places, and you can even find contradictions in the games themselves. For example, in Sekiro, the sculptor's idols give a pretty good indication of where specific locations lie in their larger levels. So, Ashen Reservoir is a part of Ashina Castle according to the sculptor's idol, but if you look at the antique map, the reservoir is its own separate location from the castle, and then the map has Mibu Village as its own location, even though it's actually part of the larger Ashina Depths level. So, where does one level end and one begin in these cases? I don't know. What I'm saying is that there can be a certain degree of interpretation and subjectivity required when delineating one level from another, and in such cases, I've simply done my best. Though I have of course stuck to the in-game distinctions wherever possible. Another thing I need to clarify is which levels I've excluded from the list and why. So, for a start, there are no boss levels here, and by that I mean levels which only really exist to present a boss and or NPC. Examples would be the Altar of Storms in Demon Souls, which is essentially just there to act as a boss arena for the Storm King, or you have the Cathedral of Blue in Dark Souls 2, which simply contains the old Dragon Slayer boss fight and an NPC for a Covenant. Same deal with the Throne of Want from Dark Souls 2, because it's literally just a straight path to the boss room with no actual features, enemies or treasures. But I have included the Kiln of the First Flame from Dark Souls 1 because that is a proper level with an actual layout to navigate and a number of enemies to fight. I've also excluded all hub areas from the list because although they can be compared to one another, they can't really be compared with any other level. I mean, how does the Hunter's Dream from Bloodborne rank against the Grand Archives from Dark Souls 3? It would be like comparing a shoe to a CD or something. It cannot be done. I've also excluded the Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne and the minor dungeons from Elden Ring, because again, these locations really are their own categories. Maybe I'll do a video on them in the future though. And for much the same reasons, I'm not including Elden Ring's actual regions in the video because they're just too different to everything else, being way more open and substantially bigger in size than any Elden Ring Legacy dungeon or any Souls or Bloodborne level. Again, you can't really compare something like Hyde's Tower of Flame from Dark Souls 2 to Liurnia. It's like comparing a boot to a DVD or Blu-ray. It cannot be done. I'm sure there might be some levels I've included in the list that some folk think should not be here, or some levels that I didn't include that you might think should be here, but all I can say is that I did my best to be fair and consistent, and thus the final count comes in at a hefty 147 levels, with Sekiro having the fewest at only 10, and with Dark Souls 2 having the most at 38. Damn you, Dark Souls 2. Now, I do of course also have to clarify my criteria for choosing any one castle or tower over any other valley or wharf. When putting together my list, I thought a lot about this, because comparing one level to another is much harder than comparing one boss to another. I mean, take the Crystal Sage from Dark Souls 3 and compare it to Godfrey from Elden Ring. Yes, they make for very different boss experiences with different levels of quality and challenge, but they are still fairly easy to compare. But comparing Iosefka's Clinic from Bloodborne to the Swamp of Sorrow from Demon Souls, well, that's not quite so easy, is it? I enjoy Iosefka's Clinic just fine, but it is a rather small and unambitious level. On the other hand, I don't really enjoy the Swamp of Sorrow, but of the two levels, it's way more expansive and intricate. So which goes higher? The small one I enjoy, or the big one I don't? Well, after mulling it over quite a lot, I've decided that my most important criteria for what makes one level better than another is simply how much I enjoy playing through it. The level's scale, intricacy, difficulty, beauty, yep, these all matter, and I endeavour to be fair and reasonable and just. But if a level scores well on those aforementioned elements and I still just don't like it, well then I'm probably not going to be ranking it too highly. Otherwise, what I would be doing would be making someone else's list instead of my own. I'm not trying to be purely objective here. What I'm doing is simply presenting and discussing my personal rankings. A list of levels from worst to best which I've drawn up after over a decade of playing these games countless times. Final thing to mention regarding criteria, by the way, the boss of a level is irrelevant to the ranking. This video is about the levels, not the bosses. However, the enemies within each level will be taken into consideration, because the nature, character and difficulty of enemies has a significant effect on how enjoyable that level is. Just try to imagine the Undead Parish. Without the Boulder Knights, it would suck. Now imagine the Undead Parish as it is with its Boulder Knights, Berenique Knights and Boar Demon. Another thing I simply must highlight is that some folks watching might have seen my video from a few weeks back on the best and worst levels from each Soulsborne game. Well, the reason I'm bringing that video up is that after actually putting all the levels in a list and really thinking about which level deserves to go above which other level, and also because I've included some smaller levels that I didn't consider when making that video, some of my placements will differ substantially compared to my choices there. One example is Old Yharnam, which I had as my least favourite Bloodborne level in that video, but after really thinking about how it compared to some others, no, I didn't really give it a fair enough shake before, and so it will not be appearing near the bottom at all, and there will be other differences too. Well, I think that's just about all the fine print being thoroughly covered, so let's proceed with the proceedings. If you enjoy the video, hey, why not subscribe to the channel? I make fun videos about great games. And lastly, please allow me to give a massive thanks to my kind patrons for their support for the channel. Thank you, bros. And with all that being said, let's kick off with level number 147. Now, I'm just warning you, there's going to be an awful lot of Dark Souls 2 levels appearing down here at the lower extremities of the list. It's not out of any real malice towards the game, but rather, Dark Souls 2 simply has a lot of levels, and I'm afraid a not insignificant portion of them range from mediocre to terrible, though I will say that it has some excellent levels too. To kick off, the most terrible level of them all, though, I'm not going to choose the Frigid Outskirts, though that is coming soon, but instead, I'm choosing the Memory of the Old Iron King. Dark Souls 2 has several memory type levels, accessible by interacting with a statue or item of some significance after obtaining the Ashen Mist Heart from the Ancient Dragon, but to reach the memory of the Old Iron King, Sir Alon's glowing armour must be touched within Broom Tower, transporting you to a new level, which culminates in one of the best boss fights in the game. However, before reaching the noble Sir Alon, you have to navigate and battle through what I consider to be the worst level in the game, and any Soulsborne game. It's literally just a collection of bland brick wall and arched doorway assets thrown together to act as an arena for the absolute army of ultra nimble Alon Knights and Alon Captain Archers thrown your way, with a handful of flame lizards thrown in for good measure, because why not? I mean, Dark Souls 2 has a good few levels that I consider to be real eyesores, but even the less visually appealing ones like the Shaded Woods and Harvest Valley have somewhat believable structures that make some sort of sense to navigate through. You get why they're there, but there was no attempt to make the layout of the Memory of the Old Iron King make any sort of sense or feel real. Yes, I get that it's literally a memory, but you enter a bunch of memories in this game, and none of them look as indistinct as this. It's like they took the Iron Keep, made it more compact, crammed even more enemies everywhere, and then removed any remotely interesting features so that I don't even feel like I'm playing through a level anymore. I just feel like I'm moving through a series of assets and textures. Furthermore, there are way too many enemies here. Are you actually supposed to fight all these dudes? Okay, fair enough, I will. But what if I die to the boss? Should I fight them all again or just run past everything? Because it seems like you are heavily encouraged to run past everything here, which begs the question, why is the level even here to begin with? I'd have much preferred if touching the armour teleported you directly outside the boss room, because as it is, the excellent battle with Sir Alon feels soured by the tiresome pointless gauntlet leading up to it. Much of what I just said about the previous level also applies to this one, minus the part about it leading up to an awesome boss. The Cave of the Dead is also to be found within an optional area of a DLC, and again its only purpose is to serve as a wholly unpleasant precursor to the boss, though the layouts, hazards and enemies are rather different in this case. Instead of a series of hallways and corridors, we have a tight, confusing cave system which is absolutely crammed with Sanctum soldiers. In fact, I'd say the enemy density is far higher here than in the memory of the old Iron King, or maybe it just feels like that with there being so much less room to manoeuvre. As well as the enemies though, there are also statue clusters which will spit projectiles that cause petrification build-up on contact, as well as momentarily stunning you. Bear in mind that petrification is instant death in this game, and also consider how many of these statues there are and how this level's layout is specifically designed to confuse you as you go the wrong way again and again. Meanwhile, there's a growing legion of Sanctum soldiers there to block your way out as you frantically try to work out where the hell you're supposed to go. It's an awful, awful area designed to make you frustrated and miserable and pissed off before reaching the equally terrible boss, and again, it's clearly designed to be ran through rather than properly engaged with, because who the hell wants to engage with this hot mess? Whilst I have placed the Cave of the Dead just ahead of the memory of the old Iron King, this level could just as easily have gone in last place. The only thing that makes me ever so slightly less scornful of it is that for as unpleasant as the cave layout is, it's still more interesting than those unsightly illogical brick walls, arched doorways and columns. And now we come to what must be the most hated level out of the entire Dark Souls trilogy, the Frigid Outskirts. Once again, it's located in an optional section of a DLC. That's all 3 Dark Souls 2 DLCs being covered in the bottom 3 levels now, oh dear. FromSoft did that thing again, where a new area is accessed by entering into a coffin, though this time there's no skeletons or sorcery involved, you just slide down a snowy hill, it looks kind of fun. What is not fun is the level it leads to, because the entire experience of moving from the start of the Frigid Outskirts to the boss fog wall at the very end is a lesson in frustration, outrage and tedium. The whole large outskirts area is blanketed by a blizzard, almost entirely presenting visibility of anything not directly in front of you, which is a problem when it comes to trying to work out where the hell you're actually supposed to be going. Of course, the blizzard will regularly abate for a good few seconds to let you catch your bearings before rendering you snowblind once again, resulting in more confusing, tiresome navigation. It sucks, but sadly there's an additional layer of torment being added to the whole affair, the element which tips many players, myself included, over that frozen edge to the point where they can't even be bothered with the level or the crappy level boss. I'm talking about the frozen reindeers, the stalking, whinnying menace hounding you throughout the frigid blizzard. There are tons of these things, they're faster than you and they have very dangerous lightning projectiles designed to catch you out as you're sprinting away. The thing is, why the hell wouldn't you be sprinting? This level's horrible. Whenever I'm here, I just want to not be here. I want to either just get through it so I can cross Lud and Zalin off the list of bosses I need to beat, or in some cases, after one too many deaths at the hands, or should I say hoofs, of these horrendous hell horses, I just say screw this, I'm going home. I'm going home to sunny Majula, where instead of reindeers we have cats. The frozen reindeers don't actually respawn after being killed, and so I guess you could just progressively hunt them down for their hide. But apparently there are 70 of them in the entire area, so yeah, no. After all this lambasting, you might be wondering why I didn't put the frigid outskirts right down at the bottom of the list, and the only reason is that FromSoft did have an actual idea here, an actual mechanic which they implemented to try and create a distinctive and memorable area, and you have to admit that it is distinctive and memorable. Yes, the end result was really bad, but at least it is interesting in a sense, unlike the previous two levels. Look, I'd love to vary it up a bit more here for the first few entries, but I cannot deny my heart. Again, we have an optional DLC area from Dark Souls 2, another one from the Crown of the Old Iron King DLC. It's the Iron Passage. Just like the memory of the Old Iron King and the Cave of the Dead, this is just a frantic gauntlet through a crap ton of difficult enemies, spellcasters and even a smelter giant at the end. It's really not much better than the other two previously mentioned gauntlets, but I kinda appreciate the way it actually leans into the fact that it's here to be ran through. There's even a spellcaster in the last room who casts the promised Walk of Peace hex specifically to slow you down, which I actually find kinda funny. Also, compared to the Cave of the Dead and the memory of the Old Iron King, I've never really struggled to run through this area without dying. It's really not as hard or tedious as it initially looks. I'm not trying to actually praise this level, mind you, I'm just trying to outline why I don't think it's quite as bad as the previous levels in the West, but regardless, the Iron Passage is a stinker for sure. Again with the Dark Souls 2. You folks are going to start thinking I don't like this game very much, but yes, at number 143 I have the Black Gulch. Directly before this level, you have the Gutter, a level I used to absolutely detest, but which I've actually grown to really appreciate in the last few years. At the end of the Gutter though, we have the Black Gulch, which is vaguely similar to it in appearance except smaller, greener and with more tentacles. There were a lot of poison spitting statues in the Gutter, but there are way more here to the point where it's very difficult to get to the boss Fogwall without being poisoned at least once. The statues can be destroyed, but 1, if you die and respawn or come back later, they will be repaired, and 2, there are far too many of these statues, meaning that just running or rolling past them is the more expedient method of getting through the level. As well as the statues though, there's an additional and rather unique hazard in the form of these tar pits, within which lurks the dark suckers ready to grab you, and then hound you as you attempt to run the hell past everything. A cool touch with these tar pits is that they can be set alight with a torch, pyromancy or fire arrow, killing the enemy inside, but personally I usually just run past them like a dumbass, inevitably getting tagged and staggered by the poison statues and then dying, then blaming it on the level. It's the level's fault that I died. There is a second, partially hidden bonfire very close to the fog wall, but it's literally about 15 to 20 seconds away from the first, and so FromSoft must have been well aware how unpleasant an area this was for them to put it here. The Black Gulch is kinda cool in a way, and I actually really like how it looks, but the concentration of obnoxious hazards in such a small level does not make for fun times. And you can even be invaded by 3 different phantoms whilst moving through here, a Forlorn, Woodland Child Gully, and Woodland Child Victor, and that's never fun. God, I hate the NPC phantom names in Dark Souls 2. Woodland Child Gully sounds like the name of some terrible kids TV show from the 80s. There is also a well hidden section beneath the main level here, hiding away a pair of massive giants within a dark cave to get you a soul of a giant, and a forgotten key so as to access one of the 3 Dark Diver Grandal locations, but considering how much I detest the particular dark chasm of Old Dungeon which this portal leads to, I ain't handing out any bonus points for that. And speaking of which, so I'm going to cover these next 3 entries collectively. They are all different levels with their own place in the ranking, but they share many of the same unpleasant traits, so let's do them all in a oneer. As part of the Pilgrims of the Dark Covenant, you are tasked with finding each of the 3 hiding places of Dark Diver Grandal, those being beneath the breakable planks in the Shaded Woods, beneath Dranglake Castle, and through the Forbidden Door beneath the Black Gulch. After all have been found, you can join the Covenant and sacrifice a human effigy to enter into each of the 3 dark chasms of old, so as to eventually face the Dark Lurker and rise to the highest rank in the Covenant. Here's the issue, these 3 dungeons absolutely suck. The worst is the Black Gulch chasm, followed by the Dranglake Castle one, and then the least crappy of the 3, I suppose, is the Shaded Woods chasm. The task in each Dark Chasm of old is simply to defeat all enemies, light the large sconce, and then drop into a shadowy hole at the end, which sounds simple enough, but it's the nature of the enemies you fight that makes the whole affair such a misery. I'm really not a fan of the phantom type fights in Dark Souls 2. The PvP can be great fun, though I haven't indulged in it in many years, but fighting human type NPCs is just a bloody chore, because the best strategy is usually to just try and stunlock them until they're dead. Well, the Dark Chasms of old are all about fighting particularly tricky phantoms, often multiple at a time, in a game where fighting multiple enemies at a time does not feel good. The worst example of these is the Black Gulch Chasm, which puts you against an ironclad type enemy with power-stanced hammers, with a pyromancer Xanthus phantom who hurls powerful pyromancies while you're trying to take down the ironclad, and then there's even one of these weird ghost enemies who can join in with lightning projectiles. On top of having to fight multiple problematic phantoms, the terrain can be highly treacherous with death pits galore. You can't even run past the phantoms here either. Every enemy has to be beaten before the fog wall dissipates to allow you to progress onwards. Miserable. The worst thing is that if you die to the Dark Lurker boss after beating the third and final chasm, for some incomprehensible reason, the game makes you play through that whole dungeon all over again before letting you reattempt the boss. The pain never stops. I like the concept of the chasms, these optional dark, damp dungeons with these formidable phantoms, but they're simply not fun to play through, and on my most recent playthrough of the game, some of my most frustrating deaths occurred here. Right, so anyone who watched my video on the best and worst levels from each Soulsborne game might be confused at this level's placement, because in that video I actually had Brightstone Cove Seldora as my least favourite area in Dark Souls 2, and yet here it is with literally 8 levels ranked below it. Well, all I can say is that when I was putting together my choices for that video, I really didn't do it in any sort of methodical way, but for this video I spent a lot more time thinking about my choices, constantly rearranging my list until I was happy with the final ranking. And after looking and considering many of the other levels in Dark Souls 2, I really can't justify placing Brightstone Cove below levels like Memory of the Old Iron King or any of the Dark Chasms of old. But don't get me wrong, I still really can't stand this level, hence why it's at number 139 out of 146. You see, there's not really much that's offensively bad about Brightstone Cove Seldora. It has a lot of verticality, a fairly intricate structure, and quite varied environments, from the Falconer camp near the start to the sandy ruin type section at the middle, and then the spiderweb bit before the Duke's Dear Freya. However, I simply find it all so bland. There's just no interesting flavour to be found here, either with the enemies or the way everything looks. Dark Souls 2 has a few areas I really dislike playing through, and then a good few that I really enjoy, but then there are others that are so unremarkable and uninteresting in every regard that I sometimes forget they even exist until I step out into that camp area with those god-awful bugged out Falconer enemies and the dumb pigs, and I think, God, this place. It's not just its blandness that I dislike though, because I also have issues with its design. For example, I hate the placement of Ornifex down at the bottom here, because this area is lousy with spiders, basilisks, and those obnoxious wizards with their slow moving homing projectiles, and you need to fight all these things every time you visit Ornifex, otherwise they'll attack you whilst you're in dialogue, and just when you think that's the last of them, another spooder turns up. Why must I go through this ordeal simply for wanting to interact with an important NPC? Brightstone Cove Seldora isn't the worst level in Dark Souls 2, and I can even see why some people might enjoy it quite a bit, but it holds no such appeal for me. It's just a flavourless, joyless level to trudge through. Belfry Luna is accessible via the Lost Bastille after placing a Farah's Lockstone into the wall recess, at least after a spooky encounter with the Pursuer. As such, its general aesthetic is very similar to that of the Lost Bastille, with that same dark stonework, making the whole place feel a bit like a sprawling dungeon, which is essentially what it is. But instead of fighting throngs of royal swordsmen, the main foe in this place is one of the lamest enemies in the game, in my opinion, the Bellkeepers. They're just unpleasant to fight due to their small size, and that's not me being a bigot. In fact, I'm something of a short arse myself, coming in at only 5'7", but there's just something unsatisfying about trying to hit these things. It's like fighting Gon in Tekken 3. It just doesn't feel good. And I also don't like how they glow bright purple so that you can't even properly make out their design. The first part of Belfry Luna is actually quite compact, with multiple levels populated by these bellkeepers, but it's at the top where a bloody gang of them awaits to stop you from pulling the lever to ring the bell and allow access into the equally annoying boss fight with the Belfry gargoyles. This part at the top is awful and is a prime example of how much Dark Souls 2 loves to gank you with tons of enemies, and good luck, have fun running around popping life gems as you're getting stuck with arrows and axe combos. Of course, this is a PvP area as part of the Bellkeeper Covenant, and so if you're engaging with that side of it, you might have a much greater fondness for this area, but I'm assessing everything from a purely PvE standpoint, and in that regard, Belfry Luna just isn't an enjoyable level. And finally, after 10 bloody Dark Souls 2 entries, we have a level from a different game. It's Lost Izalith from Dark Souls 1. For as legendary and groundbreaking a game as Dark Souls 1 absolutely is, it's commonly agreed that the second half of it leaves a fair bit to be desired when it comes to its level design and bosses, at least when compared to that far tighter and more polished first half, and I think a perfect example of a level which possesses none of the dense, enjoyable intricacy of levels like the Undead Burg or Sen's Fortress is Lost Izalith. After passing through the demon ruins, and after a messy encounter with the centipede demon, you enter into the chaotic realm of Lost Izalith, the birthplace of chaos and the home of the Bed of Chaos. Right off the bat, you might be struck, or should I say blinded, by the fact that there is lava everywhere. The floor is literally lava. There are thick roots throughout the level which can be walked on to avoid the lava, but most of the time you simply have to walk on it with the help of the orange charred ring, which cancels out most, but not all, of the damage. Honestly, although this level has other shortcomings, this is the aspect of it that I dislike the most. I think it looks and sounds atrocious. It's the kind of mechanic that someone on the dev team thinks of and then they add it in, but then it gets cut during production, except they didn't cut it. In fact, it's the main feature of the level. Furthermore, there's not really any actual design in the first portion of Lost Izalith. It's literally just a wide open space with a couple of safer non-lava zones throughout. Yes, there are some items strewn about this area, but I don't want to explore or do anything here because the very act of moving around on the lava looks and feels unpleasant. And then you have the copy-pasted dragon arses scattered everywhere with no thought or consideration of interesting or effective enemy placement. Mind you, although these things do look kind of ridiculous, I still like them despite myself. There's something pretty terrifying about the way they chase after you, and their jump attack is insane. They jump up so fucking high, and they can even inflict friendly fire on other enemies in the area. The sections after this are a bit less chaotic, but they're no more enjoyable to actually move through, especially with how lame these Fire Sage statues are to fight, though I have a much softer spot for the Chaos Eaters. Lost Izalith is the only level in the game with a respawning Titanite demon, which is kinda cool, or it would be if these enemies didn't suck so much to fight. Seriously, I finished Dark Souls about 15 bloody times at least, and I'm still not entirely sure how to fight these things with a melee build without taking damage from their questionable hitboxes. Although I do consider Lost Izalith to be the worst level in Dark Souls 1, I waited until spot number 137 before including it, because it's not entirely terrible and there actually are some decent moments in it, like when you can try and save Siegmeyer, or that downright upsetting final encounter with Solaire and the Sunlight Maggot. Sorry, but we're not done with Dark Souls 2 just yet. Far from it, in fact, because at number 136 we have Earthen Peak. Not only am I a critic of this level, but I'm really not a big fan of the levels leading up to it, beginning with Huntman's Copse and then onto Harvest Valley, and then onto Earthen Peak where Mytha Baneful Queen awaits. Harvest Valley kicks off the poison theme of course, giving everything that noxious green tinge, but then Earthen Peak continues on with the poison aesthetic, except with way more annoying enemies. I tore into Brightstone Cove Sildora a bit earlier for being so painfully bland in its concept, environment and enemies, but with Earthen Peak, the larger issue is how goddamn ugly it is. What a horrible looking level. Everything looks dirty and messy and grimy, but rather than this being done in a visually interesting way, the textures are just unpleasant to look at. I'm not even just talking about that infamous part near the fog gate with those atrocious repeated textures, but also the entire level. It looks like shit. There's a way to make things look blighted and rotted without making them unpleasant to look at. Demon Souls, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1 and 3 nailed this just fine, but Dark Souls 2 rarely nails it. When it comes to its more spectacular levels, it's about up there with the best of them, with places like the Dragon Eyrie and Alien Lois, but as far as its darker and more run down levels go, it often misses the mark. Even aside from how shitty this level looks though, my main gripe with it is how god awful the enemies are to fight. The Grave Wardens aren't great, but in particular I consider the Mannequins to be one of the all-time most obnoxious Soulsborne enemies. They have all bases covered when it comes to being a versatile pain in my arse. They can fire poison arrows from long range, throw poison knives from moderate range, and at close range they can hit you with a borderline broken 5-hit knife combo, which on top of doing massive damage also causes bleed buildup for even more damage. Plus, their placement throughout the mid portion of Earthen Peak is infuriating, as if they've been situated so as to cause maximum possible levels of irritation across the nation. This was on the score of the first Sin version though. It's been a while since I played vanilla, so maybe they weren't so bad there. I've never been the biggest fan of the Desert Priestesses either, to be honest, not only because of how overpowered their pyromancies are, but also because they seemed kinda out of place in both this level and the game as a whole, though admittedly I know nothing about their lore. Maybe there's a good reason for them being situated here. Earthen Peak is not the worst level in the game, or the hardest for that matter, but in some sections it really feels like it's trying to piss you off with awkward enemy placements and noxious hazards everywhere, from its poison pots to its poison pools. I don't like it. Like Belfry Luna, Sinner's Rise is directly connected to the Lost Bastille, and as far as the first section goes, it looks very similar, being a rather small fort type area with several royal swordsmen, and an elevator down into the watery depths. It's down at this lower level where the level becomes a fair bit less enjoyable for me though, because while your mobility is heavily restricted thanks to the waist deep waters, that doesn't stop the game from sending a fucking flexile sentry your way, at least in the score of the first Sin version. I believe there were actually several undead aberrations here in vanilla. From here, it's a relatively straight, watery jaunt forward to the fog wall, though there are side cells to explore for more items. An admittedly very cool aspect of the level is that if you found the Bastille key, then these gates near the fog wall can be opened to set alight the pitch so as to illuminate the boss arena, though I don't quite think the level itself deserves bonus points for that, because it's more of an aspect of the boss fight. There's really not a great deal to say about Sinner's Rise, to be honest. It's just a short level before the Lost Sinner fight. It's not a terrible level, but nor is there anything particularly good or interesting about it. Let's move away from the Dark Souls games for a second, please, shall we? Introducing the first Sekiro level in the list, the Abandoned Dungeon. Honestly, this was a bit of a tricky one for me to rank, because while I do consider it to be rather miserable and unsatisfying to traverse through, that was also clearly the intended effect, wasn't it? There are expansive, beautiful levels in Sekiro with stunning soundtracks, but the Abandoned Dungeon is a dark, hellish place of insect infestations and unspeakable experiments with the rejuvenating sediment. One of the most striking moments upon entering is being set upon by a tortured, grasping husk of a man, and so you put him down, only for him to get right back up 5 seconds later in a never-ending cycle of death and forced rebirth until the point of utter madness. Not unlike the process of going hollow in the Dark Souls games. It really is effective horror, and this is an uncomfortable place to be in, though its main purpose is to act as a passage onto the lift to Mount Congo, or as a means to reach the Ashenate Depths, at least after fighting the,
Shichiman warrior.
providing you have enough divine confettis, otherwise good fucking luck. Despite how effective the Abandoned Dungeon is in presenting itself as a place of misery and madness, the fact is that it's not very enjoyable to play through, not only because of its slightly confusing layout, but also because its main enemy here can't even be properly killed, meaning that the best strategy is to just run through it. It's the same sort of issue I have with Mibu Village, which also has respawning enemies. And why not continue with the deviation away from Dark Souls 2 for now? with the first Bloodborne entry, the Lecture Building. Very unconventional type of level for Bloodborne, and I guess its anomalous nature is due to it existing as a sort of interstitial zone connecting the real world to the nightmare realms. The ground floor of the Lecture Building is accessed directly after being squished by the minor amygdala outside the entrance to Yahar Ghul, whereas you get warped to the first floor after touching the dead, dreaming body of Mikolash at the end of Yahar Ghul, though both floors feel very similar to traverse. The level really is what it sounds like, just a long building with a couple of large lecture theatres, as well as a selection of side rooms holding all manner of intriguing scientific equipment and interesting notes and items. The most interesting part about it really is how unique it all looks, but that's about where its interesting qualities fade, because it's just not a great level to actually play through, largely because of the fact that it feels more like a connection point between two levels rather than a proper level of its own. Also, although the enemies here are very distinctive with these really weird slime scholars who move and attack almost as if they're made of quicksilver, I don't find them especially fun to fight. Hitting them just doesn't feel as satisfying as laying into some foul beast or madman. Mind you, I do like how there's a random church giant on the first floor, especially seeing as how this variant doesn't appear anywhere else in the base game. I also give the level bonus points for the superb confrontation with Patches the Spider.
You should appreciate it, if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it.
We already covered Belfry Luna earlier at number 138, with that one being connected to Lost Bastille, but in a wee optional part of the Iron Keep is Belfry Sol. Just like with Luna, this is a PvP focused area connected to the Bell Keeper's Covenant, and as such, yes, it's a good space for poning noobs. For poning noobs 420. But when playing through the area on your own, when you're 31 with a receding hairline like me, well, all of a sudden, things stop being so damn fun, don't they? What was I talking about again? Belfry Sol barely even feels like a proper level, to be honest, but rather it's an open space with a bit of verticality to fight more dwarves and phantoms, though one pretty random aspect that I do really like is how there's a low chance for a Mad Warrior Red Phantom to spawn in this area who can drop the Mad Warrior set and the Berserker Blade. I'm a big fan of rare events and weapons, and rare attacks in the Soulsborne games, and so I think stuff like this is really cool where you can pass through the level 10 times and never even know it's a thing. Honestly though, the most striking thing about Belfry Sol is just how fucking ugly it is. Look at these textures, this looks awful. Here we have another not great level from a game that isn't Dark Souls 2. In fact, I consider the Demon Ruins here to be the single worst level from the whole of Dark Souls 3. I was originally going to consider the Demon Ruins and Smouldering Lake as one large level due to the extent to which they're both interconnected, but that just didn't seem right when you consider how different the two areas both look and feel to play through. There is of course a Demon Ruins in the first Dark Souls game which also ain't great, but of the two, the Dark Souls 3 version is a fair bit worse. Its biggest crime is how copy and pasted everything here looks. I earlier criticised Dark Souls 2's memory of the old Iron King level for the same reason, and yeah, the Demon Ruins looks and feels similarly tacked on and cobbled together. It's really just a series of demonic halls, walls and corridors, then filled with a ton of enemies, almost all of whom you've already seen in other levels, with the exception of the Demon Cleric, who I happen to consider one of the worst enemies in the game thanks to that horrible fireball attack. This is also one of the only levels in the game that I have a tendency to get lost in, not because of any clever or interesting layout, but because so much of it looks the same as everything else, making it difficult to discern where to go next. Furthermore, unless you're a pyromancer who's after the two rare spell tomes found here, there's not even a good reason to venture into the ruins. For a start, the boss fog wall is located before the level rather than after it for some reason, and secondly, your only reward for reaching the end is to shut off the giant ballista firing down on the smouldering lake, but meh. Personally, I'd rather just scramble around to get the items I need, as opposed to having to trudge through the ruins past grues, basilisks and skeletons, though I do like the encounter with Night Slayer Soric here with his Fume Ultra Greatsword. I've got a pretty damn high opinion of most of Dark Souls 3's levels, but the Demon Ruins is a clear outlier, being the only one that feels in any way lazy. So when I did my long video ranking every Soulsborne boss, I decided to have a bit of fun and try my hand at doing a generic American accent for one of the entries, and people seemed to enjoy it, purely because of how fucking terrible it was, so why not bring it back, briefly. I'm not entirely sure how fuck will take my uncharitable placement of Valley of Drakes, but after thinking about it long and hard, I simply can't justify placing it any more favourably. I'll admit that I love the idea of this level, and I remember the first time I stepped out into it and saw the Valley of the Drakes text show up on screen to indicate that I entered a new level. I was excited as hell, oh boy! The Valley of the Drakes, wow, that sounds so cool, can't wait to explore. Awesome! But the reality is that it's little more than a transitional area connecting together Blacktown and New Lando. That really is its only purpose, although that's not to say that there's no danger here, because the surprise encounter with the undead dragon really is awesome, especially if it's your first time here and you weren't even sure what you were looking at. And then you have the smaller blue drakes near New Lando, which can be a real pain in the ass to kill with their lightning attack, though also serving as the best spot in the game for farming dragon scales. It's really impressive how strong this level's atmosphere and presence is despite its small size, and how awkward its terrain both looks and feels to traverse. But is this a good level? Not really, at least not when compared to the vast majority of other Soulsborne levels. Oh yeah!
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, is that useful to you?
Oh, you betcha, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a trip back to Bloodborne for a second, all the way through the dense, serpentine paths of the Forbidden Woods to Bergenwerth. Sadly, the mansion has seen far better days, because not only is it overrun by multi-eyed insectoid monstrosities, but, to put it academically, as a level it's a bit shit. Apparently, this place was originally supposed to be way bigger, with a genuine layout and everything, but be that as it may, what we got was a single moderately sized building surrounded by a garden and a veranda. As small as Bergenworth may be though, I must say that I do love how it looks, especially with the enormous pale moon hanging overhead, giving everything a nearly ethereal glow, but it feels so stunted with such missed potential. It's pretty easy to quickly tell that something's off too, with the presence of not one but two kinda pointless shortcuts which feel completely unnecessary given the small size of the level. I also love how the interior of the mansion looks, but again, it's not big enough to necessitate any real exploration. You just take a look around and grab the items, though the presence of the choir hunter certainly can serve as a painful kick in the nuts if she decides to use a call beyond, which she almost certainly will, by the way. As small as it may be, there are aspects of Bergenworth that I do like, and despite the lack of any actual level design here, it's hard to deny that this is a very memorable level, but the entire time I'm moving through it, I can never shake the feeling that I'm missing something, that there has to be more to Bergenworth than this. A new contestant joins the battle with our first Elden Ring entry. It's the Shaded Castle. I actually missed this place on my first playthrough because while I was able to see it from the higher points of Mount Gelmir, I didn't know how the hell to actually reach it. But on my second playthrough, I did finally visit this sizable castle sinking into the mire, though it turned out that I really wasn't missing all that much. There are a number of castle and fort type levels in Elden Ring which kind of blend into one another towards the end, due to how similar they tend to look and feel to explore. But the Shaded Castle is far more ruined and decrepit than most, though rather than this making it feel distinctive and interesting, I actually consider it to be the weakest such level in the game. In truth, the level feels more like the shell of a castle than anything, especially with the emphasis on exploring the perimeter via the battlements, and having to traverse through the thick poison swamp which also limits your mobility, and rather than fighting mighty knights and soldiers, you'll mostly be taking on revenants, putrid corpses and dogs, along with a couple of those annoying perfumers, though admittedly there are some pages and Cleanrot Knights to be found throughout who are appreciated. I do appreciate you, Cleanrot Knights. I like how the aesthetic of the later parts of the castle shifts a bit to become more creepy and uncanny with those oddly placed statues, making it feel kinda similar to Castle Cainhurst from Bloodborne, but it's really not enough to elevate the level into anything all that interesting. I don't think any of Elden Ring's major or minor legacy dungeons are flat out bad, but I do consider the Shaded Castle to be the weakest among them. My feelings about Harvest Valley are fairly similar to those I have about Earthen Peak, which is no surprise considering how both levels are directly connected, and both infused with poison miasma from the ground up, but of the two, Harvest Valley is the less offensive to my delicate senses. It's still not a very pleasant looking environment, but it's not quite as downright ugly as Earthen Peak. Mind you, the poison element is pushed even harder here, especially seeing as how much of the level has you trudging through thick pools of poisonous gas for shiny items, though in some sections it's nearly impossible to even see where you're walking, potentially made worse if you have an angry skeleton or two on your arse. Speaking of enemies, I can think of more enjoyable parts to play through than this bit before the sickle dudes, though there are other far worse instances of being ganked to be found in Dark Souls 2, several of which I've already covered. There's a different particular resident of Harvest Valley who I have more of a troubled history with though, not only because they can one-hit KO you with their Dark Orb projectile, but also because they're one of only two enemy types in the game which can be farmed for sunlight medals, with the other being the Falconers. The trouble is that the drop rate is disgustingly low, and so I remember going through this level and fighting these Bane Diggers over and over again, then getting nailed by Dark Orb and then killing them over and over some more for an hour or two, and not getting a single sunlight medal, and it sucked. Speaking of sunlight though, I do like how the sunlight altar is randomly tucked away in an easy to miss corner of the level. It provides a warming ray of sunshine to this otherwise baneful level. Dark Souls 1's Tomb of the Giants is a level I really want to like. It is undeniably spooky, you cannot deny that, and very dangerous, but it's the suffocating darkness that's the main issue. Having levels where the gimmick is to heavily restrict the player's visibility is a questionable feature in any game, because I just want to be able to see where the fuck I'm going, please. I prefer for the environment to be fully visible, otherwise I'm liable to look back upon that level unfavourably. Well, the Tomb of the Giants is quite literally the Dark Souls of visibility restriction levels. There are death pits everywhere, some of the most dangerous enemies in the game are to be found here, particularly the skeleton beasts, which are borderline overpowered, and it can simply be really difficult to work out where the hell you're supposed to be going. Of course, there are multiple ways to mitigate the darkness, namely the cast light sorcery, the skull lantern, though it's entirely possible that you get unlucky and never get a drop, or the sunlight maggot, but even then you still have the treacherous terrain to contend with, and the spooky skeletons. I do like that FromSoft tried to give the Tomb of the Giants its own unique gimmick to set it apart from the rest of the game, but the result is that when entering this level after beating Pinwheel, I have little to no desire to stick around and explore, and instead I just want to get to the bit with the tiny skeleton babies, nail the Pinwheel clones there, beat Nito and then skedaddle. This is the second time a level named the Demon Ruins has appeared on the list, though in the case of Dark Souls 1's Demon Ruins, I don't find it to be quite so objectionable compared to Dark Souls 3's version. After defeating Quelag and leaving her spidery domain, then ringing the second bell of awakening, you could turn tail and ascend back up to Blighttown to the safety of the surface, or you could venture just a little bit farther into the scorching realm of demons. It's intimidating and impressive as hell when you first enter the level because of how different it is to any previous place you will have explored by this point in the game. However, that's about where my praise ends, because when you look past the fire and brimstone, what you get is a sloppy, thrown together level mainly characterised by its use of haphazardly copy and pasted demon enemies that you already encountered as bosses way earlier in the game. I do like how Ceaseless Discharge has to be beaten first before the rest of the level can be traversed through, with it draining the lava from the lower levels, though at the same time it's quite clumsily executed, with these 6 Taurus demons just chilling at the bottom of an ocean of lava before. It's when you see these demons just standing here that you start to realise that this probably isn't going to be as impressive or complex a level as Blighttown, but instead the Demon Ruins mainly serves as an arena for you to do battle against squadrons of Taurus demons, Capra demons, centipedes and 3 different bosses, which somehow manages to not be as awesome as it sounds. I'm a massive fan of Lothric Castle, and a massive fan of castle levels in general, to be honest. It's a bit of a bias I have. Very near the starting portion of the castle though, just after beating the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, you can turn left into a different level entirely, guarded by a mace and great shield wielding Cathedral Knight, standing sentinel in front of the entrance to the Consumed King's Garden. Conditions in Lothric Castle certainly can't be called ideal. However, the Consumed King's Garden is significantly more chaotic and toxic. This is a toxic work environment. As well as the fact that the very ground is dangerous to walk on, some of the most incomprehensible enemies in the game are to be found lurking around in the form of the pus of man creatures. As cool as their designs may be though, I've never much enjoyed actually fighting them, not here or in the Eudex Gundir's second phase, though they do go down pretty easy if you're using a pyromancy build. Regardless, they make moving through this place kind of a chore. There are some cool items around, including an Estus Flask shard, but the presence of the toxic ground surface and the pus of man enemies means that the last thing I want to do is stick around and explore, waiting for the toxic meter to go down every time. I am a massive fan of the Cathedral Knights though, of which there are several in the area. They're one of the coolest enemies in the game with their chunky armour and huge greatswords and maces, but they're not unique to the King's Garden. You first see them back in the Cathedral of the Deep. There are no bonfires here either, which means every time you die to the Consumed King himself, gotta run all the way through again, past the Knight's abyssal abominations and slugs. Ugh, take me back to the castle. Honestly, it's levels like the things betwixt that I find the most difficult to rank, because how the hell do you judge it? I mean, as a tutorial level, it's fine. It's quite slow paced, simple and puts you in a few different scenarios so that you can try out some basic moves. And if you're sick of your gender, you can even take down a pair of ogres and then jump in this coffin here to transition. Very progressive. There's also the encounter with Dinah and Tilo here where you can offer up stones and petrified somethings, though far from me awarding bonus points for this, I'm deducting points. I know a lot of people like these two, but I don't. In fact, I love to shoot these dumb birds with a gun. Despite the things betwixt's features which make it fine as an opening level, I just don't really think very much of it. It's not a level I get very excited about, and nor is it a place that I'm interested in returning to, but rather it's just a simple environment to move through to get to Majula, and then I never think much about it again for the rest of my journey, unless I need to talk to the birds again, who I hate.
Give it, Mood. Yes, you! Give us Silky!
This is the first occurrence of a Demon Souls level in the list, and just like with the things betwixt from Dark Souls 2, it's a tutorial level, but again, I'm not placing it as low down as this because I think it's bad or flawed, but rather because it's mostly unremarkable. This level's purpose is just to place you into some simple combat situations so as to give you some light experience with the mechanics to prepare you for the upcoming levels before absolutely annihilating you with the Vanguard encounter at the end. I couldn't even last 4 seconds here. You won't even last 4 seconds playing this game. Just as I said with the things betwixt, there's really nothing bad about the Outpost passage, but nor is there all that much to say about it. And also the level's completely optional, or at least it is in the remake. It's fine for what it is, but I just can't quite justify putting it any higher than this. At number 121, I have the Grave of Saints, the lair of the Rat King located down the pit in Majula. Like Belfry, Luna and Sol, this is a PvP focused level, though for the Rat King Covenant rather than the Bellkeepers. As such, there's a strong focus on contraptions which can be activated through the use of Pharos Lockstones, which can be used strategically to help deal with invaders. I will put all that aside though, because just as with Belfry, Luna and Sol, I'm assessing the level on a PvE basis, and in that regard, the Grave of Saints is kind of lame. There's simply not much to see here other than pick up a few treasures and fight one of the laziest bosses in the whole game, though the encounter with Roy the Explorer is a bit more noteworthy, with him donning his translucent Oris armour, which he can even drop, though the actual fight plays out the same as nearly every other invader fight in the game, that being to just stunlock him to death. And that's about all I have to say about this level. It's pretty damn forgettable, and it's usually just a place I barrel through to defeat the boss for some easy souls before descending further down into the gutter. I have placed the doors of Pharos slap bang next to the Grave of Saints because the dealio here is much the same. Again, it's essentially a large arena for the Rat King Covenant with even more Pharos Lockstone contraptions to trip up opponents, though it does feel larger and a bit more interesting than the Grave of Saints. For one, the main enemy here is the Gurm Warriors, whose designs I just really like with their super heavy axes, hammers and great shields. There's also a Mastodon Knight at the beginning which is actually one of my favourite enemies in the game. I think Dark Souls 2 could have used a few more large, meaty enemies of this nature, and less of the giant ballsack dudes from the Shaded Woods. I do acknowledge that for PvP, this might be a brilliant place to have fun in, but in my regular playthroughs, it's merely a place to quickly pass through with some cool enemies to fight. For the second time thus far, we have a level from Sekiro, this time the ghostly, misty village beyond the poison pools of Ashina Depths. Mibu Village is actually really cool in several ways, and has a very creepy backstory, even having some similarities to Bloodborne with how all the villagers went mad and experienced weird transformations, though in this case it's from drinking the rejuvenating waters rather than from imbibing the old blood. The lead up to the level is very misty and ghostly, thick with apparitions, monkeys and fat cocks. It's the village itself though that I don't really enjoy playing through all that much, and the main reason for that is that you are heavily encouraged to just run the hell past everything due to how the villagers simply resurrect after death, somewhat similarly to how they do in the abandoned dungeon, albeit in a less grisly manner here. Also, in some places the enemies even perform these constant annoying grab attacks at your feet, meaning you either have to keep moving forward or grapple up onto the roof of a nearby hut, and the result is that whenever I get to this admittedly interesting location, I usually just want to run straight through it, grab the treasures on the way, and then hit the sculptor's idol without actually fighting anything. I guess that must have been FromSoft's intention here, to have you frantically sprinting through this mad village to try and find out what happened and then onward to defeat the corrupted monk for the Shelter Stone, but the result is that I never want to stick around here. I just want to get through it, beat the boss, and then return back to my sweet boy in Ashina Castle. I wasn't quite sure to even include the Forbidden Lands here at all, to be honest, because it kind of plays out like a transitionary sub-region, which you can even ride Torrent through as you move from Leyndell towards the Grand Lift of Rold, but I think it is just distinctive enough to warrant an inclusion in the list. Honestly, for a level with a focus on limiting your visibility, I think that this is a beautiful and densely atmospheric section, with its uniquely purple-hued mist and the streams of red lights flowing through the air, looking kind of similar to the Guidance of Grace, except that bit stranger and more mysterious. For as thickly misted as the Forbidden Lands are, it's really not so difficult to make your way through it, largely because there's not all that much potential for deviation from the correct path here. You can essentially only go forwards or backwards, though there are a couple of bosses lurking in the thick mist, namely a Knight's Cavalry at around the midpoint, and then the much more intimidating Blackblade Kindred, which you can even summon Millicent for if you've been following her questline, which is pretty sick. As far as the regular enemies go, sadly it's pretty much exclusively these vulgar militia dudes which often just feel like the enemies that FromSoft uses in places where they can't think of anything more interesting to have you fight against. If it weren't for the soft, ethereal visuals, the Forbidden Lands would be highly forgettable, but it's just distinctive enough to warrant a spot here at number 118. So back in my best and worst levels from each Soulsborne game video, I actually had Swamps of Sorrow as my least favourite Demon Souls level, but as you can see, this time I've placed it just a bit ahead of the Outpost Passage, simply because I cannot possibly justify claiming that this is a worse level than that short tutorial level. Although I'm not the biggest enthusiast when it comes to Demon Souls bosses, with several of them being underwhelming, repetitive, or even borderline broken, I have a significantly higher opinion of its levels, which is why not many of them are appearing down here at the lower end of the list, whereas quite a few will be appearing at the higher end. As for the Swamp of Sorrow though, the second level of the Valley of Defilement, the one and only reason I have it here at number 117 is that I just don't fucking like playing through it. It's not a bad level, and in fact, there are a number of great things you can say about it, like how expansive it is, how oppressive and filthy the atmosphere is, and the cool event with the slug cluster and the large Sword of Moonlight. However, regardless, even so, I just don't like the level. I actually don't have an inherent dislike of poison swamps. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of them or anything, but the presence of one doesn't automatically make a level bad in my eyes, but I'm really not big on the whole wading through a swamp of shit idea here, or how slowly you move through it, or how easy it can be to get pushed off the higher ground back into the shit swamp, or how confusing the level gets towards the end as you're trying to make your way through the hovels towards the boss arena. Also, although I absolutely appreciate the disgusting, oppressive, miserable atmosphere that FromSoft/Bluepoint were going for here, the result is that the level feels disgusting, oppressive and miserable to play through. I don't take any pleasure in ranking the Swamp of Sorrow as low as this, but the fact is that I always leave the Valley of Defilement to last in any Demon's Souls playthrough, because it's kind of a bloody drag. The Catacombs of Carthus are situated over Smouldering Lake and the Demon Ruins, and indeed this level has a striking similarity to the Demon Ruins, only with less lava and demons, but way more skeletons. I guess my main gripe with the Catacombs is just how uninspired so much of it looks. Perhaps not quite as copy-pasted as the Demon Ruins, but still, the bridges, stairways, halls and corridors do kind of blend into one another. Of course, the most defining feature of the Catacombs is the damn army of skeletons infesting it, with regular small ones armed with shields and falchions, and then ones throwing curse pots, so the biggest pains in the asses, nice grammar, has always been the bigger, swifter ones stalking the halls. It's really easy to get crowded by enemies down here, and fighting more than one of these things can be a death sentence, though this is made worse and even slightly tedious with the fact that they have to be killed twice before they will stay dead. This sounds like an okay mechanic, but a lot of the time how it plays out is you kill a skeleton and then just have to stand around and wait there for another 8 seconds for them to get back up so you can kill them again and then carry on through the level. Even all that aside though, I've just never quite enjoyed moving through the Catacombs. It really is quite labyrinthine, with a bunch of secrets and a few illusory walls leading to alternate paths and hidden treasure, and, unlike the Demon Ruins, there's even a fairly decent degree of verticality to be found throughout its depths, but even so, its layout still feels a bit too grid-based and uninspired, certainly when compared to most of the game's other levels. And we're back with another Sekiro entry, but this time I'm talking about the Sunken Valley, specifically the Gun Fort section. For a start, I can usually never remember how the fuck to even get down here, but then I remember that you're supposed to pass beyond Ashina Castle here, beyond the cheeky monkeys, and down into the snowy valley, guarded by bandage-covered snipers defending the way towards the gun fort. I really like the idea of the gun fort, but when it comes to actually playing through it, once again my criticism is that when I'm here I don't want to linger. I want to move through it as quickly as possible and then get the hell out. Because for as good as these snow-capped cliffs and mountains look, it's really easy to get turned around here because everywhere looks the same, and it's also really difficult to not get spotted by the gunners, and thus begins the scramble to get into cover or to attempt to get up close without being shot to death. I guess the idea is to use stealth to get through this place, but the issue is that the gunners are situated so as to have ideal vantage points over these bright open spaces, and so you inevitably will get spotted, probably several times, especially in the more populated areas further in. I do really enjoy the encounter with Snake Eyes Shirafuji though, and the whole open area with the massive statue head looks awesome, but again, what I don't like is being assaulted with gunfire from a distance in a game primarily focused with melee combat. Well, we had a good run talking about some other games for a while there, but now we must return back to Drang Lake, specifically to the Shaded Woods. The opening section of this level, beyond where you encounter Ben Hart and Rosabeth, is one of the ugliest sections in the game, and that's saying something. I guess it's more of a transition area leading you further into Shaded Woods proper, but fucking hell, these textures are about enough to make my eyes bleed, not to mention these enemies with the massive ball sacks. Why do they have those massive ball sacks? Further on though, again we have a case where FromSoft went with the, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we made it so the player can barely see anything gimmick, putting you through a foggy forest populated by roaming ghosts who are borderline invisible by the way. I guess it's not enough that you can barely see what's 3 meters in front of you, got to make the enemies nearly invisible too. Mind you, there is a neat hidden mechanic where you can hit the trees with faces on them to evoke a groan from them which will attract a nearby ghost. Pretty cool idea. Honestly though, it's not really this part that makes me groan, but rather the section within the ruins. Layout wise, I guess it's fine with an emphasis on using fragrant branches of yore to de-petrify the statues, essentially serving as a gamble to see what you get for using one up, and whether the treasure was worth it, or if you even get anything at all. Again though, it's the general aesthetic here that makes me turn away in distaste. Again, we have that muddy, mossy green colour everywhere, made even more dreary by the thin mist, and on the score of the first Sin version, there are even more ghosts populating the ruins, but then you have these anthropomorphic dreadlocked lion enemies which just look like they're from a completely different game. There are a couple of cool moments to be found here though, like the hidden encounter with Ornifex, not to mention Man Scorpion Tark just snoozing down here in the pit, who you can even recruit for the upcoming boss fight with Najka if you have the Ring of Whispers equipped. Mentally, I do kind of put Shaded Woods in the same general category as Harvest Valley and Earthen Peak, but that's probably more because of how green they all are. I will concede though that Shaded Woods is somewhat more interesting to play through than those other two, as ugly as it may look. I'm not quite finished with the Valley of Defilement from Demon's Souls, I'm afraid, because here at number 113, just a few places ahead of the Swamp of Sorrow, we have the Depraved Chasm. Honestly, take pretty much everything I don't like about the Swamp of Sorrow, minus the actual swamp part, and you have my feelings towards this level too. Again, the aesthetics and atmosphere are of overwhelming disgust, disease and misery, with swarms of depraved ones guarding their rickety hovels, bridges and ramshackle paths. This place really was the precursor to Blighttown, being just as treacherous, dangerous and difficult to navigate, though it's certainly not as large in scale. I can't not appreciate how dense and unconventional the level feels though, with its weird broken terrain and its focus on ambushes and death pits. Just like I said with the Swamp of Sorrow, I don't think this is a bad level as such, because I think the devs created exactly the kind of level that they wanted to here, but be that as it may, that doesn't mean I need to like it. I do appreciate it, yes, but I'm afraid I'm just not too fond of the Depraved Chasm and its ilk. The Nightmare Frontier has never been one of my favourite levels in Bloodborne, far from it in fact, but based on the comments I got on my best and worst levels in Soulsborne video, turns out a lot of folk really don't like it at all. It's quite interesting that this is the case, because it's a big freaking level, though also completely optional. It also proves, however, that there's more to making a level engaging than simply making it expansive and difficult to navigate. One of the issues with the Nightmare Frontier is its aesthetic, because everything kinda looks the same. It has a very unconventional layout, which is appropriate considering you're in a different, more twisted realm of existence here, but the columned rocks, wilted flowers and gravestones all kinda blend into each other in a sea of green and grey, sometimes making it difficult to tell one section from the other. Dying and leaving behind a boatload of blood echoes is never fun, but I hate when it happens far into the Nightmare Frontier in particular, because it usually makes me say, well, I have no idea how to get back to where I was. It is difficult to navigate through, though not in a very fun way, but rather it takes these nightmarish visuals and makes them kind of bland, and of course there's a poison swamp or two to be found as well, complete with those boulder throwing Chewbacca things which can all too easily one-shot you if their boulder lands. I certainly do have a fondness for a couple of the enemies in this level though. For as miserable as it can be trudging through the swamp and dodging boulders, the designs of the crawler enemies are great, and I love how similar they look to Cause, whose corpse you later come across in a different nightmare realm. Also, the Loran Silver Beasts have one of my favourite visual designs in the game. They look exactly how a nightmare creature should. I am glad the Nightmare Frontier is optional, because I have been known to skip it on a playthrough or two, just like the Demon Ruins in Dark Souls 3. I don't necessarily think it's a bad level, and I definitely respect how much effort was put into its expansive layout, but if it ain't fun, it ain't fun.
Crystal Caves. The Crystal Caves is quite an interesting level to talk about when it comes to comparing and ranking it against so many others, because it's the example of a level that gets one major aspect incredibly right, that being its visuals while not doing so well with another major aspect, that being how it feels to actually move through it.
Good!
There we go.
The Crystal Caves might just be the most intensely beautiful level in the game. Places like Anor Londo and Darkroot Forest certainly exhibit their own brand of beauty, but whilst Anor Londo's theme is one of godly glory and Darkroot Forest is one of dense, mossy atmosphere, the Crystal Caves leaves all subtlety at the door, instead overwhelming you with its bright colours and colossal crystalline geometry, and even the very enemies exhibit that same crystal theme with both their design and attacks. I love the repeat of the moonlight butterflies here too, because it's done in a far more interesting and tasteful way compared to the way the Taurus demons and Capra demons were reused in the Demon Ruins. Even the clams here have a uniquely crystalline colour and design compared to how they appear in Ash Lake. It's just a shame that they're so fucking annoying to kill, though this room does make for an excellent twinkling titanite farming spot. However, despite the Crystal Cave's undeniable charm and splendour, it just doesn't feel all that great to move through. I guess the invisible path gimmick is pretty cool, and of course FromSoft would go on to use this same gimmick in later games too, but novelty aside, it just looks and feels a bit sloppily implemented, not entirely dissimilar to the way I feel about the traversal gimmick of Lost Izalith. Also, the actual crystal columns can be really perilous to walk on, except not in an interesting way, but in a way where you'll sometimes just fucking slide off a part that looks like it should be okay to walk on. I actually do like the Crystal Caves, but I don't really enjoy the Crystal Caves, if that makes sense, and I certainly don't like having to sprint through here past the Crystal Golems and Clams every time I die to Seath. Angel River was another level I wasn't entirely sure about including, because there can be such variance in the nature of Elden Ring's levels that it's difficult to equate them. I mean, you have the big legacy dungeons, but then you have the minor legacy dungeons like Lake of Rot, but then there are some locations that feel like larger, more open dungeons where you can even use Torrent. Regardless of all that though, I'm putting Angel River here. Sue me. It's not a bad area, but I guess it's just a bit forgettable. Again, feeling more like someplace you probably just want to move through on your way to the real destination at the end, that being Noxtella. The first time you see one of these hanging malformed stars admittedly is very sick though, I will say that, with these astral anomalies essentially being a somewhat less dangerous variant of Estelle who you'll encounter somewhat later as part of Ranni's questline, and I do like the idea of having to hide behind the ruins for cover from its blasts of gravitational magic, though I'm not the biggest fan of how many of these clay men enemies are down here. The design is quite interesting, especially with their use of distinctive bubble magic, but I have a dislike of any level where there's a large concentration of weaker enemies roaming around, just like in Dark Souls 3's Crucifixion Woods. I prefer fewer, more formidable and interestingly spaced out enemies, otherwise it feels like more of a chore taking them out than anything, if I even bother to fight them at all. One enemy I do need to highlight though is the Frenzy Miranda Flower. I had another poke about Angel River in preparation for this video, just to get some more footage and to re-acquaint myself with its layout, but despite having what must be over 300 hours in Elden Ring, I had no memory of this enemy, not sure how I missed it on every playthrough. There's also a follow-up cave system of course, with lots of ants, including this absolutely terrifying one with a massive head, and this section's fine I suppose, but I mean look, it's Angel River. It's got a few interesting features, but it's not terribly ambitious, and so while it may be fairly inoffensive, I can't justify putting it any higher than this. Now, if we were talking about the Undead Burg proper, then I'm throwing heaps of praise all day long. I can't get enough of the Undead Burg, but if we descend just a bit down into the streets and alleys on the lower level, then I'm not quite so enthusiastic in my praise. Lower Undead Burg really isn't a particularly large area, and in fact I wasn't even sure whether I should rank it as its own level in the first place due to it essentially being an extension of the main portion of the Undead Burg, but here we are. There's really not a great degree of exploration that's necessary down here to be honest, with it feeling more like a cramped gauntlet of dogs and black leather clad thieves to make the run back to the Capra demon that bit more painful, and then onto the depths. Pretty much every inch of this short section has been burned into my memory thanks to the unmitigated arse whooping handed to me by the Capra demon back on my very first playthrough, when I still didn't understand that invincibility frames were a thing, often causing me to get flattened within just a few seconds of passing through the fog wall. But I won't get too carried away talking about the Capra demon here because it's not relevant to my ranking of the level, but the Capra demon can go fuck itself, and its little dogs too. The name of the game here is Bush. In particular, the ambush, specifically by these assassin enemies armed with target shields and bandits' knives, who will burst open the doors to their cramped hovels as you move on through towards the fog wall, and further down they'll even try to sneak up on you from behind, where they can perform a unique backstab, more than likely one-shotting you. The environment really does feel designed with deception in mind, and you always need to be watchful of an assassin hiding around a corner, or a charging canine, both of which make it quite difficult to just run through the level without getting crowded and destroyed in the process. Like many of the areas around this region of the list, the lower Undead Burg isn't really bad, but rather, it simply is what it is. It's the lower Undead Burg, it was never going to rank all that highly. If I was to rank the levels purely on their wow factor, that feeling they give you when you first enter them to witness the spectacles they present, either in the form of their distinctive environments or their choice of enemy, Darkroot Basin would rank very highly indeed. I mean, that wow factor absolutely does matter, but it's not all that matters, which is why Darkroot Basin is down here at number 108. Of course, the most defining feature of the level is the presence of the Hydra down at the bottom of the grassy slope, though I remember when I walked in on my first playthrough I could barely make out what it even was. I just saw a mass of writhing shapes in the distance, complemented by a series of massive watery projectiles being hurled my way before I proclaimed, well, I guess I'll just come back here later, cause fuck fighting whatever that is. As well as the Hydra though, there are numerous crystal golems, which will almost certainly be most players' first time seeing any enemy remotely like this, enhancing the already incredible ambience and ethereal atmosphere of Darkroot Basin. As big a pain in the arse as the Hydra's projectiles can be to avoid though, feeling borderline impossible to not get hit by at times, this is one of the few occasions in the game where there actually is friendly fire, and it's good fun to try and bait the Hydra into nailing the golems. Mind you, fighting the Hydra up close has always felt awful. Unless you're a magic or bow user, you have to play so passively and just stand there to wait for it to attack, and then hope its heads are positioned favourably so that it's actually possible to deal damage, because sometimes it will straight up clip through the wall to its left and it can feel really awkward to finish off. I said earlier I wouldn't be considering the quality of the bosses when assessing the quality of levels, but the Hydra is not a boss, and it's also a defining element of the level itself, greatly affecting how you move through it, thus I have taken it into consideration. All in all, very cool wee level, and let's be honest, kind of legendary with how it presents itself, giving many first time Souls players an awful fright, but impressive and intimidating presentation aside, I really can't place it any higher than this. My hands are tied. And next up we have Ash Lake, which happens to be the home of the only other Hydra in the game, and as such I've saw fit to place it just ahead of Darkroot Basin. The reason for this is that although Darkroot Basin does look incredible, Ash Lake manages to look even better. That moment when you exit the base of the Great Hollow and step out into this totally unexpected and unfamiliar environment is one of the standout moments for near any first time Dark Souls player. And then you see another Hydra in the distance, except with a more threatening black coloration. Sadly, the mechanics of the encounter are exactly the same as before, so again actually fighting the thing still kinda sucks, but still, this is a pretty cool Hydra. In fact, Ash Lake in general is one of the coolest levels in the game, made even cooler with the way its dramatic soundtrack thunders on right as you enter. However, the issue is that there's almost nothing here. In fact, the vast majority of Ash Lake is simply there to be ran through, past a few bothersome clams, and then onto an audience with the everlasting dragon. Excuse me while I literally slice your tail off, Mr. Dragon. There's nothing bad, or flawed, or mechanically or aesthetically offensive about Ash Lake, it's just that it's very unengaging to move through. If there were a few more interesting enemies along the path to the everlasting dragon, that might have made all the difference, but as it is, it just feels a bit too barren. If I was ranking Leyndell Royal Capital, then I assure you it would not be down here in the hundreds. I'll be placing Leyndell very highly indeed, trust me, but that's for much later. As far as the Ashen Capital goes though, the version of the city after the Erdtree has been set ablaze by Melina, the Forge of the Giants, and then burnt even further after unleashing the Rune of Death upon the lands between and crumbling Faram Azula, well, this city really is a mere shadow of its former self here. All of its former golden glory and complexity has been buried under a vast sea of ash, doing away with the streets, alleys and architecture, and the heralds and Leyndell knights who guarded it all. Certain landmarks are still present though, like the vast form of the Dragon Gransax, as well as the Bolt of Gransax, though if you didn't remember to pick up the Bolt of Gransax's legendary weapon before all this, then you miss out on it for the rest of the playthrough. Bit of a weird design decision to be honest. I used to think the Ashen Capital was simply here to be moved through to get back up to the Erdtree Sanctuary, but there is actually a spot where you can fight not one, not two, but three ulcerated bloody tree spirits in the one large area, who are guarding the Erdtree Favour +2 talisman. Yeah, no. I think I'll just grab the talisman and fuck back off, thanks. The Ashen Capital isn't exactly great fun to explore when compared to the Royal Capital, but I do class it as a respectably decent level in that it does exactly what it sets out to do. It's an excellent display of the devastation that your own actions have caused, maybe even making you question whether all this destruction and fire was worth it just to become the next Elden Lord. I covered Ashlyke just a couple of entries ago, with that being both a surprising and visually striking hidden level in Dark Souls 1, but before you get to Ashlyke, you first need to descend down the Great Hollow, another impressively well hidden optional level accessible via Blighttown. At one end of the Blighttown swamps you have Quelaag's ominous domain, but at the other end lies a very conspicuous tree root slope which leads to some treasure, the Plank Shield. Wow, this shield fucking sucks. However, behind the shield is an illusory wall, leading to some better treasure. Hey, alright. But behind this treasure is another illusory wall, leading to a whole other level which looks nothing like any other level in the game. I absolutely love the concept of the Great Hollow, and how it looks, and how you really need to examine and analyse your surroundings to work out how to get to some elusive treasure, or even if you simply want to descend it safely. You can grab the Chloranthe ring here, and if you're lucky with the crystal lizards, you can even get a titanite slab or two. By the way, what the fuck is it Chloranthe? While I really like the idea and presentation of the Great Hollow though, this is Dark Souls, and the platforming is awful. It doesn't feel good to jump, it doesn't feel good to drop down onto narrow paths and branches, and it's not entirely uncommon to get straight up stuck on the geometry, and so if you have a level where the entire focus is on platforming in Dark Souls, it's not going to feel great to actually play. Even in Elden Ring, which had a jump button, the platforming focused sections were often torturous. Need I bring up the Frenzied Flame prescription? Like Crystal Caves, the Great Hollow is a perfect example of a level that I like, but just don't really enjoy. Though, if you're wondering why I put it ahead of the Crystal Caves by a few places, I guess it's because I have a soft spot for the Mushroom Men. Let's briefly return back to an Elden Ring level, please, and one that I know is very controversial. In my best and worst Soulsborne levels video, I actually had the Subterranean Shunning Grounds as my least favourite Elden Ring level. But to my significant surprise, there was an uproar in the comments section, an absolute brouhaha. In fact, by far the most common responses I had in that video were people who were shocked that I didn't like it, and I did not expect that at all, because I am really not a fan and never have been. Nonetheless, you will now observe that I've placed it above the Shaded Castle, the Forbidden Lands and Angel River. I'd like to say that the outraged cries of the crowd did nothing to shift my opinion, but to be honest, after ruminating on the aspects of the level that people enjoyed, I have reconsidered my position just a bit after making that video. And also, when comparing it to the other 3 Elden Ring levels already covered in this list, I just couldn't justify claiming that the Shunning Grounds was an inferior level. My position on the Subterranean Shunning Grounds is very similar to my position on the Valley of Defilement from Demon's Souls. I respect what they were going for, and I think they achieved exactly what they set out to do. They created a vast, confusing, labyrinthine network of passages, pipes and dungeons, populated by imps, omens, revenants and giant enemy crawfish who you can flip onto their back for massive damage. The idea of the Shunning Grounds was to serve as a dark home for the omens, beings whose very existence is in defiance of the Golden Order, serving as living testaments to the age of the Crucible, and indeed, the place is crawling with these deadly, monstrous beings, from the more conventional variants to the most deadly of all with their clusters of crooked horns covering near every inch of their bodies. It's really easy to get lost as hell down here, especially in the pipes, and as with so many other dark places there are imps everywhere, making the whole descent that much more aggravating. The Shunning Grounds is a deceptively big level, also hiding away 2 dungeons and bosses, not to mention the encounter with the corporeal form of the Dung Eater, and then you have the sombre excellence of the Frenzied Flame prescription at the end, which they kind of ruined with the infuriating platforming. There's some cool and important shit here, yes, but the fact is that this is one of the few legacy dungeons that I never look forward to playing through. In fact, I've even been known to skip it entirely because sometimes I just can't be bothered with the imps, and the getting lost, and the having to look up a fucking walkthrough to work out how to get to the Frenzied Flame bit, and the Royal Revenants, and the pipes, oh the pipes. I get why some folk really like the level design exhibited in the Shunning Grounds, but just because it's intricately crafted and complex doesn't make it a hoot to play through, at least for me. I'm not trying to convince anyone here that this is a shit level or anything. In fact, I have no interest in trying to convince anyone of anything with this video. I'm just here to tell you what I do and don't like, and why. Dark Souls 1's Artorias of the Abyss DLC is very highly regarded by fans of the trilogy, and for very good reason. What with its legendary boss fights and classic NPCs, from Hawkeye Goff to Marvelous Chester, and the levels can also be very enjoyable to traverse. However, a level I for one have never massively enjoyed moving through is the one leading up to the climactic boss battle with Manus. It's the Chasm of the Abyss. Just like with the Tomb of the Giants, it is dark as hell down here, with only your immediate surroundings really being illuminated, though at points you will be able to make out clusters of dull red lights, signalling the presence of Ulasil residents and sorceresses, often attacking you in groups from the darkness. The most interesting enemy of all in this place though is of course the mysterious humanity sprites, because there's a lot of them down here and they look incredible, giving the place a very eerie vibe, especially with how silent these entities are. Their presence makes this place the perfect humanity farming spot, though as well as that, they also come into play in a hidden event where they crowd around a smaller version of Sif who requires rescue. Even Alvina makes an appearance here, with all of these visions providing more insight and context into what happened to Artorias down here, leading to his abyssal transformation, and it's pretty great. To actually move through though, I don't like it too much. With it being so dark and rocky, it can be frustrating to navigate, especially when you have Ulasil sorceresses sniping you with dark magic, and furthermore, there are no bonfires down here, meaning that if you get nailed by Manus, who can be a formidable challenge, then you need to run through the place every damn time, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Even so, the Chasm of the Abyss absolutely has other elements which do elevate it, and I do take all elements into consideration with my rankings, and so I'm happy to place it here at 103. I'm sure me putting the Lake of Rot ahead of Subterranean Shunning Grounds is going to rub some folk the wrong way, but even so, I simply enjoy it just that bit more. This is many people's least favourite area in all of Elden Ring, and I absolutely do get why. I mean, it's a lake of rot. It's even worse than a poison swamp because the damage over time you take from Scarlet Rot is way worse than poison damage over time. So why have I placed it at number 102 out of 147? Well, I kinda like this level. I very nearly didn't like it, but the mechanic of traversing forward and activating the stone platforms so as to raise sections of the level out of the ground to make the lake increasingly traversable is excellent. Although it looks completely different, it kind of reminds me of the gutter in Dark Souls 2, where the place starts out dark as hell, but after exploring more and moving forward, you can light up more and more of it to make it more navigable, and that's the sort of mechanic I really appreciate in a level, when it rewards you for making progress by making the previous parts of the level that bit easier, so that if you die, your next attempt will be less painful and you can move even further forward still. Don't get me wrong though, as much as I praised it there, this isn't exactly my all-time favourite Soulsborne level or anything. I don't like how many basilisks there are for a start, and even if you are smart in raising the platforms, you are still very likely to get Scarlet Rotted, which really ain't too fun, especially if you don't have any items to cure it with. I do like how there's a sleeping dragonkin enemy to the left of the lake though, which you might not even fully notice at first because it's difficult to make out what it even is at a distance. I have pretty much no praise for the second part of the Lake of Rot though, the Grand Cloister. The Kindred of Rot enemies are horrible to fight at range because of their pest threads attack, and so as soon as I enter here my primary objective is to just move through as quickly as possible towards the coffin down to Estelle's lair. I know I'm supposed to hate the Lake of Rot, but I just don't, and in fact I kind of look forward to it way more than the Shunning Grounds, maybe because it's basically impossible to get lost here. When thinking about all the levels in Bloodborne, I imagine most folk probably forget about the Healing Church Workshop. I certainly did, especially with it kinda just feeling like an extension of Cathedral Ward, but it is its own smaller level with its own structure. The way to the workshop only opens up after defeating the blood-starved beast in Old Yharnam. I don't really know why to be honest, and never have, but this door just randomly opens with no explanation after the boss is beaten. The main section of the workshop is a tall tower with multiple levels, guarded by bestial Yarnamites and wheelchair-bound minigun-toting madmen, though in particular the two rifle-wielding enemies above as you enter have been responsible for many a quick death in my own playthroughs. Within the tower, there's a section which calls for platforming which, as discussed during the Great Hollow entry, is not my favourite thing in these games. Even so, if you know the right spot to roll from, you can enter into the real life version of the Hunter's Dream, just like FromSoft did with Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3, and would later do with the Round Table Hold in Elden Ring. As cool as this inclusion is, it's the very base of the Healing Church workshop that makes me place it above so many others, because I absolutely love the encounter with the beast-possessed soul here, with this being the one and only encounter with it outside the Chalice dungeons. Furthermore, the smoky section outside with its roaming gangs of torch-wielding beasts and dogs achieves peak levels of that delicious Bloodborne atmosphere that I love so damn much, made even more threatening with the inclusion of a kidnapper and brainsucker. Very cool level, and a great way to connect both the upper and lower sections of Cathedral Ward, but at the same time, there's something just a bit forgettable about it. I think it's because aesthetically it seems to just blend in with Cathedral Ward and Central Yharnam rather than having its own personality, and also it's not too large a level. Plus, the platforming section can be a bit of a pain, especially if you make a misstep and need to ride all the way up the elevator from the chapel to try again. At number 100 I have the Smouldering Lake from Dark Souls 3. To start off with, this level looks incredible, and just like Ash Lake from Dark Souls 1, it's entirely optional and quite easily missable, but when coupled with the colossal ballista firing down from above, it makes for one of the most visually striking areas in the game, and then a massive fucking worm, composed entirely of corpses, pops out of the ground. Oh, and also it can use lightning. Pretty much every time I've ever killed this thing, it's been with the help of the giant ballista, although apparently you can beat it with melee attacks, but I've always been too afraid to even try. Mind you, although the ballista strategy is effective, it's not exactly engaging. In fact, all you really have to do is stand in front of an obstacle and wait around for a minute or two. Job done. As far as exploration goes, well, it really is just a large space littered with goodies to pick up, including the Shield of Want from Dark Souls 2, which is a nice wee reference. The element that makes the level interesting is the giant ballista regularly firing down upon you, but at the same time it's also really tedious and annoying to slowly move around the lake trying to time your rolls correctly. Though of course, that's where the Demon Ruins comes in, allowing you to turn off the ballista entirely, if you can even be bothered entering the ruins at all. I definitely do appreciate the idea of the level having this major threat which can be deactivated to make it easier to traverse through though. Much the same sort of thing is done in the Undead Settlement with the giant archer. Really not a particularly interesting area when it comes to its big open layout, but then again, Dark Souls 3 has plenty of denser and more intricate levels to explore, and so the inclusion of the Smouldering Lake can make for a nice change of pace. For being an entirely optional area, No Man's Wharf is surprisingly large. Furthermore, it's the only Soulsborne level I can think of that has a sort of pirate theme, and that's kinda cool, I guess. Varangian pirates aren't the only enemies in No Man's Wharf however, because in the more shadowy recesses of the level you have the grotesquely proportioned Dark Dwellers, though a really great strategy for making them easier to defeat is through the use of light, and to be honest, the light aspect of the level really is my reason for placing it quite favourably in my ranking. Just like I did when discussing the Lake of Rot, I'll make a comparison to the Gutter here, though the similarities are greater with No Man's Wharf, which also encourages the use of a torch to progressively illuminate more and more sections of the level. No Man's Wharf really isn't as dark as the Gutter of course, but even so, I enjoy how I'm encouraged to use a torch throughout the level, especially when fighting the aforementioned Dark Dwellers, though there is a Pharos Lockstone contraption on the upper level which activates and raises the large lantern, making the torch less necessary. I'm not the biggest fan of the enemy density in this level, because you really can get ambushed and ganked in some sections, which is never a good thing with Dark Souls 2, but it does feel rewarding to move through. It can feel quite punishing at first with the fact that there's just a single bonfire, but that's why lighting the sconces are a good idea, to make repeated run-throughs easier, and also there's a major shortcut you can activate once you reach the other side of the wharf. The goal of the level is of course to summon the ship closer, which then takes you to a specific section of the Lost Bastille, and this can be done by pulling the lever to ring the bell, but it's actually possible to just hit the bell with an arrow from a distance. I find it both funny and really cool that this actually works because it's so easy to do, yet I imagine very few people actually try it. Hey, pretty cool level. Hey, not bad. After getting a hold of the King's Ring from the Undead Crypt in Dark Souls 2, you can begin entering through the large King's Doors throughout Drang Lake, one of which is located within the Shaded Woods, leading to Aldea's Keep. Aldea is of course a major character in Dark Souls 2, though his role was made even more major after they added him into the game as both an NPC and boss in a patch long after the game's initial release, and indeed, the Scholar of the First Sin specifically refers to Aldea. His keep is quite an interesting level, holding many horrors and wonders. There's not all that much to see in the outer section, apart from a monkey that drops a Black Knight Great Axe for some reason, not sure what the lore is on that, but inside you're greeted with some far more striking sights, including the skeleton of a dragon that's way bigger than any other dragon in the game. This thing used to briefly come to life right here in the vanilla version of the game, but they changed it in Scholar of the First Sin so that it only crashes down upon you once all 4 sconces have been lit, which has always seemed like a bit of a pointless and arbitrary change to me. The dragon skeleton is not the only oddity though, because a bit ahead in the Great Hall, there are some of the weirdest creatures in Drang Lake, suspended in cages above, including undead aberrations, mimics and ogres. This whole section really is pretty excellent, featuring a number of side rooms holding various scientific equipment for the weird experiments carried out here, and then you have the dragon acolyte enemies who have one of the coolest headpieces in the game. I'd be lying if I said I loved Aldea's Keep, but it is for sure an interesting location with some great moments, like when the ogre breaks through the wall at the end just before the Guardian Dragon boss fight, though I hope you'll forgive me for resisting the temptation of making a Shrek joke here. Here at number 97 I have the Memory of Vamar. I did of course have another memory level from Dark Souls 2 exactly 50 entries ago with the Memory of the Old Iron King, which I do in fact consider to be the single worst Soulsborne level, but comparatively the Memory of Vamar is far more interesting and worth engaging with. Just like with the Memory of Jay and the Memory of Oro, this level is accessed after interacting with one of those giant tree things in the Forest of Fallen Giants, taking you back in time to when the giants were invading Drang Lake. The first entity you see upon entering, however, is not an enemy, but instead Captain Drummond, who is just one of many of Dark Souls 2's fantastic NPCs, though I guess I was in a hurry back when I recorded this footage, because I just button mashed my way through all his dialogue, the disrespect. Cool thing about this guy is that while you can get the Drang Lake set and sword very early on in the game, interacting with Captain Drummond here is the only way to get the helm to complete the set. Just ahead though, you come face to, well, whole with some actual giants. These things have really weird designs, but I do like the way they look, I think. They're kind of like a weird mashup of Diamond Weapon from FF7 and the Iron Giant from FF10. Thankfully, they're pretty easy to kill Thankfully, they're pretty damn easy to kill though. I've got a real appreciation for levels where you just get to stand back and watch enemies attack each other, where you can relax for half a minute to watch the carnage unfold, and so I love this part with the Ironclads, Royal Infantry, Giants and Giant Warriors battling it out while fireballs rain down from the sky, though you can't relax for too long when in memories thanks to the time limit. This isn't a massive level or anything, and the main goal really is to just barrel through it so as to grab the memory of a giant at the end to help out with the King Vendrick fight, but it's just presented really well, and the giants make for very cool enemies, especially when it's not me who has to fight them. Ashen Reservoir is quite a unique level compared to almost any other level in this list because it actually has 3 different states depending on when you arrive here. It does of course act as the game's tutorial level after Emma drops Wolf a note from above, after which you have to make it to the Moonview Tower to reunite with Kuro, though gameplay wise there's nothing that awesome here. The hardest challenge is simply a duel with
Shigenori Yamauchi.
If you come back later on though after getting nailed by Genichiro and meeting the sculptor, it's a much more engaging level with lots of enemies in awkward spots, heavily encouraging the use of stealth, especially for the big fat baby guys with the mallets. In particular though, once again the Moonview Tower is the main POI of interest, or rather the dude lurking outside it. 7 Ashen Spears,
Shikibu to Shikatsu Yamauchi.
I love how the level is laid out in a way where you're encouraged to take the same cliffside route as you did in the tutorial level so as to creep up behind him for a stealth takedown, because this mini-boss can be seriously difficult if you take him on too early, though he's also a brilliant opponent and does a lot to make Ashen Reservoir so memorable for me. But then, if you're following any ending other than the Shura one, you return back to the reservoir at the very end, now with everything ablaze with the fires of the Interior Ministry. Standing sentinel shortly before the secret door leading to the final fight with Ishin's Sword Saint, however, is another 7 Ashina Spears mini-boss, as well as a samurai type mini-boss, heavily encouraging the use of the puppeteer ninjutsu technique, cause Christ knows how the hell you're supposed to beat these dudes any other way. If I was just judging Ashen Reservoir as a tutorial level, I'd have placed it somewhat less favourably in this list. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but rather because there's nothing special about it. But the way it's reused is very well done, the way the danger level is increased with every iteration. The ruin-strewn precipice is just one of 4 possible ways to reach the Altus Plateau. You can ascend up the Grand Lift of Dectus after collecting both halves of the Dectus Medallion, warp into Leyndell from the Deeproot Depths portal near the Prince of Death's corpse, get transported to Mount Gelmir from the Abductor Virgin at the bottom of Rhea Lucaria Academy, and then make your way to Altus Plateau from there. Or you can say screw all that convoluted nonsense, I'll just journey to the far north of Liurnia and then ascend up the ruin-strewn precipice, which is exactly what I myself did on my very first playthrough for some reason. The idea of this level is very simple. It's simply a climb from the base of Liurnia up to the top, but instead of one large elevator to take you the whole way, you gotta do most of the climbing yourself. Navigation wise, the ruin-strewn precipice is very straightforward, or should I say straight up, largely because for the most part you're moving vertically rather than laterally. It's just a question of finding the next set of stairs or ladder, past those bat creatures, including the weird singing ones. The main thing I like about this level really is the views. It looks and feels fantastic, the way you rise above Liurnia, spotting the highway from above before the ground becomes enshrouded by the region's characteristic violet mists as you ascend closer to the golden surface. I also love the scene that greets you at the top and how much less glorious it is when compared to the lift of Dectus route. Instead of a grand lift guarded by guardian golems, you simply have a bunch of overturned caravans and a few omens. It's really not that difficult to get both halves of the Dectus Medallion, but I really appreciate how they added this alternate method of getting up to the top, and I especially appreciate the excellent views along the way. This is the 3rd memory level from Dark Souls 2 that I've covered so far, though it has far more in common with the memory of Vamar than the memory of the Old Iron King. Again, you are placed right in the thick of the action when the giants from across the sea launch their decisive attack on Drang Lake, wiping out scores of royal soldiers and the occasional ironclad. Witnessing the melee is frantic and fun, though the level seems that bit bigger and more complex than the memory of Vamar. I also love the part near the start where you can walk right by the non-hollowed versions of the infantry without them attacking, and even use a Pharos Lockstone here for an amazing reward. Hey, what the hell? Again, there's not really a huge incentive to actually engage with any of the enemies because the goal really is to just reach the dead giant at the end to get its soul, but even if I choose not to join in with the action is still going on despite my presence, which I think's pretty awesome. Not the most ambitious level in the game, but it's fast, intense and fun. So I like the Profaned Capital and always have, but funnily enough I actually used to think the level was about half the size that it really was. After battling through those terrifying stone gargoyle creatures and making it to the bonfire where good old Gilligan McIrish makes his morbid cameo, from here I just thought the rest of the level consisted of this section where you try to get down to the bottom here, past the fireballs and more gargoyles, and then into the arena where Yorm awaits, past those knife-wielding maiden enemies. However, about 4 playthroughs in, I realised that there's a whole other optional part to the level. It's just really easy to miss. I guess you're not missing a massive amount here, and for those folk who absolutely cannot abide poison, or should I say toxic swamps, maybe it's better off hidden, but personally I was delighted to get here, especially once I saw the bizarre hand hippo things. Awesome design for an enemy. Even with this extra section, the Profaned Capital doesn't feel quite as substantial as it perhaps could have, especially when compared to the game's other Lord of Cinder levels, but it has an amazing atmosphere and a great sense of verticality, especially at this narrow stone bridge section. It looks so ominous down here, with all the jailer type enemies huddled around and the treasure filled rooms at either side of the fog wall. The stone gargoyles are a brilliant element of the level too, with these things of course being something of a precursor to the gargoyles from Elden Ring. You see them again later in the Grand Archives, but the ones here are headless, which I think really ties into the whole profaned aspect of the level. And now for the first Demon Souls level in quite a while, with the second level of Stonefang, the Tunnel City. This is a big freaking level, or at least FromSoft designed it in such a way where it really feels that way. Its size doesn't come from any sort of wide, open layout though, but rather from its dense and sometimes confusing networks of tunnels, both wide and narrow. Right from the get-go, the path branches off into two, and from there things get even more confusing, though it doesn't necessarily have to be. If you know exactly where you're going, you can just run to the right and adroitly jump down the perilous wooden platforms, then sprint directly to the boss room past the magma-spewing worms, though if you've a mind for exploring, there's a surprising amount to see and do here. Unless you've already made his unpleasant acquaintance in the ritual path at the Shrine of Storms, Patches is located in this impressively large section with all the bear bugs, and of course he tries to get you killed here. Good god, they made Patches so ugly here. He was never a looker in any of the other games, don't get me wrong, but here it irritates me just to look at his uncanny facial animations. I kind of hate the way some of the characters look in the Demon Souls remake. Although I do find the scale and layout of the Tunnel City to be impressive, that doesn't mean I don't find it to be rather convoluted in place, particularly in the very tight tunnel section with the large bear bugs. I like the idea of this part, of you desperately trying to navigate through this confusing, constricting network of mines, and just how when you think you might be making some progress, you end up in that bit with even more lava, but it's kind of a bloody drag to actually play through it, especially if a damn bear bug gets in your way. If you have magic or some sticky white stuff, you're golden, but if not, have fun spending 5 straight minutes attacking it with your borderline useless weapon. Now, ISFK's clinic really isn't the largest or most ambitious level in the game, but even so I like it quite a bit. Like several areas from other games I've already covered, it's a tutorial level of sorts, though the actual explorable area is very small at the beginning. It's really just 2 small rooms and a larger one for you to try out the basic controls, like pressing triangle to accidentally waste a blood vial because you're too used to the Dark Souls controls. Of course, your very first combat encounter here is pretty legendary with how merciless it is, especially because you start off with no weapons, though that can be used to your advantage if you're clever, when you consider that the unarmed charge attack is the fastest one in the game, making it pretty easy to go in for a follow-up visceral attack from behind, because the critical attacks in this game are not tied to your weapon, they're tied to your stats. As a wee tutorial level, it's pretty great. There may not be any actual navigation involved, but Bloodborne is such a delicious looking game right from the start that it simply doesn't matter. You can choose to return to ISFK's clinic much later on though, if you manage to spot the quite easily missable passage from the Forbidden Woods back to central Yharnam, this time to the upper floor to see all the dark, weird secrets that the ISFK imposter had been hiding. For one, you've got a celestial emissary chilling here who can be deduced to be the true ISFK. We know that these bizarre blue beings are made from humans by the dead body of one on the table who has a human hand. If you come here after defeating Rom though, the imposter is in the throes of some insanity-inducing transformation, giggling and rigid on the gurney. Awesome moment with brilliant dialogue, and the whole atmosphere of the clinic is on another level. It's really creepy but in a more subtle way compared to the blood and beasts found throughout the rest of Yharnam. Hardly the most complex level in the game, but I really like beginning my hunt here and then returning later to explore its darker recesses and to grab the Cainhurst summons, can't forget that. And right after ISFK's clinic, here at number 90 we have another tutorial level, with Dark Souls 3's Cemetery of Ash. As far as tutorial levels go, this one's pretty ideal. It's not too difficult, but you absolutely can die here, especially if you're a bit unprepared for how quick and aggressive the game's enemies are when compared to the comparatively slower combat of Dark Souls 1 and 2. It starts off with a nice wee section for you to traverse around, picking off enemies and collecting items, including the Ashen Estus flasks, which was of course brand new to Dark Souls 3, and then repeated in Elden Ring, which essentially had an identical healing system. The Cemetery of Ash does something I love in a tutorial level, in giving you the optional opportunity to take on something far more formidable than the rest of the enemies here, with a wee side path leading to the ravenous crystal lizard. It's really not all that difficult to beat, but it's the kind of thing that will probably intimidate the hell out of an absolute beginner, encouraging them to come back later, whereas a cocky Dark Souls veteran already knows the deal here. Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. Even after nailing Udex Gundyr, the area afterwards does much the same thing, where you can fight the Katana dude near Firelink for his Uchi Katana if you feel up to the task. I'm not saying that I love the Cemetery of Ash as a regular level, otherwise I'd have placed it a bit higher, but as a tutorial level, it's very good. It provides an appropriate level of challenge, presents good opportunities for navigation and item hunting, and gives you a couple of optional combat challenges for some decent early game rewards. At the end of the luminescent lakes of the Shrine of Amana with its armies of warlocks, priestesses and aberrations lies the Undead Crypt, a place of darkness where light itself is forbidden. Things start out hot and heavy in this place with Cyan's Knights, witches and one of the sickest enemies in the game with its Reeves and Orma's Great Shield weapon. And if you played the rather excellent Lies of P recently, you might have recognised one of the enemies from that game, which was basically ripped right out of the Undead Crypt here. Enemies aside for a second though, with darkness being such a thematic focus of the level, you'd think it'd be a bit more, well, dark. But it's really not that bad in that regard, certainly not when compared to places like the Gutter or even No Man's Wharf. In fact, I rarely feel much of a need to bust out the torch, even a single time while wandering through its gloomy halls and corridors, because most of the time you can simply see enough of what you need to see. Like quite a few of Dark Souls 2's levels, the Undead Crypt does introduce its own unique quirks, like having ghosts sometimes extending out of the very walls to spook you, like in Silent Hill 4, minus the escalator. The level's most distinctive feature, however, is the bell mechanic, where if you or an enemy hit one of those large ominous bells, an ominous ringing will begin, causing some ominous hooded enemies to appear ominously from the ominous shadows. Too spooky for me, mate. Although things can get unfeasibly chaotic in these situations, I have to admit that I kind of love it, because sometimes it's difficult not to inadvertently strike one of the bells when you're dealing with another enemy, especially if you're trying to stop another enemy hitting one of those very bells. It's good fun, though it can get out of hand. The same thing is done in the final large hall just before the fantastic boss fight with Velstadt, which can make taking down the Cyan Knights and Dragon Rider particularly problematic, though to be honest 9 out of 10 times I just run past them to the fog wall. Although I'm very critical of the score of the First Sin version of Dark Souls 2, I do like how they added a Dragon Rider here because it is one of my favourite enemies in the game, and there used to just be a ton of Cyan Knights here which if anything was even more of a pain in the arse. Of all 7 games featured in this series, by far the most common appearance in the first 50 entries from 147 to 98 was Dark Souls 2. But we're past all that now, and more onto the region of the list where the levels range from decent to great. And so for number 88, I have the Huntsman's Copse. This level lies pretty damn close to Majula, though it's totally inaccessible from the start due to the path being blocked off by the circular contraption, but after speaking to / killing Lycia, you can pass through and onto a level that I consider to be pretty decent, maybe? Aesthetically it's quite distinct, being a dark forest, though it's somewhat more pleasant and interesting to look at compared to the shaded woods, where the dominant colour scheme seems largely inspired by the colour and texture of puke. Mind you, there's still no shortage of poison in Huntsman's Copse, though rather than having swamps of the stuff, it's now sprayed down in a fine mist from giant tree-dwelling butterflies, which I guess is preferable. It's a decently expansive level, with good potential for exploration, particularly in the more mid-portion, though these bandit-type enemies can be very difficult to deal with, especially if you're trying to rush through the level, because they chase you, same with the sickle dudes and the dogs. The section afterwards changes it up by becoming far less open and more path-based, though you can take the cave route populated by skeletons and necromancers. There's a bonfire right at the start here, but the game pulls a bit of a dick move that I don't really approve of by putting it behind a locked gate. The key does lie beyond in the actual level, but you know what might help me to deal with the actual level? The bonfire. It's not like you need it for the boss or anything, it's just the skeleton lords. Would have been cooler if they'd hidden the key in a previous part of the level rather than having it further ahead, but hey, no big deal. I'll be honest, I find it kind of difficult to talk about Huntsman's Copse because I just don't consider it to be all that interesting. It's decent enough, with a decent capacity for exploration, and even an optional section leading to the Undead Purgatory where the Executioner's chariot awaits, but I don't love it. Nonetheless, as I've said twice in the last 20 seconds, it is indeed decent, and so I guess I'll put it here at number 88. As with a great many Elden Ring levels, Caria Manor is completely optional and quite easily missable, unless you're going for the Age of the Stars ending of course. It's not that the structure is in any way subtle, because it's sure as hell not, but rather Liurnia is absolutely massive. There's just so much ground to cover in the region that it's hard as hell to explore everywhere in the one playthrough. But at the northwestern tip of Liurnia awaits Caria Manor, though E.G. the giant blacksmith tries to warn you away from the place with his soothing Welsh tones. And no wonder, with the magical snare laid out to vaporise any would-be tarnished invaders like us. As for the interior, well, it somehow manages to be even more densely misted and atmospheric than the rest of Liurnia, but the difference is that instead of the comparatively more anthropomorphic creatures inhabiting the rest of the region, here the dominant life forms are the finger creepers, lying in wait below the surface of the soil like trapdoor spiders. Finger creepers is such a perfect name for these enemies too, because they do indeed creep about and they are extremely creepy. The way they flick and grab, there's something kind of perverse about it. Stay away from me. For as mystical and magical as this large garden section may seem, due to the concentration of finger creepers here, it's really not an area I like to stick around in. I'll tend to have a poke around for a few items, but you need to move slowly through here, otherwise it's all too easy to have a trail of hands running after you. I also don't love the higher up section directly afterwards, because the game just throws so many of these rare Lucaria soldier spirits at you. They're not difficult to beat or anything, it's just that they slow down the process of actually moving through the level in a way that isn't very enjoyable. The final section leading up to the fight with Royal Knight Loretta is great though. These dire wolves are a real bitch to fight, but at least they don't have albinoric archers riding on top of them like they later do in the consecrated snowfields. Also, this Troll Knight is one of my favourite enemy designs in the game, and on my most recent playthrough I actually went with a strength magic build specifically to use this sword. It's so cool looking. To be honest, I kinda think what makes Caria Manor that little bit special is how it leads up to the Three Sisters at the top, where you get to first meet Ranni. The level itself isn't great fun to actually move through, but the way it presents itself is absolutely outstanding, both from the outside and within. Aha, the Forbidden Woods, one of, if not the, most expansive level in the game, though the Nightmare Frontier might just have it beaten, I'm not too sure. After nailing our waifu, Vicar Amelia, the password to gain entry through the door in Cathedral Ward is learned, and after passing through the intricate yet comprehensible architecture and layout of Cathedral Ward, you enter into a level far more intricate but significantly less comprehensible, the Forbidden Woods. You will get lost here. To be fair though, things do start out reasonably coherent. The early enemies are primarily your human types already seen throughout central Yharnam, and there's even a village here which you can pass directly through, or go over, or you can just say screw it and take the cave back to central Yharnam from here. This is also where you have your first encounter with Patches the Spider, where he gifts you with the Tonsil Stone. Super creepy interaction too, though you're just having this conversation with an entity you cannot quite make out in the middle of this mad village in the middle of nowhere. As dangerous and ravenous as the village is though, it's beyond it where things get so much more twisted, gnarled and downright serpentine in more ways than one. There are snakes everywhere here, And as far as I know, these smaller snake balls will infinitely respawn from their spawn points, ready to lash out and envenomate. Though it's the big ones that are the real terror of the woods, the big balls. Even these enemies who initially seem anthropomorphic and understandable transform nearly entirely when you get closer, and in the more remote reaches of the woods you have small gangs of celestial emissaries, though it's entirely possible to completely miss whole sections of this level because, enemies aside, it can be seriously difficult to navigate. Again, there's the Nightmare Frontier issue where everything kinda looks the same, and so even if you do find the right path in the direction of the boss, that doesn't mean you're going to find it so easily the next time round. However, you will also notice that I've placed the Forbidden Woods a good deal higher in my rankings than the Nightmare Frontier, and that's because I think this level is exactly what it should be. It's supposed to be this chaotic, nearly alien place, long since abandoned by Yharnam. It's not meant to be straightforward. The enemies and overall atmosphere are meant to make you uncomfortable. You can say much the same sort of thing about the Nightmare Frontier to be fair, but I do enjoy this level just that bit more, and it can feel really satisfying to traverse once you start to work out which paths lead closer to the boss and which do not lead to the boss. I know a lot of people really can't stand the Forbidden Woods, which I absolutely understand, but I just have a bit too much appreciation for it to hate it. In stark contrast to the ethereal lunar splendour of Irithyll of the Boreal Valley lies the subterranean Irithyll dungeon, a place of darkness, torment and death. Dark Souls 3 pays heavy homage to the first Dark Souls game on many occasions, especially in Irithyll, but it also occasionally references Demon Souls, which is especially the case in this level with its resemblance to the Prison of Hope. It may not be quite as large or complex, but there are rows of cells and keys and terrifying jailers roaming around who you don't want to get seen by, though in this case you really don't want to get seen by one, thanks to their max HP draining capability. I'll be honest, this special ability of theirs sucks and I don't like it, but I also do like it because it ties in excellently to the oppressive history and atmosphere of the dungeon, but then I also don't like it because it can put you at death's door without even getting close to a jailer, but then I also do like it because of the atmosphere and stuff. But then it can be fairly challenging to get through this initial portion of the level with its cramped corridors, because if you do get your health drained and then you have a jailer rapidly moving towards you in that creepy shuffling way of theirs, then you have little to no room to manoeuvre, though in a later section there's a large hall with a silly number of them, guarding weird monstrosities, like these weird malformed dragon things who kinda resemble King Asiros. Although the layouts are completely different, I kinda look at Irithyll Dungeon similarly to how I look at the Forbidden Woods, who I just discussed. Is it a massive amount of fun to move through? Well, sometimes it isn't, but then sometimes it kind of is, especially when you find some new keys so you can go back to the row of cells at the start to see what it opens. And then you also have the less cramped sections where you can even get a good view of the profaned capital far below, not to mention the part with the sleeping giant where you have to blindly pick an opening to walk through and hope you don't land on its head. Well, it's nice to be back to Dark Souls 2 again, and especially nice that the level in question is the Shrine of Amana, because whereas nearly every level from this game that I've covered thus far has offended me in some way with its visuals, this one is significantly more attractive. I'm attracted to it. After defeating the Looking Glass Knight at the top of Drangleic Castle and then descending down the long elevator, this bright mystical location is probably the last thing most players expect to see, being very different in appearance to all levels thus far. Appearances can be deceiving though, because this might just be the most difficult level in the base game, though there are far more challenging places in the DLCs. The issue with Shrine of Amana is both the sheer number of enemies and their nature. The Amana priestesses fire homing magic from long range, and then you have the deceptively fast warlocks who hit like an absolute truck, and then there's the Amana aberrations who lurk under the water, barely visible from above, and to top it all off, it can be very challenging to quickly tell what parts of the ground are safe to walk on, especially in the heat of a combat moment when you're dodging leaping lizards and being pounded by problematic projectiles. I bought Dark Souls 2 at launch back on the Xbox 360, and apparently the original version of the Shrine of Amana was so tough and unfair that they patched it to make it easier, though I really don't remember much about the pre-patch version. As for the score of the Sin version, well, I don't much care for what they've done to the place. It actually seems to be a bit more merciful with the priestess and warlock density, but the aberrations are absolutely everywhere. There are way too many of them, like twice the number that there should be, in my opinion. Regardless, I still do like this level, and there are some cool moments and secrets, though I'd hate to come through here with a pure melee build. Bows are excellent in Dark Souls 2, and in many Scholar of the First Sin levels, they feel nearly necessary to pick off some enemies to make things more manageable, and this especially feels like the case in the Shrine of Amana. A couple of entries ago I mentioned Dark Souls 3's heavy homage to the first game in the trilogy, but the most significant callback arrives while climbing higher through Irithyll of the Boreal Valley after defeating Pontiff Sullivan. Very soon after this boss, you start seeing clear similarities, in particular the presence of flying buttresses from which Silver Knights fire arrows, and hey, you might even recognise aspects of the architecture here, but then you see that statue of Lord Gwyn from Dark Souls 1, beyond which awaited Dark Sun Gwendolyn in that game, and by this point, unless you're some sort of a dumb moron, a fool, the penny has dropped that you are in Anor Londo, with the large rotating elevator being the cherry on the cake. I know some folk got to the point where they were rolling their eyes a bit at all the Dark Souls 1 references in this game, but not me. I thought they were good clean fun, and they did not detract from the Dark Souls 3 experience in the slightest. This game's sick as hell, with or without the callbacks. I loved climbing these stairs once again, and I especially loved the enhanced moveset of the Silver Knights, who now have additional lightning attacks thrown into their combos. As for the interior of the castle itself, sadly only a small portion of it is actually explorable. In fact, it's only really the Great Hall and then the old ONS boss arena where Aldrich now awaits, though there is also a sad cameo from the giant blacksmith who now lies dead and cold, clutching his giant's coal to be given to Andre. Of course, Anor Londo isn't supposed to be anywhere close to the level of its former glory, now that Aldrich and his foul Deacons of the Deep have moved in, with the hall now being dark with sludge and guarded by one of the game's two deep accursed monsters. If I was to judge this level purely on its own merits with no appreciation for its place and status in the Dark Souls trilogy, I'd have placed it lower on my list, because in truth, there simply isn't that much to see here. But the feeling I got when I saw that Gwyn statue and when I ascended the lift and saw that Anor Londo text show up on the screen, well, if you'll pardon my language, it was pretty damn neat. I apologise for the foul language. For around the first half of your Bloodborne journey, for as violent, bloody and beastly as things absolutely are, for the most part they're still somewhat grounded, if you get what I mean. Yes, you're fighting beasts and serpents and blood-drunk hunters, but the horror throughout is quite conventional. But then you take on Rom, and the game takes on something of a different tone, right as you pass through the Moonside Lake and into that alternate realm, and then after the boss, when you're warped to the entrance to Yahar Ghul, because now the horror just got a fair bit less conventional. Now the sky is coloured an ungodly purple, there are eldritch horrors clinging to buildings, men and women are materialising out of blood in front of your eyes, terrifying cramped caskets roam the streets for fresh victims to crush, and the beasts here are significantly more twisted and nightmarish, appearing as monstrosities of stitched together rotten flesh as opposed to the more recognisable beasts of Central Yharnam or even Upper Cathedral Ward. The game really goes off the rails here, but in a great and interesting way, though that's not to say that I absolutely love traversing through Yahar Ghul. You can of course explore this area far earlier in the game if you got kidnapped, and the place absolutely has dark and creepy vibes, but its true face doesn't get exposed until after Rom is defeated. The lesser amygdalas are one of its most defining features, though one of these things was also to be found in Cathedral Ward much earlier, except invisible unless your insight was very high. As unsettling as their appearance in Yahar Ghul is, they certainly aren't just for show, with the first one doing that same portal crushing attack you'll have already seen, though the second one encountered further on doesn't fuck around at all and just blasts the ground with lasers, hitting both you and any enemies caught in the wake, and it's really, really sick. Although the first sections with the amygdalas and the villagers are great, I'm not the biggest fan of the second portion of the level. For a start, this part which puts you against 3 hunters at once is absolutely awful. Fighting even one hunter can be really difficult in this game, but 3 is just silly, especially when you can be one-shotted with a cannon or tiny tonitrus. Also, while the section outside looks exactly as awesome and nightmarish as it should, the cramped caskets can be a nightmare to fight, especially if there's more than one, which there absolutely is in places. More often than not, I just choose to run through this section to get to the one reborn, and the fact that there's not a hunter's lamp here makes it quite a pain. Even so, good level. And at number 81, we have the Depths, accessible from Lower Undead Burg, which then leads on to Blighttown. I've always found the Master Key aspect of Dark Souls 1 to be pretty interesting, because if you pick either it or just choose the Thief starting class, you can entirely skip Lower Undead Burg and the Depths, totally passing over the Capra Demon and the Gaping Dragon. I just find it a bit odd that FromSoft designed these levels and then gave you this easy option to just never even enter them if you don't want to, though personally I never skip the Depths, even though I can. I guess that this level was kind of a precursor to the subterranean shunning grounds from Elden Ring, but not quite as large and confusing, though you absolutely can still get confused down here, trust me. It's a dark, damp, dank sewer filled with rats, blobs, and at the deeper level, basilisks. Like many players, on my very first playthrough I didn't understand the danger posed by these things, and so just continued slashing and bashing with reckless abandon, and of course I got cursed, causing instant death complete with my max HP being slashed in half, and nor did I have a purging stone, so I had to trudge all the way back to the surface and back to the belfry at the Undead Parish to buy one from Oswald. The pain. The Depths certainly isn't the level that most folk imagine when they think of Dark Souls at its best, but it still has that distinctive Dark Souls flavour throughout its tunnels and gates, and there are some really cool moments, like freeing Laurentius from the cook, nailing the channeler at the top of the Gaping Dragon boss arena, and that bit with the giant rat, I guess. That's pretty good. We have another level from Dark Souls 3 here, and a big one too, the Road of Sacrifices. Just beyond the Undead Settlement, past the Outrider Knights, awaits the long road of sacrifices, at the end of which lies Aldrich's Cathedral of the Deep. The first section puts you against the deceptively ferocious Corvian enemies, though you can avoid their violent transformation by just getting in there and killing them quick, though if you do allow them to sprout wings, these things are one of the hardest enemies in the game. For almost any enemy in the Souls games, if you choose to run away from them, you will get away, but the Corvians never stop chasing you, even on to the next portion of the level, the Crucifixion Woods. There's another wee Dark Souls reference here too, with a man-eater Mildred cameo who still has her signature butcher knife, though nearby there's a low-key fantastic other moment with a pair of rotten, hollowed dogs, one of whom is pregnant while its partner defends it. Great wee bit of environmental storytelling here, and very morbid too, as are most things in Dark Souls 3. As for the crucifixion woods portion, I actually do have a fundamental issue with it, and that is the sheer number of enemies here. Just like I said when discussing the Angel River back at number 110, I have a dislike of levels where there's a ton of weaker enemies roaming around. And the main culprit in this level is these crucifix carrying dudes. There's a lot of them, they don't feel enjoyable to fight, but rather they feel like a nuisance, impediments to prevent me from making my way through the level, rather than being interesting enemies to contend with. These dudes aren't everywhere though, because there's also a ruined section filled with sages, while the central portion is flooded with water at varying depths, and guarded by giant crabs, which are always a fun enemy, though if you try and cheese them by hitting them with ranged attacks from land, they just dive down below and restore literally all their health. Great. I also would have preferred if they didn't later respawn after being killed, because although their presence makes the act of walking around this large pond rather intense, it also makes it a bit of a pain in the arse, particularly in the sections where your mobility is limited. The Road of Sacrifices is a decent level with a lot of enemies and plenty of treasure to find, and it's a good size too, but there's just something about it that makes it feel a bit tedious to play through, and it's one of those things that's a bit difficult for me to put my finger on. At number 79, I have the Sunken Valley Passage, a wide open, expansive level of enormous statues, monkeys and, unfortunately, poison. At the end of the Sunken Valley Passage awaits the formidable Guardian Ape, who happens to be one of my all-time favourite bosses, but before that, got to get through the valley, which must be the most open level in the game. Places like Ashina Outskirts gives you great opportunities to utilise stealth and cunning, with many hiding spots and rooftops to grapple to, and then Ashina Castle has a much greater emphasis on rooftop traversal, over the samurai below and past the nightjars up above. But the Sunken Valley Passage is all about covering vast distances with big jumps and big grapples, from cliff to statue to monkey. The level is a true spectacle, and if it wasn't for Fountainhead Palace, this might just be the nicest looking place in the game, though the base of the valley isn't quite as easy on the eyes, with its poisonous swamp, and of course your mobility is hampered down here too. As for the main enemy of the area, as much as the monkeys are amusing to look at, I'm not the biggest fan of actually fighting them. Sekiro is at its best when it's putting you against formidable samurai, with extravagant, high damaging moves to learn, not when it has you fighting smaller beasts who are far easier to kill but greater in number. I have to mention the twin blade wielding monkeys at the base though, because these things look and feel incredible to fight, and this is the only place in the game where they appear too. The ones above have taken on certain human characteristics, with the way they even fire guns at you, but these things move and act in a far more uncanny manner, with a much greater degree of elegance and grace in their movements, and as such are far more engaging to fight. I kinda wish there were more of them in the game. Although I kinda praised the Sunken Valley Passage for its open environment, to be honest I also feel that this works a bit to its detriment. In denser levels I feel more of an urge to engage with the terrain and enemies and to seek out any treasures tucked away in all the nooks and crannies, but here it's all too easy to just make a beeline over to the sculptor's idol near the Guardian Ape arena, past the gun-toting monkeys, and so for as pretty as it may be, I don't find this level to be super engaging. All the way back at number 146, we had a level from Dark Souls 2's Crown of the Sunken King DLC, that being the Cave of the Dead, but here we have another, significantly better level from that DLC, with Dragon's Rest, the area leading directly up to the fight with Alana, Squalid Queen, and then Sin, Slumbering Dragon. The aesthetic of the place is very similar to that of the Dragon Sanctum before it, except here there's a much greater focus on verticality. I remember when I entered into the area and looked directly downward and being impressed as hell at the layout. It just looks really freaking sick, and you need to closely examine where you want to drop down, kind of like with the Great Hollow from Dark Souls 1, except things aren't quite so precarious here. Although you can simply drop down to the bottom fairly quickly to take on the boss, there are opportunities for exploration here for treasure, and there's even a bonfire hidden behind an illusory wall which is pretty fiendish, I must say. I can never remember exactly where it is though, and so I usually just hug the walls, hammering the X button. Dragon's Rest is also where you encounter your very first Drakeblood Knights, sporting one of the coolest armour sets in the game, not to mention their powerful swords, and in fact, they even went and gave the Drakeblood Knights a cameo in Dark Souls 3 where they can be summoned in at Archdragon Peak. I don't really have much more to say about Dragon's Rest because it's not a massive level, but I really appreciate how it differs from every other level in the game with its vertical layout, and the Drakeblood Knights make for one of the game's sickest enemies. I spoke about the Consumed King's Garden way back at number 124, that being a level that I had some appreciation for but which had some elements which made getting through it feel like an overly hectic chore. But now we have the Untended Graves, a hidden level lying just beyond the garden, beyond an illusory wall, situated behind a chest, just at the entrance to the Great Hollow. However, in comparison to that level, the Untended Graves is a far grimmer and darker affair. This isn't really a brand new level, of course, because its layout is essentially a copy of the Cemetery of Ash from far earlier, except here it's dark as hell and far more dangerous enemies lurk in the shadows. Instead of your fairly conventional hooded hollows from before, now Grave Wardens stalk the ruins. A very popular choice of weapon in Dark Souls 3 is the Sellsword Twin Blades, which are easily obtained near Faron Keep, but if you're after a weapon just like them with additional bleed damage, you can farm these enemies for the Warden's Twin Blades, which is something I did years ago, though the drop rate is really fucking low. It took a while. This first area is really nothing all that special, but I do like the section after the excellent Champion Gundyr fight where the hollows have been replaced with every variant of Black Knight, just like in the kiln of the First Flame from Dark Souls 1. Again though, there's really nothing that new here because you do see Black Knights here or there in other levels too, and the Untended Graves is essentially just an older level with a palette swap and different enemies, but it's the thick sense of unease and dread that pervades the level that I find so compelling, and this feeling is amplified even further upon entering the dark version of Firelink Shrine and talking to the handmaiden there. Her dialogue is creepy as hell and does a great job at hammering home that something here is very wrong and you should probably leave. Despite how much I love these games, I'm actually kind of clueless when it comes to the finer points of the lore, but I've always found the Untended Graves to be a fascinating place when considering the implications it has on the wider story, and that both the regular Firelink Shrine and the Dark One both seem to exist in the same plane of reality. It's not like you teleport to the Untended Graves, you simply walk into it from the Consumed King's Garden. Anyway, I'm rambling here, but to summarise, the Untended Graves is an interesting and effective way of reusing an older level, and I think it's a very interesting level in its own right, even if it doesn't really introduce anything new. Just a couple of entries ago I discussed Dragon's Rest, found within the Crown of the Sunken King DLC, but before that relatively short section, you have to fight through the Dragon's Sanctum. Aesthetically, it's very similar, largely composed of the same stone corridors and rooms, though gameplay wise there's a bigger focus on traps and trap deactivation here. There are many sections in Shulva Sanctum City where you need to hit objects to make parts of the level slide in or out, or up or down, and similar mechanics are present here, though on a smaller scale, like hitting pressure plates to raise or lower spikes, or to rotate a wall to expose an opening, or simply to open up an otherwise sealed door. And these pressure plates can be difficult to spot too, meaning you always need to be looking closely at the environment. It makes for excellent level design that feels rewarding as hell to play through. That's the kind of thing that makes people so praiseworthy of the DLCs when compared to many of the levels from the base game. I'll take the Dragon Sanctum over fucking Brightstone Cove Seldora any day of the week. But on the other hand, the DLCs did also introduce places like the Cave of the Dead, the memory of the Old Iron King, and the frigid outskirts, so perhaps our praise of the DLCs should be appropriately tempered. I actually used to really dislike the Dragon Sanctum, but that's because of a misunderstanding I had with another of its mechanics, this time related to the enemies, the Sanctum Knights. They originally appear in ghost form, where they're ridiculously tanky and just a nightmare to take down, and there are a bunch of these dudes scattered throughout the level. However, each ghost has a corresponding altar which, upon being destroyed, will render the Sanctum Knight fully vulnerable, and it'll stay like this even if you die and respawn. No idea how I missed this pretty obvious mechanic. I mean, the fucking altars are glowing red, for Christ's sake, but hey, never mind. I know now, and I think it's really great. It can even be worth doing a wild run through the level just to destroy all the altars so that the place is more manageable to get through the second time round. Good level with good mechanics, though I do think Shulva Sanctum City directly before it is a bit better. Mogwyn Palace is a bit of an outlier when compared to almost every other Elden Ring level in this list, in that it's kind of like 2 levels in one. First you have the large, open blood swamp section where you can even ride Torrent around, but then there's the mausoleum which plays out more like a regular level, and where Torrent is not permitted. I've always found the blood swamp section to be absolutely chaotic. Sadly, with it being a very late point in the game, there isn't a single unique enemy type to be found here. Yes, they do have a bloodier palette swap, but that's about it, and so expect a hell of a lot of Albinorics here, though they can be deceptively dangerous when they start cartwheeling around the joint, despite their rather foolish, froggy appearance. As much as I do love Elden Ring, I can find myself feeling a wee bit fatigued by this point in the game, and so I tend to have rather little desire to thoroughly explore the level, instead preferring to just ride through, dodging Albinorics and colossal skeletons to collect some of the items along the way before riding to the mausoleum. While I often can't be arsed with the blood swamp, there's no denying that it looks pretty freaking gnarly, though I have a bit less enthusiasm for the mausoleum. Traversing through this portion feels a bit more conventional and uninteresting, and the overwhelming presence of exploding putrid corpses really doesn't do much to make it feel particularly engaging, because these don't really feel like interesting enemies, they feel like walking hazards to be avoided. The Sanguine Nobles are extremely cool though, especially the way they rise out of the ground from pools of blood, but even so, this is another level I usually just feel like sprinting through so as to get to Moog, though not before grabbing the sombre ancient dragon smithing stone and then getting absolutely annihilated by 20 Albinorics. Worth it. For as downright dangerous an area as it may be, you can access the catacombs extremely early on if you're bold enough. In fact, you can descend down into its dark, bony depths before even setting foot in the Undead Burg if you really want, though short of doing a dash through it to pick up some treasure and weapons, the catacombs is best left till later on. There's just way too much stuff that can kill you down here. Personally, I almost always wait until after getting the Lord Vessel. Then I go down, so that after beating Pinwheel I can go directly down into the Tomb of the Giants, but on my latest playthrough of the game I tried going down much earlier, before even visiting Blighttown, and I regretted pretty much every minute of it. I died so fucking much, particularly to the Bone Wheels just before Pinwheel, and even after beating the boss, you just need to double back to Firelink Shrine anyway, because you can only proceed so far without the Lord Vessel. All that grumbling aside though, the Catacombs is a good level that is remarkably intricate. I've lost count of how many times I've passed through it, but I swear there's still parts of it that I've never even seen, and it took a good few playthroughs before I came across Blacksmith Vamos, because there's just a lot of well hidden shit down here, not to mention well guarded shit. The number of skeletons can get really overwhelming, so much so that it can be difficult to even run by them, though I do like the mechanic where the skeletons will actually stay dead after the associated necromancer is defeated, and I also like how the necromancers don't respawn, making it that bit easier to wade through the sea of skeletons on subsequent runs through the level. The bone wheel bit at the bottom is pure cancer though. I have no love for these things. They stink here and they stink in the Painted World. They did later bring these enemies back in both Dark Souls 2 and 3, but only briefly in either case, and they weren't as overpowered there. Let's continue on with another Dark Souls 3 level, and a fairly early game one too, coming right after the High Wall of Lothric, after being flown in with the help of those Anor Londo demons. The High Wall was a sizable opening level in its own right to be sure, with loads of exploration, optional sections to explore and alternate routes through the level, but honestly, I think the Undead Settlement has to have it beaten in size and even complexity, though perhaps its rough and rickety aesthetic lends itself to how intricate it feels when you're moving through it. An awesome detail right from the very start is how you can clearly see the giant archer in the distant tower, firing arrows down upon the undead villagers. I guess this might have been obvious to a lot of people, but I'm not exaggerating when I say I never noticed that he's visible here until like my 7th fucking playthrough or something. Speaking of the undead villagers, they are of course the most common enemy type here, and there's a hell of a lot of them too, though unlike the Crucifix Hollows in the Road of Sacrifices, I find these enemies to be much more enjoyable to fight. In fact, their animations kinda remind me of the Yharnamites from Bloodborne, albeit with much less personality. This is also the first time you'll see an Evangelist, whose design is taken straight out of Berserk. Definitely one of my favourite Dark Souls 3 enemies, especially with her downright terrifying dialogue as she immolates herself before going in for a motherly hug. huge level though, and pretty early on you're presented with two completely different routes to take through it. Either forward through the rotten town, or across the bridge and into the barn where swarms of thralls await. As an enemy, the thralls are fine with an interesting enough design, but they do appear a tad too frequently in Dark Souls 3, which is why it always confused me why FromSoft essentially just gave them a reskin and then brought them back for Elden Ring, except they're called imps there. If it wasn't for the imps, I might even have placed the subterranean shunning grounds a few places higher, but alas, here we are. The Undead Settlement is a bit of an anomalous level for me to talk about because when I take all of its excellent attributes into consideration, and the many great moments like when you make peace with the giant archer, or take down the flaming demon alongside Sigurd, or the formidable new enemies it introduces, it seems like a level that I should love, perhaps deserving of a spot in the top 30 rather than the top 80, but you know what? I just don't really love it. I love the High Wall of Lothric, and I love the Cathedral of the Deep, but the bit in between with the Undead Settlement and the Road of Sacrifices, meh. Well, although they're far from bad, and although they tick a lot of the right boxes, they kinda leave me feeling a bit hollow. For the vast majority of Dark Souls 2 players, the Forest of Fallen Giants will be their first proper level out of Majula, though I have been known to pay my respects to the Tower of Flame beforehand, because I love the Tower of Flame. But as for the Forest of Fallen Giants, my position is that while I don't have a great deal of affection for it, I do respect it enough, especially as an early game area. The start is actually pretty freaking brutal, to be honest, because you've got one of those massive ogres on the prowl who are dreadful to fight at the best of times, but a goddamn nightmare when your ADP is really low, and plus you only start with one Estus flask, so not fun times. I remember getting Dark Souls 2 the day it came out, expecting to already be a pro at the game after having finished the first game a bunch of times, but then I got to the Forest of Fallen Giants only to spend the next 25 minutes dying at just this starting area, either to the ogre or to the groups of infantry. I sucked. After this though, the level becomes quite impressive with how some sections branch out, and with the optional parts, like the cave with Kale the Cartographer, or that bit with mild-mannered Pate. I also really like how certain portions of the level are locked off until after you beat the last giant who drops the soldier's key, allowing you to not only progress onwards to fight the pursuer unless you manage to nail him earlier that is, but also access further optional sections like that dark corridor with the skeletons which spits you out at a different outdoor section with a fucking army of ironclads. Perhaps if the Forest of Fallen Giants didn't have quite so many ambush encounters, I'd like it a bit more, but for an early game level there are some parts with an awful lot of enemies that aren't too much fun to play through. Even on my most recent playthrough I was surprised at how many times I died here at the start, but ambushes aside, you could do a lot worse than the Forest of Fallen Giants. There's some cool places, treasures and characters here that really reward you for exploring. And right off the back of the Forest of Fallen Giants, we have another level that I actually look upon very similarly. And in fact, we even get to the level directly after the forest, though there is an alternate route to the Bastille from No Man's Wharf, which starts you off at a completely different part of the level. Although I've placed the Lost Bastille just ahead of the Forest of Fallen Giants, in truth I don't really think one is much better or worse than the other, and so consider numbers 70 and 71 to be interchangeable. This is another large level, though instead of being a bright green forest, it's a dismal, sprawling dungeon. Largely populated by royal swordsmen, dogs and rupturing hollows, though if you start off at the part after you fly in from the forest, then one of the first enemies you see is an undead jailer whose design heavily inspired the brick trolls from Bloodborne, which came out just 1 year after Dark Souls 2. To be honest, while I do find it really interesting and pretty damn cool that there are two totally different ways of getting to the Lost Bastille, I don't quite understand why they did this. It's a nice feature and all, but it just feels unnecessary. I remember finally making it to the end of No Man's Wharf, beating the Flexile Sentry and activating the ship to who knows where, only for it to take me to a level I'd already been to and explored hours ago. Also, a really weird aspect of the Scholar of the First Sin version of the game is that it straight up just gives you the dull ember right from the start, which I just don't understand. In the vanilla version, you only found this key item later on in the Iron Keep, and then had to return it to Macduff so as to be allowed to infuse weapons with different elements. It was just a simple wee side quest. But in Scholar, they just give it to you immediately upon entering the level from the forest. I mean, you might as well just do away with the item altogether if you're just going to hand it to me on a silver platter. An aspect of the Scholar of the First Sin version that I absolutely love though is how frequently the Pursuer turns up. The Pursuer is one of my favourite bosses in the game, and I just love fighting him, either in a boss arena or out in the field of battle. And so every time I saw this cursed knight rising out of the ground in a cloud of dark mist, I was thrilled. I counted 4 separate instances of him appearing throughout the Lost Bastille, though it's possible that I missed another occurrence or two, because this level really is pretty damn sizable, with a bunch of hidden sections that are very easy to skip over if you're not exploring very thoroughly. As with many of Dark Souls 2's levels, it also introduces a couple of new characters, one being Lucatiel of Mirror and the other being Strayed of Olafis, who's just a delightfully unapologetic dickhead for no reason. Fuck you, Strayed, but also you're pretty cool, I guess. The Artorias of the Abyss DLC starts out with a fierce battle against the Sanctuary Guardian, and then onto the Sanctuary Garden, where our beloved mushroom grandmother Elizabeth awaits. But just ahead of this, in the Royal Wood, is where the exploration aspect of the DLC truly begins. Mind you, it's not like the Royal Wood is a completely fresh new level, because the area you're exploring here is supposed to be the past version of Darkroot Garden, with different inhabitants and a more fragmented terrain in many places, and also a big dragon flying around, let's not forget that. For as unexpectedly charming as I've always found the gardener enemies to be, with the way they just go about their business when you're not around, tending the land and idly snipping away at trees with their tools, I've never totally loved actually fighting them, though I've also never found the bush enemies of Darkroot Garden to be all that fun either. The Stone Guardians, on the other hand, are one of the coolest enemies in the game. Big, heavy, chunky visual design, and a huge weapon with earth-shakingly impactful strikes. They do a lot to make the Royal Wood an engaging place to explore. Although the Royal Wood is heavily based on Darkroot Garden, I've always found it to feel way different to move around in, to the extent that if I hadn't been told that it was based on an earlier level, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell. Its open landscape also makes it feel very different from most other Dark Souls levels, especially the more constricted, winding ones like the Undead Burg and the Painted World, and it makes it feel quite unique to explore, collecting pieces of the Stone Guardian set, fleeing from farmers, and moving ever closer towards the legendary boss fight with Artorias. A big portion of Bloodborne is actually completely optional, like Old Yarnum, the Healing Church Workshop, Hemlet Charnel Lane, the Nightmare Frontier, and Forsaken Castle Cainhurst, and as well as that we have Upper Cathedral Ward, accessible via the Healing Church Workshop, after grabbing the quite well tucked away key in Yahar'gul. The opening beats are quite dazzling because although it has Cathedral Ward in its name, this level is very different in character and atmosphere compared to the ground level. Speaking of which, you can see down to the ground from this bridge to that central section with the Chapel Giants. Enemy wise, there are a couple of church servants at the start and one with a sweet blue scythe guarding the entrance, but one of the most anomalous aspects of the level are the multitudes of crawling celestial larvae, with this being the only place in the game where they appear. Although they can attack you, you really shouldn't ever be taking damage from them unless you were really asking for it. But rather than this making me think less of them as an enemy, it kind of makes me appreciate them more. It's like having a moving decoration which can harm you if you let it, but is more there to be observed and to set the level apart from all the others. The actual interior is a bit less fun and interesting though. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a gimmick level, but it's for sure the darkest place in the game, with a whole lot of brain suckers roaming around, not to mention the blue-eyed variants of the Scourge beasts which are unique to Upper Cathedral Ward. Of course, this is not the first place you have seen the brain suckers, though in all other levels they only serve as isolated tricky enemies at creepy corners of various levels, but here they're the main enemy, and thanks to their ability to paralyse and the pervading darkness, it makes for some tense and occasionally obnoxious encounters. Never mind all the bloody enemies though, never mind all the sucking and fucking.
And he's much better at sucking and fucking.
Because my favourite moment in this level is when you step into the outdoor area and see the standing corpse frozen in the make contact gesture beneath that livid purple sky. One of the things Bloodborne does best is bloody, messy, visceral, bestial combat, but another thing it does extraordinarily well is that creepier cosmic horror, that more anomalous horror concerned with what might lurk in the outer spheres, and the best level at presenting this is Upper Cathedral Ward, with its constant atmosphere of ambiguous weirdness, complemented superbly by its eerie soundtrack. At number 68, I have picked the Ritual Path from Demon's Souls, the second level of the Shrine of Storms. The first level of the Shrine of Storms is quite a goddamn spectacle, and especially distinctive when compared to the rest of the worlds, though I guess you could say that about every Demon's Souls world. Whereas most of that first level places you in bright outdoor sections though, the second is far more dark and constricted in nature, though it does have parts where you briefly step outside again before instantly wishing you were back inside after a close encounter with a pair of golden skeletons, obnoxiously complemented with a few magic projectiles from a nearby storm beast. The final part of the level is what's most burned in my mind because as far as I know this is the best soul farming spot in the game, and also you can farm the Reapers for Moon Shadestone. Demon's Souls really isn't a game where you should have to do much soul farming if any, but it certainly does feel gratifying taking out just one enemy and having everything else in the area die too. Another thing that makes this first part so memorable is the encounter with Patches, with this being the very first instance of getting absolutely booted down a hole. Look at Patch's dumb face here. Jesus, I hate his face. He literally looks like the woman from that meme. I think most people are all on board with this part of the level, but it's the parts afterwards that I know a lot of folk have a bit of a problem with, having you fight more Reapers and Shadow Workers, and there's even one that can go invisible. Even though it can be a pain, it's really not that bad, especially when you get so well rewarded by killing the Reapers, and so I've never had much of a problem here. Also, the room with the phosphorescent slugs is probably in my top 10 list of most beautiful Soulsborne areas. This room is absolutely stunning to look at, especially in the remake, and even though you can simply sprint straight through it and onto the old hero if you want, I think it does a lot to make the Ritual Path more memorable as a level. What is a bit of a shame is that there is not a single shortcut anywhere in the level, meaning that if you die, you gotta play through every inch of it all over again, which can get rather grating. So just warning you, the next 3 entries are from Elden Ring and they're all very similar, being castle levels. Usually castles are exactly my thing, but the game does have a few that, while still being decent enough, aren't quite up to my usual standards. Anyway, at number 67 we have Stormvale Castle, which is commonly agreed to be one of the weakest levels in Elden Ring. This level sucks, pathetic. Just joking, calm down. At number 67 we have Redmane Castle, the minor legacy dungeon leading up to the intense boss fight with Radahn, Scourge of the Stars. Redmane Castle was a confusing one for me on my first playthrough because if you come here too early there is no option to fight Radahn, but then you get to play through the castle as normal. The bridge to the castle is fiercely guarded by scores of Redmane soldiers and a troll, and conditions inside are just as intense with both knights and soldiers defending the battlements, towers and base, and there's even an abductor virgin prowling around. This was actually the very first time I'd seen one of these enemies on that first playthrough, and I loved how it just slowly wheeled from around the corner, very intimidating stuff. But the boss here is just a double fight against a Crucible Knight and a Leonine Misbegotten, and then the level's done. If you come back later though, after progressing far enough through Ranni's questline, telling E.G. about Jeren, or simply after reaching the Altus Plateau, then the castle becomes completely devoid of enemies, and a lot of it is inaccessible, in that you no longer have the ability to even open doors, and it's pretty weird. This is all in anticipation of the Radahn festival of course, but still it's never quite sat too comfortably with me how the level was treated here, and then after beating Radahn, if you come back later, the castle's back to its original guarded state, all a bit odd. Number 67 out of 147 really ain't a bad placement in the list, but the reason I don't have Redmane Castle somewhat higher is that it doesn't feel all that different to the other castles in the game. If you took away all the adornments like the hanged soldiers and hanging weapons, then it'd be difficult to tell it apart from places like Castle Morn and Castle Sol. And speaking of which, presenting Castle Sol. This is an optional minor legacy dungeon in a distant corner of the mountaintops of the Giants, though it is mandatory if you want to pay a visit to the consecrated snowfields and beyond, being the place where the second half of the Haligtree secret medallion is kept. The opening beats of the castle on the journey make for pretty awesome moments, because you'll need to do battle with a Deathrite bird before arriving here, and also right outside the castle is a walking mausoleum, always nice to see. And then inside you're greeted with not 1, not 2, but 3 lion guardians. Actually, no, there's only 2 of them, sorry. The interior of the castle does feel sort of desolate though, in a sense, with the fact that the main enemies are ghost type creatures, being able to teleport around and stuff, though there are some bothersome animals roaming around too. While this is a solid enough castle level, the only thing that really differentiates it from the other castles is that it's snowier and with more ghosts. But again, just like with Redmane, it feels kind of interchangeable, and this isn't helped with the fact that there's nothing new here. None of the enemies are really new. You'll have seen a number of the Lion Guardians by this point, and even the level boss is just a more challenging reskin of Commander O'Neill. And so while I do like the concept of this remote castle and its snowy atmosphere, I tend to get a wee bit fatigued actually exploring it. And here we have yet another minor legacy dungeon castle from Elden Ring, Castle Morn, found on the southernmost tip of the lands between on the Weeping Peninsula. I somehow nearly entirely missed the Weeping Peninsula on my first Elden Ring playthrough, and only really discovered it after I saw someone mention it in some comment section and had no idea what they were talking about. Though to be fair, you never actually need to even set foot in the region, and nor are you ever really directed towards it. Right after crossing the Bridge of Sacrifices, you will come across Irina, a blind young woman who asks you to visit Castle Morn, further to the south, to convince her father to leave his post now that the servants have rebelled, killing their masters and piling their bodies high. Indeed, upon getting to the castle, conditions are pretty goddamn grisly, with hordes of hideous misbegotten creatures having butchered nearly all the humans, save a few remaining soldiers on the higher levels, and Irina's father who, despite the surrounding carnage, seems like quite a nice chap. Again, actually traversing the castle all feels quite familiar for the most part, though at the same time you'll almost certainly encounter Castle Morn long before getting to Redmane Castle or Castle Sol, and so things still feel quite fresh and interesting at this point. Especially in the later portion of the level where you climb down onto the beach with the jellyfish and the giant crab before doing battle with the Leonine Misbegotten who's guarding the castle's relic weapon, the grafted greatsword, the design of which I've always thought looked kind of dumb, to be honest, even if the idea of it is pretty cool. Just like the previous two castles I've discussed, Castle Morn is a decent level with some interesting attributes, but it's just not quite distinctive enough to make it into the big leagues. We're back with another Demon Souls level, though this is the first one I've mentioned so far that's from my favourite of the game's 5 worlds, that being Boletaria, and the level is the King's Tower, culminating in a fierce encounter with Old King Allant. The level's shortness really is the only reason why I haven't placed it higher too, because there's some really great moments packed in here. You start off fighting the Black Phantom, human versions of Boletaria's 3 other demons, one wielding a tower shield, of course meant to represent the Tower Knight, one with a penetrating sword meant to represent the, you guessed it, Penetrator, and one with a white bow who is meant to represent the Phalanx, somehow. Really great encounter, especially the way it all takes place just ahead of the skewered bloody body of a dead dragon. From here you've got the stairs section that's damn lousy with Red Knights which, despite how much more complex and intense the movesets of these games would get in the future, still intimidate the hell out of me, but from this point in the level onwards it gets far less conventional and even, dare I say, gimmicky with how the focus becomes to time your way through the bursts of dragon fire. I briefly and bravely endeavoured to take down the blue dragon here with a few arrows from my white bow before realising that I'd literally be here for about 10 to 15 minutes, just like with the bear bug from the Tunnel City and just like with the red dragon from the Lord's Path. I don't think I'll bother. As for the next dragon section, it's a rare example of a moment that I love, but I also think is shit. It looks fucking incredible, especially in the remake, and it's a scene that FromSoft would later repeat to an extent with the Dragon Bridge in Dark Souls 3. However, what doesn't look so good is Bjorn aimlessly strafing left and right, just allowing himself to be bathed in flames and doing nothing to attack despite clearly being armed with a crossbow. And it's also funny how he only takes 13 damage per hit. It all just feels quite off. And it feels even more so with how stunning the remake looks, because the enhanced visuals magnify the shortcomings of the game's AI, which of course received no enhancement in the remake. And apart from an encounter with Ostrava, that's about all there is to the King's Tower. It's not a large level, but it is dense with great combat and these roaring draconic scenes, and I like it. Well, here we go with one that I'm sure might come as a surprise to many with its quite favourable placement, because it is literally one massive poison swamp. It's the king of poison swamps. And what's more is that your mobility is slowed down at the thicker parts of it. As such, I completely understand why some people would detest it, particularly if the presence of even a modestly sized poison swamp is a deal breaker for you. But myself personally, I think Fahrenkeep is pretty great. For a start, this level is absolutely massive and filled to the bloody brim with treasures and secrets and poison, yes, but think of all the riches. I'll be honest and say that yes, it can be very difficult to navigate your way around Fahrenkeep, perhaps even more so than other confusing Soulsborne levels like the Nightmare Frontier and Forbidden Woods, because most of this level isn't even composed of paths, but rather it's mostly very open, and so the main features that help tell one section apart from another are the ruins, trees, enemies and the raised sections leading to the flames which must be snuffed out to open the way forward to the Abyss Watchers. Even so, I kind of like getting lost here, and I like how it really leans into the whole poison swamp thing, because despite how brown and grey and sludgy and slimy it all looks, I think it still succeeds in looking really great with the weird growths hanging from the trees and the roaming packs of monsters and beasts. The level is dangerous as hell for sure. These 3 enemies are only to be found in Fahrenkeep, and they make for some of the most intense encounters in the game. For a start, they have great range, but even when their attacks whiff, a bunch of homing red skull things get sent out, executioner glove style, and so while you're dodging the projectiles, the monster is gearing up for its next attack. As well as these things though, there are a lot of Grues, who I'm not quite so big a fan of, though they can certainly be a challenge, especially the unarmed ones who like to go in for that crazy grab attack. It's the wee hidden parts of Fahrenkeep that really elevate it for me though, like how you can find the body of Elizabeth from Dark Souls 1 and get the golden scroll and Dusk set, and then there's that crazy bit with the 3 tree monsters who I didn't actually fight in this footage because I was too afraid, but they drop the black bow of Faris from Dark Souls 1 and Faris' hat, which I think is pretty damn neat. I'm not saying I love the act of actually navigating my way around the swamp, especially when you're just trying to locate the 3 flames to open the door and can't find the last one, but despite its elements which lead to most folk not liking it, I think there's quite a lot to like here. You know me, I love a good castle level. Old Candle Type 1A digs a castle or two, and indeed after passing through the Shrine of Winter, you emerge out on the other side to see Drang Lake Castle in the distance, making for a rather impressive and intimidating sight. Not as impressive as Anor Londo from the first game, no, but still pretty cool castle, and a particularly well guarded castle too, may I say, guarded by Mastodons, Royal Swordsmen and Cyan Knights, one of whom must be defeated near to each of the 2 golem statues so as to imbue them with their soul to open the castle door. Conditions within the castle are initially rather calm, and there's even the Chancellor here to welcome you, who, by the way, you need to engage in dialogue with 9 fucking times before he'll let you buy stuff from him, which is a hell of a design decision. Many levels in Dark Souls 2 have their quirks or gimmicks, and I guess Drang Lake Castle's is that it's filled with statues, many of whom will come to life as you walk by, meaning you always need to be on your guard, though this is used somewhat interestingly in the hall with the 6 golem doors where you can pick which door you want to open by killing an enemy near one, except there's a bunch of ruined sentinels behind them, which as you can imagine can get profoundly problematic. I guess shit like this is what makes Drang Lake Castle quite interesting and engaging to get through. It's that there's really nothing that conventional about it. It's filled with deceptions, living statues, bizarre trap rooms, pools of acid, paintings that curse you just by standing near them, the executioner's chariot horse again, and a long, long elevator. Moving through it does feel a little bit jarring at times because it doesn't exactly have the most believable layout for a castle, but it's always interesting with lots of enemy variety and engaging level mechanics. The Catacombs of Carthus ranked fairly low in my list at number 116, and while the main reason for this was its rather tiresome grid-based layout, its general aesthetic also didn't do all that much to inspire me. But after taking down Wolnir and emerging out of the catacombs, you enter out into the most stunning level in all of Dark Souls 3. It's Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. As soft and glimmering as this ethereal lunar scene may be though, the reality of Irithyll is far harsher, and this is something that is nearly immediately hammered home when you cross the bridge into the city, triggering a brutal encounter with a Sylvan beast. Even when I know this thing is coming, it still scares the shit out of me. I have to be totally honest here. I must be honest. I think Irithyll looks significantly better than it actually plays. I definitely think it's a good level, but I don't think it's great. Certainly not as great as I expected after seeing how great it looked. It's another one of those cases where it's a bit hard for me to pin down exactly why this is, but I think the main choice of enemy might have something to do with it. The point of knights and witches are excellent, very swift and challenging with long sweeping combos, plus ranged projectiles to add to the pressure of combat encounters when you're fighting more than one at a time, but I'm really not a fan of the semi-invisible enemies all over the place. Yet again we have a case where there's a lot of them and their movesets aren't interesting enough to make them enjoyable to fight, and so I saw them more as nuisances who kept getting in the fucking way when I was trying to nail the actually decent enemies and just get through the level, through the streets and cramped alleys. Still, there are some really great moments here, like when you drop down onto the shallow lake, which again looks fantastic, and if you didn't kill the Sullivan's beast on the bridge, then it will flop down onto the lake and stalk you down here. I think the second portion of Irithyll, just before Anor Londo, is a bit more enjoyable than the first with all the trolls, some of whom are asleep while others are stone dead. This makes for a pretty awesome combat scene, especially with the inclusion of the two Drang fighters, though the mass of deacons sending fireballs at you from above is kind of irritating. Never have been a big fan of the whole concept of keep moving or you will take damage and or die. When you first get to Anor Londo, while the entrance to the Duke's Archives is tantalisingly close, it is in fact sealed off by a barrier of golden light, but after getting the Lord Vessel from my sweet queen, and then placing it back in Firelink Shrine, the golden barriers are removed, and the residence of Seath the Scaleless can be entered then explored. It makes for a pretty intimidating entrance too, as you're set upon by the other two of the game's 3 Fangbores, though these ones can't be backstabbed, which ends up making them far more awkward to deal with. The actual interior of the archives makes for a very inspired and potentially confusing level with its focus on navigation via the revolving staircases. I have to admit that I got hopelessly lost in here back in my very first playthrough, before eventually finding my way forward towards the Crystal Caves, though the presence of the Crystal Hollows everywhere certainly didn't help me in my efforts towards finding the exit, particularly when they were buffed up by a channeler. Have to say, I'm really not a big fan of this hollow variant. Thematically they're very appropriate for the level, but I just think they look a wee bit lame, especially when compared to the much cooler crystal golems nearby. The channelers are great though. I mean, they can be pretty annoying, sure, but if they weren't here in the Duke's Archives, this place would have far less personality. Of course, they went and repeated the teleporting enemy idea to some extent in Dark Souls 3 and the Grand Archives, though the Crystal Sage in that level is way more of a pain in the arse than these channelers. The level does do one weird thing I've never quite been on board with though, when it nearly forces you to get killed by Seath before transporting you to the prison upon death, whereupon you can work your way down, defeating the fish maidens along the way, I know that's not their actual name, and then grab the key and then get out. The prison section is fine, but it's the forced death part with Seath that's the real dick move. If you have a Ring of Sacrifice on, all good, but if it's your first time playing the game, how would you know? And yes, you can actually exit back out the fog wall, but considering you can't do this anywhere else in the game, and considering that you won't yet understand that this is an unwinnable encounter, why would anyone try to back out the fog wall? I'm all for high difficulty, but I'm not quite so big a fan of unfairness, though I shan't belabour the point anymore, it's not like it ruins the game or anything. Compared to Lost Izalith and the Tomb of the Giants, the Duke's Archives is a significantly better level, though it doesn't quite reach the heights, or should I say depths, of New Londo. I think the Iron Keep is a pretty great level, but something that always made it that bit more enjoyable for me is how much better it is than the levels directly before it, those being Harvest Valley and Earthen Peak, and neither of which I am a fan of. But all that poison gets washed away as you ascend the lift to the Iron Keep, a fortress of fire and steel. Way back in last place at number 147, I had the memory of the old Iron King, a level which I consider to be irredeemably terrible. However, if you were to ask me which other Dark Souls 2 level has the most in common with it, I'd probably say the other shitty optional DLC areas, which also ranked terribly. But I'd also say Iron Keep, because this level is also lousy with Alon Knights and Alon Captains, and they are just as nimble and dangerous. The main difference is the Iron Keep has an actual layout with interesting enemies and mechanics and secrets. I absolutely must mention the Scholar of the First Sin though. See, back in vanilla Dark Souls 2 and before the DLCs were out, the Iron Keep was probably my favourite level in the game. I loved its aesthetic and layout, and for as much as they would later piss me off in the memory of the old Iron King, the Alon Knights are a fantastic enemy, but when I played the Scholar of the First Sin version and got to the Iron Keep, oh boy was I not prepared for what they'd done to the place. This was always a difficult area with a lot of enemies, but there are so many fucking knights in here now. I'm talking way too many, and that's not a good thing. See, personally, when I first get to any level, I'll always try and clear it conventionally, progressively taking out the enemies and exploring and collecting the items and stuff, and if I die, then I'll just try again. But if I succeed in doing all that and then die to the boss, well, like fuck am I going to play through the whole part before the boss conventionally again. I want to make a beeline for the fog wall, but then Dark Souls 2 says no. And then Scholar of the First Sin went no. We shall make it so that there are so many enemies that it's only barely feasible that you can run through the place alive. And let's not forget that there are no iframes when opening doors or passing through fog walls. Anyway, I didn't mean for this to turn into a larger critique of the game or anything, but my point is that they made Iron Keep way more of a ball ache than it needed to be. It's not insanely hard or anything, but now it just hurts more than it ought to, more than it used to, and that's a shame. Even so, I still think the Iron Keep is pretty sick, especially the vanilla version, and I always look forward to making it here. We're right back to Demon Souls again, and it's the other level from Stonefang Tunnel, the smithing grounds. Being from the same world, the level does of course share many of the same attributes with the Tunnel City, which follows it, boasting the same stone-scaled minor enemies, complemented by the occasional fat official, though what I prefer about the smithing grounds is that it's not quite so labyrinthine. There aren't so many tight tunnels, and nor is there any perilous jumping from ledge to ledge to get down to the bloody boss. Regarding those minor enemies, I've actually never been a great lover of fighting them because using anything other than magic or a weapon with pierce damage feels awful. I mean, you should definitely have at least one mailbreaker in your inventory by this point from the gates of Boletaria, but even so, I've never liked how I'm heavily encouraged to switch from whichever weapon I want to upgrade to use a mailbreaker. And there are tons of these minors too, plus they're very dangerous in groups, and that's why I find it so deflating when I take the time to deal with them, only to get literally 3 souls per kill. That sucks. It's really not the actual enemies that make the smithing grounds for me, though I am partial to a fat official or two. But rather it's the level design. It just plays really well with its elevator shortcut that also allows access down to Ed below, and then you have the molten iron section that you can't initially get to, but then you activate the water mechanism and now that earlier section of the level is accessible. It's all quite conventional, but it feels good and makes the level feel satisfying to move through. And while I'm not the biggest fan of the minors, another aspect of the level that's undeniably satisfying is collecting all those precious upgrade materials. It feels great finishing up the level with a bag full of hardstone and sharpstone shards and then handing them off to Stockpile Thomas because they're taking up about half your fucking storage capacity. After entering into Michaela's Haligtree from the consecrated snowfields and then fighting the true Loretta rather than her spirit like we did before at Caria Manor, you enter a new area which, despite being so damn late in the game, still managed to make me gasp with pleasure. It's Elfale, Brace of the Haligtree. Seriously, the way these flying buttresses and towers over the sea come into view as you descend the stairway is incredible. Sacre bleu. Just the damn scale of this completely optional area, which I'm sure many early players completely missed. There's a bizarre but really interesting juxtaposition of the normal and the putrid found in Elfale, with human knights fighting side by side with putrid avatars, while chambers hosting putrid crystallians lie adjacent to rooms guarded by clean-wrought knights, armed with spears and halo scythes, all while rancid royal revenants stalk the streets below, not to mention the grotesque kindred of rot which lurk deeper within the roots, bathing in pools of red rot. Elfale is clearly incredibly fucked up, as is the case with everything associated with the Scarlet Rot, but even so, it's kind of beautiful, or at least it is on the surface, and to me, that's thematically very compelling. For as interesting as it may be though, the fatigue really can set in once you get here, and that's because enemy-wise it doesn't bring anything new to the table. By this point you've already seen so many soldier variants, clean rot knights, putrid avatars, putrid crystallians and kindred of rot that even though the environment is enjoyable and quite varied to navigate through, the combat isn't all that interesting. Oh, it's difficult, to be sure, unreasonably so in some places, but it's nothing you haven't seen or done already. Also, for as much as I sort of enjoyed the Lake of Rot, just one was quite enough thanks. I really didn't need another one from Soft. One of the most striking levels in the game for sure, and one with quite a complex layout with its different elevations and its increased focus on platforming when compared to most other legacy dungeons, but I definitely think there was some missed potential here. I discussed Angel River way back at number 110, and while I really didn't have much to say about the level that was particularly negative, it just wasn't noteworthy or impressive enough to score all that favourably. But at the end of Angel River lies the true destination, the other eternal city, and one which you are guided towards by Lunar Princess Ranni. It's Noxtella. There were certainly a good few ferocious ants in the cave system leading up to the city, but here Nox warriors can be seen riding around on the ants as if they were horses, though as Yuli the Witch pointed out in one of her many excellent and informative videos, the ants aren't actually tamed in any conventional sense here, but rather they're under some sort of spell which can even be broken if you dismount the Nox Rider. Very cool detail. Around half of Noxtella doesn't really differ massively to the Ul Palace ruins and cave system which came directly before it, being home to more ants, though especially more silver tears, though now with an additional lightning aspect which they did not have in Nokron. But the other portion of the level is far more architecturally refined with bridges and various chambers. To actually traverse through this portion really is very straightforward, but it looks absolutely stunning, especially against the gorgeous backdrop, looking very cosmic and astral thanks to the concentration of glowing, twinkling particles suspended in the air to resemble a sort of false sky. I'm a really big fan of the enemies in Noxtella too. The Nox enemies are great to fight with their odd, flowing weapons, but even the silver tears are enjoyable to deal with despite just being dumb blobs. And that's because if you nail one, they'll now explode to deal damage to the others surrounding them, which can lead to incredibly cathartic chain reactions of carnage and runes. But then you have the silver spheres, which are unaccountably terrifying to me. There's something about giving a large shape, sentience, and aggression that I really like. It just gets to me when I see this massive thing slowly rolling my way, especially at this bridge which it's basically patrolling, and you hear it before you see it. Too spooky for me, mate, again. Now, historically, I've treated Old Yharnam quite unfairly. I mean, I say historically, but it was actually just a few weeks ago. But again, look, Old Yharnam, I admit that I've been a bit of a dickhead, and I apologise. But even so, I'm not going to put you any higher than number 55, let's not get too carried away here. Even though it seems like a mandatory area with its scale and significance to the larger story of the city of Yharnam, this is a completely optional level. You need to go here if you want to unlock the door to the Healing Church workshop, and if you want to take a trip down into the Chalice dungeons, but it's not at all required to beat the game. Even so, you probably should pay a visit to Old Yharnam because there's a lot of history down here, and despite having been set ablaze who knows how long ago by the powder keg hunters, burning embers are still ubiquitous throughout the ruined landscape, giving the lost city a distinctly smouldering, smoky atmosphere. This is complemented all the more by its beasts who look quite different to the newer wave of beasts plaguing central Yharnam and beyond, with these ones being smaller and more poisonous in nature, though you do see some larger scourge beasts further ahead in the town section. My main gripe with Old Yharnam before was the presence of Jura, who is armed with a fixed Gatling gun atop a distant tower. Don't get me wrong, extremely cool character, though the steps required to actually be able to speak to him in a civil manner are a tad convoluted, but if you deign to advance further into the city despite his warnings to the contrary, he'll begin firing down at you, meaning you really don't have much time or space to explore a lot of the level. Honestly though, this was a pretty lame gripe, because all you really need to do is just climb the tower and kill him, or befriend him after nailing Dark Beast Parle, after which you can grab the items without having to rush around quite so much. Also, Jura isn't present at all in the second portion of the level, which I much prefer to the first. The atmosphere is even thicker and smokier here. Old Yharnam isn't a level I especially look forward to when starting any fresh Bloodborne playthrough, but it's a good bloody level nonetheless, and no playthrough really feels complete without exploring it before taking on the blood-starved beast. By the time you reach the Nightmare of Mensis, it's fairly likely you'll already have visited the Nightmare Frontier a bit earlier, and so you might have a decent idea of what to expect here, but in my humble opinion, the Nightmare of Mensis makes for a far more interesting and varied level. Things do start off rather similar, with the same grey, craggy atmosphere, but it's not long before some actual structures come into view, which is right around the time where you might start to feel a bit alarmed at the fact that your frenzy meter is rapidly building up. And it might not even be initially obvious why. Of course, the elevated distant chamber glowing red is housing the rotten brain of Mensis, the mere sight of which causes your character to take damage and rapidly go mad. And while I may not be the biggest fan of the frenzy mechanic, I simply must concede that this is an awesome use of it. A nice and helpful touch here is that the enemies in the area also take damage, making it possible to bait them out into the open and watch their health rapidly tick down. As for the interior and upper levels of the Nightmare, this is where the level gains even more of a distinctive aesthetic and personality, progressively throwing more nightmare creatures at you, like the dogs whose heads are replaced with that of crows and vice versa. And then there are the boar enemies, except way more terrifying, disgusting and dangerous. And let's not forget the reuse of the Shadows of Yharnam, except not quite as powerful and with none of the serpent nonsense. Of course, the starting outdoor section isn't the only time you need to contend with the frenzy mechanic in this level, because if you choose to explore the optional part of the Nightmare by rowing through the broken window from the left, several winter lanterns are to be found roaming around singing their creepy, creepy song. For the last time, too spooky for me, mate. This is also the general section where you can drop the brain of Mensis from its chamber and then later get up close and personal with it in the void below. Though here, all its frenzy capabilities are gone. I always found this really weird, but then a commenter on my Bloodborne retrospective from a few months ago pointed out that the brain actually had chains and spikes around it at the top, implying that it was mainly lashing out with frenzy because it was in pain. Kinda makes you feel sorry for it. Kinda makes you want to give it a hug. Maybe not, actually. Although the Valley of Defilement is undoubtedly a miserable and depressing level, swarming with vermin and literally covered in shit, like most of Scotland, I actually don't consider it to be the most disturbing level in the game, because I think that award has to go to the second level of the Tower of Latria, that being Upper Latria. The Prison of Hope directly before it is hardly a walk amongst the flowers, but sweet Jesus, right as you walk out into one of the many dark walkways which make up Upper Latria, the sheer oppressiveness of it, the thick gloom, hits you right in the face. The place looks like a sort of hell, only without the fire and brimstone, though there are certainly a fair share of unspeakable monstrosities lurking about both above and below. For a start, Upper Latria is a very perilous level. The nature of the elevated terrain means you're never totally safe here, especially when being set upon by a gargoyle if you get too reckless with the dodge rolling. The unfortunate thing about the gargoyles though is that they do not feel good to fight. In other videos of mine I've made it abundantly clear how much I detest the boss of this level, the Man-Eaters, but sadly the similarly airborne gargoyles share some of the same shortcomings when it comes to their mobility, often getting stuck or just straight up standing there and not attacking, and trying to engage them can feel so jarring that I often prefer to just run the fuck past them rather than deal with their bullshit. It's not all about the gargoyles though, because the level itself makes up for it. Now, this really isn't a happy ride as you move through its expanse before descending down into the swamp before ascending back up to the walkways, but even so, it's just a well designed level. The goal is to interrupt the two rituals which bind the enormous heart at the centre of the map, causing it to drop down from its high point in a very similar fashion to the Brain of Mensis in Bloodborne, now that I think about it. It's essentially the same sort of thing that levels like the Smithing Grounds do, where after reaching a certain point in the level, you can go back to an earlier point which is now fully accessible to grab the treasure and proceed further on into the boss. The whole affair is moody, gloomy, challenging and a bit miserable, but it also makes for a pretty great level. Whereas the Royal Wood was very open and somewhat wild, filled with busy gardeners and roaming stone guardians, kind of like Darkroot Garden, Oolacile Township has more in common with the Undead Burg, except that bit more corrupted, chaotic and unconventional, because here the buildings, streets and stairways have begun the process of sinking and slanting downwards into the abyssal chasm below, and the corruption has also very much spread to the residents of the township. Many levels in Dark Souls boast a thick, distinctive aural ambience, and while somewhat subtle, I think such touches contribute massively to the game's special atmosphere, and much the same is true in Oolacile Township. The place just sounds twisted and wrong, especially when complemented with the weird shrieks and garbled abyssal gibberish and laughter of the Oolacile residents and sorceresses, the latter of which will joyfully attempt to snipe you with powerful dark magic as you tread across perilous planks and sunken stairways. A great touch with this level is how much more corrupted it becomes as you descend further down. Conditions are messed up above, but the lower you go, the more concentrated is the presence of that dark purple sludge of the abyss, and the higher the concentration of enemies waiting in ambush. Although I really like the DLC, I don't quite think it has the best levels in the game, but of the 3 DLC levels, Ulusil Township has always felt the most enjoyable for me to explore and descend, making for an excellent precursor to the Chasm of the Abyss before the final fight with Manus. Canehurst is the most unique level in all of Bloodborne, because whereas Yharnam and its surrounding areas are largely Lovecraft inspired, especially Yahar Ghul and the Nightmare levels, Canehurst is far more inspired by Bram Stoker's Dracula. Even our method of getting to the castle is eerily similar to that book's main character's journey by carriage to Dracula's mountain castle in Transylvania. Canehurst looks downright beautiful and has such interesting character, both outside and in, with one of its main recurring features being the eerie statues dotted all over the place, which FromSoft would later repeat slightly less compellingly in Elden Ring's Shaded Castle. There are so many great, creepy touches in this place, like how even though you ride a horse-drawn carriage to the castle, when the cutscene ends and you turn around, the horses look to have been dead for months, if not years, and even the bridge leading here is somehow completely destroyed, despite the fact that we just crossed it, though I guess this can be put down to some vile blood illusion, just like the one you later dispel after donning the Crown of Illusions. Canehurst's strongest aspect really is its excellent presentation from beginning to end, and my favourite moment by far is when you first enter the foyer and are greeted by all this absolute splendour, coupled with a servant literally in the process of waxing the floors to keep them shiny. 30 FPS or not, this looks stunning. All that said, for as cool as Canehurst is, it's definitely not my favourite Bloodborne area, and that's because I feel that it's missing some other cool enemy type. Yes, you do have the parades of crying women who attack you with knives, sometimes without their fucking head, but these enemies do more to add to the dark, elegant ambience of the level, rather than being mechanically interesting or enjoyable to fight. There are the gargoyles, but these things are kinda lame, and way too easy to beat, though the little rapier wielding dudes are pretty cool, not that there's that many of them. I think Canehurst could have used an extra bigger, meatier enemy, something like the Tomb Guardian from the Chalice dungeons, or even a stronger variant of the Executioners. That being said, I am quite nitpicky here because they could have just used recycled enemies from other areas, but they didn't. One of my all-time favourite moments from this game and from any FromSoft game is if you choose to lure Alfred over to Canehurst and are greeted by this sorry scene upon paying Annalise another visit. It's crude, gratuitous, horrific and disgusting, and that's why I love it. So, due to the close relationship and similarity between Nokron and Siofra River, I'll be covering them both collectively here, though they are still both their own levels with their own places in the list. A few entries ago I discussed Nokstella, the Eternal City, but before you reach that place, another Eternal City lies deep underground, one with a similarly mystical, mythical and magical feel. It's Nokron. You first get a bit of a glimpse of Nokron from Siofra River far below, as pointed out by Blythe, but it's not until Radahn is defeated, causing the stars to continue their motion and a comet to crash down onto the Mistwood, that the entrance to it is quite literally unearthed. Let's dive in. Elden Ring holds many wonders and areas of breathtaking beauty, but I definitely put Nokron as one of the greatest, particularly upon first entering into it as you're bathed in the purple gloom, traversing over the series of roofs and toppled buildings to descend ever further into the city's depths to uncover its secrets and mysteries. Just like in Nokstella, there are a lot of silver tears around, though here they lack that lightning aspect, meaning they don't explode, sadly. Some tears will transform into other beings though, sometimes a human, even a troll in one case, which looks particularly striking. For as good as this first section of Nokron looks though, the pleasure is mostly in passing through it. As with many other levels in Elden Ring, there are a lot of weaker enemies here which feel more like a chore to fight than anything. I'd say the more enjoyable part of the level is the second portion, Night's Sacred Ground, but this is also where I need to mention Siofra River, which I've placed right next to Nokron in my list, because just as you could earlier explore that level, lighting all 6 powers to activate the entrance into the Ancestor Spirit boss fight, you can do that up here too, except this time for the Regal Ancestor Spirit, which is a bit more powerful and it also drops a remembrance. Although optional, it's a really fun aspect of Siofra and gives you a great reason to thoroughly explore the ancestral woods, grabbing all the items and maybe even indulging in a bit of hunting thanks to the unexpected concentration of animals down here, not to mention the many ancestral followers whose forms glow a bright spectral green. But yeah, exact same thing up in Night's Sacred Ground in Nokron, though things are more dangerous up here. Now the ancestral followers appear in their regular form, complete with a new singing female variant, not to mention herds of wolves, led by a particularly dangerous red wolf, essentially the same enemy as the red wolf of Radagon back in Rhea Lucaria Academy. Siofra River is a fantastic, expansive and beautiful level, and of course that first descent down into it from the Mistwood in Limgrave is often cited as many players' holy shit moment as they begin to come to terms with the scale of the game, but there's this whole other expansive world beneath the lands between. As for Nokron, well, although I prefer if it did something to change up the whole lighting the pillars thing or even replaced it with something else entirely rather than just repeating it, the beginning portion of the level more than makes up for it. This is the first Bloodborne DLC level to appear so far, being one of 3, the others being the Hunter's Nightmare and the Research Hall, both of which are very high in my rankings, though that's not till much later. As for the fishing hamlet, I don't think quite so affectionately about it as I do the other 2, though it still has a very respectable place here at number 48. Each of the 3 Old Hunters levels differ greatly from one another, but none more so than the Fishing Hamlet, which boasts probably the last type of environment that you expect to see after stepping out of the Astral Clock Tower, being greeted with a mud path, shattered ships, and just ahead a ramshackle shanty town of shamans, supersized bipedal sharks, and spear-chucking fishmen. The atmosphere is thick and fishy, so thick you can practically smell it, and indeed there's very little subtlety here. In fact, you're nearly instantly assaulted with legions of enemies and projectiles, and it's very intense. But the intensity is always at its maximum when there's a shark giant in the picture, or 2. These have to be the most terrifying enemy in Bloodborne, though the Nightmare Executioner comes in a very close second. As soon as one gets anywhere near, I always need to fight my initial instincts, those being to just panic dash away to safety, because if you actually stick close, they're really not quite as brutal as they first seem. It's just that they're really loud and have long wind-ups to their attacks. You do traverse a few different environments while in the hamlet, such as the deeper cave system and that sort of fishery place. Sorry, I don't know what else to call it. There's a heavy fish theme going on here, though at the same time, not really, because while the inhabitants do exhibit certain maritime characteristics in their appearance, it's actually phantasms they're catching here, not tuna. The mystery surrounding the fishing hamlet really adds to the experience of moving through it, not to mention its importance to the larger Bloodborne story with Bergenwerth and the Hunters, and I love how you can see the dead body of Kos washed up on the beach from way up near the lighthouse before you even set foot in the Orphan of Kos boss arena. It's a fantastic level and I really do like it, but I'd be lying if I said I loved it. It's certainly better than a number of Bloodborne's base game levels, like the ones I've already discussed, but I don't quite enjoy playing through it as much as the Hunter's Nightmare or Research Hall, despite its fantastic new enemies, atmosphere and ambience, and fish. Let's begin with a red hot banger from Elden Ring, with a legacy dungeon situated within the heart of Mount Gelmir. It's Volcano Manor. For a few Elden Ring locations I've covered thus far on the list, I've made a point of mentioning that they're optional, places like Castle Morn or Caria Manor, but really that's kind of a superfluous detail when we're talking about Elden Ring, because the vast majority of it is completely optional. You never even need to set foot in Stormveil Castle if you don't want to, although the idea of an Elden Ring playthrough where you don't visit Stormveil Castle is just about enough to make me physically sick. As for Mount Gelmir, or more specifically Volcano Manor, yep, you're never really directly directed there as part of your main quest. I mean, Gideon Ofnir does tell you about Lord Rykard, and there are side quests associated with the place, but you can just skip it if you really want, if you're some kind of chump or something, some kind of one-pump chump. What? Personally though, when I first ascended the Grand Lift of Dectus and saw that dark, jagged landscape on the horizon, my curiosity could not have been greater, and so off I went, past the Abductor Virgins, before climbing the mountain and fighting my way through the full-grown falling star beast, before finding myself in the Volcano Manor, an abode of warm elegance, standing in stark contrast to the coarse volcanic chaos present throughout the rest of the mountain. However, that initial elegance and style that greets you at the entrance very quickly gives way to much the same degree of blasphemy and madness found everywhere else, into a rotting town filled with cruel serpents, dark dungeons where half-mad Albinaurics sit suspended in cruel devices of torture, and even sections where the architecture has flat out yielded to raw volcanism, requiring the player to climb up platforms and footholds of dark igneous rock, past fire slugs and fire serpents, and all manner of blasphemous idols and adornments, further on to the portal to Rykard's morbid lair. If you can't tell yet by the way I'm talking about it, I think Volcano Manor is pretty freaking sick, and very unique to the rest of the Lands Between, with its own culture and dark history, having divorced itself of the sway of the Erdtree and the Golden Order to instead embrace the path of the blasphemous serpent. Once again, for want of a better adjective, it's sick as hell, and the chaos and misery found throughout the level is so thick and pronounced, even when compared to the overwhelming grim decay found throughout the rest of the game world. It's not exactly my favourite level in the game to play through, largely because the layout itself feels a bit chaotic and thrown together, and also, while the lava looks cool, the coolness kinda wears off in the parts where you have to walk through it, because it does that same stupid Lost Izalith thing again, where you take constant chip damage, except here you can't even sprint or quick roll through it. It looked bad in Lost Izalith, and it looks bad here, though I shan't make a Mount Gelmir out of a molehill, because for the most part you will be moving on conventional terrain, which feels just fine. Let's continue with another Elden Ring Legacy dungeon, with Miquella's Haligtree. I already covered Elfale Brace of the Haligtree back a bit at number 57, but before progressing on to that more militaristic level with its soldiers, knights and defences, gotta make it through the more untamed section just before it, where instead of soldiers, there are ants, and instead of knights, there are heralds. Not to mention the various other unwanted monstrosities roaming the routes and guarding the rough structures constructed around the base of the Haligtree. Unlike Elfale, which very much feels intricately laid out with multiple routes through it, complete with elevator shortcuts and different vertical levels, Miquella's Haligtree feels far more linear. Really, it's just a matter of getting through it, past the many formidable enemies barring progress, through the unconventional terrain. Right from the start, you're moving along branches with opportunities for platforming down to other branches, and while the presence of actual structures does increase as you get closer to Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree, it always feels at least partially precarious to walk upon, which is exactly how I think it should feel. I'm not saying I relish the experience of dodging ants and bubble projectiles whilst trying to navigate across narrow branches, but I do appreciate the idea of the enormous tree growing first, followed by these odd structures and paths being built around its stunted form. It's not a huge level in its own right, feeling more like a particularly dangerous and perilous path leading up to the much larger Elfale, but even so, I actually prefer it somewhat to Elfale. Sadly, there aren't any totally new enemies here to speak of, although a new Oracle variant is introduced, but even so, Miquella's Haligtree manages to feel that bit fresher and less fatiguing than the level after it, and the constant sight of the stunted Haligtree in the background makes for an excellent visual flourish. It's been a damn dog's age since I covered a Sekiro level in this list. In fact, the last one was Sunken Valley Passage back at number 79, but here at number 45 we have the Ashina Outskirts. Kind of a tricky level to rank, to be honest, because in truth it feels more like a long transitional level composed of smaller sub-levels than one large level with a central theme and personality, but even so, for what it is, it's damn great. The Ashina Outskirts is an early game level, of course, entered after Wolf's first visit to the sculptor and concluding with a wild battle with Gyobu Oniwa, who guards the castle gates. Being an early game level, it's essentially laid out as a series of fairly open areas presenting various challenges and opportunities for stealth and straight combat, providing rooftops, ledges, tall grass and various other grapple points to see how many samurai you can nail without being seen, dispatching them all one by one as per the way of the shinobi, the way of the shadow. Or in my case, just run straight into the first enemy I see and instantly get detected and killed. These stealth oriented sections are all good and fun, though for me it's the mini bosses that I always think back fondly upon when I think of the Ashina Outskirts, like the first general you see who is exactly as difficult as he should be. And then you have that other general further ahead who I absolutely struggled with on my first playthrough. Oh my god, this dude's hard when you're not familiar with his moveset. My favourite of them all though happens to be the Ogre. I know a lot of people had major problems with the ogre at launch. I saw many a death montage of new players being repeatedly smashed into the ground by its super quick grab attacks, and let's not forget the people's elbow move it sometimes throws out. Personally though, I absolutely love fighting the ogre. His range of moves is relatively small but very dangerous, but once you get him figured out, it's just great fun nailing the dodges and occasionally blasting him with fire from the flame barrel. I did specify during my initial criteria discussion that I wouldn't be considering bosses when assessing level quality, but as well as Sekiro's main bosses, it also has a plethora of mini bosses who I think are fair game to consider. Especially the way they're situated throughout the game's levels, often just patrolling an area with no fanfare to initiate the fight. I also can't talk about the outskirts without also mentioning the giant serpent, though this section really is all about the spectacle. It's hardly very engaging from a gameplay standpoint. You don't really need to think about how to evade it here, but rather you just keep moving along the obvious path and then stab its eye out from the palanquin. It looks incredible, and the way it thrashes around coupled with the crazy sound design is awesome. Or at least it was until I fell into the abyss and respawned back at the start, only to realise that it will infinitely replay that same 4-second animation and sound loop until you progress here, which kinda diminished the awesome factor a bit. Regardless, Ashina Outskirts is a terrific sequence of set pieces and combat challenges. At the end of the magnificent level that is the Dragon Eyrie, you have the Dragon Shrine, which is far more refined and developed when compared to the towering crags of the Eyrie just before it. Another main difference between the Eyrie and the Shrine is that save for the ancient dragon who rests at its highest point, there are no other actual dragons here, but rather the place is filled with Dragon Knights and Drake Keepers, formidable warriors who stand sentinel throughout the shrine to test the mettle of any chosen undead who deign to enter its ancient draconic grounds. In vanilla Dark Souls 2 there really weren't that many Dragon Knights in the level, but there were a bunch more Drake Keepers, and getting through it was pretty much as straightforward as just killing the enemies, same as you would any other level, but on Scholar of the First Sin they changed it up quite a bit. In Scholar, there are significantly more Dragon Knights, except they won't attack you unless you flee from a fight with a Drake Keeper, in which case, this happens as you try to climb the stairs to the boss. It's a bit much. Thing is though, I had no idea this was a thing. I must have missed the damn memo, and I was mocked mercilessly for not knowing my business when I put out my Dark Souls 2 retrospective a few months ago. All that aside though, the Dragon Shrine is just a great level. It's not even close to being the largest or most complex level in Soulsborne, or even in Dark Souls 2, but what it lacks in size, it more than makes up for in presence and personality, and in particular, the enemies here are brilliant. Both the Drake Keepers and Dragon Knights are top tier enemies with top tier designs, and often the presence of just one or two outstanding enemy types is enough to significantly elevate the experience of moving through a level. At the end of the Siofra Aqueduct, and after defeating everyone's favourite double boss fight against the valiant gargoyles, there is a mystical coffin of magic, which, upon entering into its cold stone, ascends higher to a new level entirely, one located directly beneath Leyndell Royal Capital, its Deeproot Depths. If I had to name another level which Deeproot Depths feels most similar to, I'd probably say Mogwin Palace. Both levels are large underground locations where you can even ride around on Torrent, though instead of a blood swamp, most of Deeproot Depth's surface shines with shallow pools of some pale milky fluid that gives the place a very distinctive aesthetic, especially with it being set against the thick brown haze of the background, complemented by distant sprawling branches and tree roots. When it comes to their visuals, Elden Ring's underground levels rarely disappoint. To explore, well, it actually feels much more like a mini region than a regular level with how large it is, especially when you consider the walking mausoleum stomping around. Most of its expanse is very open, particularly in the later, lower section, but there are also clusters of tree roots and architecture which can be platformed along, dodging ants and broken gargoyles. Really though, I haven't put Deeproot Depths as high as this because of how mechanically satisfying it feels to move through, but rather because it's very atmospherically satisfying. This place feels so fascinating and ancient with its untamed profusion of roots and the roaming bands of headless ghost enemies. Then you have the Crucible Knight Silurius standing sentinel over at a broken tree in the corner, and it's all just very rich and flavourful. I always enjoy roaming around down here before climbing a bit higher to visit the Prince of Death. At number 42, I have the Kiln of the First Flame. This is one of those levels which might possibly spark mild or major outrage in the comments, with me not having it significantly higher, but what can I say? I think this is the place it deserves, and 42 out of 147 sure ain't nothing to sniff at. As far as its presentation goes, the Kiln of the First Flame gets a straight 10 out of 10. For a start, the reveal that this final level has been right underneath your feet at Firelink Shrine the whole time is brilliant, and that feeling as you're descending those nearly heavenly looking stairs with the Silver Knight spirits visible at either side is something else, and then you step out into that vast, scorched kiln where Gwyn linked his soul to the First Flame to prolong the Age of Fire, which is once again fading unless some new powerful being chooses to sacrifice their own powerful soul. Again, presentation wise it's masterfully done, and I love how you see every variant of Black Knight along the way, and you can even pick up the Black Knight set at one section, but the fact remains that this level is completely linear. As vast as it looks, it's essentially just a straight path with no potential for exploration other than to grab the armour. Also, although I'm not too sure if it's fair to mention here with it partly pertaining to the boss of the level, I think the fact that you need to run back through the whole level every time you die to Gwyn is pretty terrible. Now that doesn't make the level itself terrible or even bad, but it is a relevant aspect of the level which can contribute to one getting a wee bit sick of it by the time you eventually take Gwyn down. Even so, the Kiln of the First Flame is a legendary area that does feel great to move through, hosting a collection of the toughest, most enjoyable enemies in the game. It's not a perfect level, but nonetheless, it's great. Let's go back to another Elden Ring level for number 41, to Crumbling Faram Azula. I just spoke about the importance of presentation there for Dark Souls 1's final level, and for Crumbling Faram Azula, I think I need to be handing out yet another 10 out of 10, because holy cow, this place looks unreal. For as much as I adore how most of FromSoft's levels look, it's pretty damn rare that they actually unnerve me. But this place absolutely unnerves me to the point where it makes me downright uncomfortable in places. Not because of any spooky ghosts or bony skeletons, but because of the whole tornado thing. These tornadoes are terrifying to look at, especially with how close they feel in some parts. It's the same sort of fear some parts of the Outer Wilds gives me, in particular the black hole at Brittle Hollow and literally everything about Giant's Deep. The whole level is a damn aesthetic marvel with its ancient shattered architecture, gravitational anomalies, and the draconic parade constantly circumnavigating the level, who you can even see represented on the world map. To explore though, well, it's massive, and furthermore the level is about exactly as not straightforward as it looks. Many of its sections feel non-linear to move through, and even when there is essentially just one way forward, you'll very rarely get there via anything even resembling a straight path, but rather via platforming across crumbling terrain, fighting through beastmen, stormhawks, and even worm faces along the way. A pretty valid complaint about Elden Ring is that towards the end, it can get a bit fatiguing, for multiple reasons. For one, the late game regions and levels tend not to be anywhere near as fresh and exciting when it comes to enemy variety, although with Faram Azula in particular, that's not really a fair criticism thanks to all the beastmen enemies, and there's even undead beastmen in a couple of places. Another reason for late game fatigue that can be somewhat more fairly attributed to this level though is how steeply the difficulty ramps up, and yeah, I definitely felt this back on my first playthrough. For me, Faram Azula was around the first time where my sky-high stats and awesome gear suddenly stopped feeling so impressive as the number of enemies the game threw at me grew, same with their health and damage output. I shan't bitch too much about the difficulty though, because you lot are going to start thinking I'm some sort of scrub. For as impressively put together as this level is, with its utterly unconventional layout and level design, it can get somewhat tiresome to move through at times, not only due to the challenge posed by the enemies, especially that bloody Stormhawk bit, but also because of the very nature of the layout. I appreciate how the level is put together with the floating stone platforms and such, but I don't quite love the act of moving through it because its incoherent nature takes away from some of that simple satisfaction derived from moving through more conventional level types. I know this is a pretty random comparison to make, but compare Crumbling Faram Azula to the Gates of Boletaria from Demon's Souls. The former level is way more complex and interesting than the first level of Boletaria, but I've found the latter level to be way more enjoyable and satisfying to move through. Still, the fact remains that Faram Azula has scored very well on my list at 41, so I don't think I dislike it or anything. I still think it's great with some fantastic moments, but I've always found that its level design and layout is a bit too ambitious for its own good. Okay, so you've probably heard me say the word atmosphere about 40 bloody times so far through this series, at least. But look, how could I not? These games simply have some of the best atmospheres in all of gaming. It's just one of the many excellent things they're well known for, and of all 7 games covered in this series, I think Bloodborne achieves stratospheric heights when it comes to presenting thick, delicious atmosphere in its levels. Atmospheres so thick you can practically taste and smell them through the screen, and one of the best examples of this is Hemwick Charnel Lane. Another totally optional level for some reason, but if upon reaching the Grand Cathedral you decide to make a left turn, the churches, alleys and plazas of the cathedral ward very quickly fade from view, being replaced by numerous blunderbuss wielding Yarnamites, savage dogs, and unless your insight happens to be at 0, these sickle wielding Mad One enemies. Furthermore, apart from later on in Yahar Ghul, Hemwick Charnel Lane is the only level in the game with these female villager type enemies, who look far less bestial than their male counterparts, though they're just as vicious. Really cool thing I discovered back on my playthrough from a few months ago is that they have unique death dialogue if you kill them with fire. Very cool detail. The female touch really is part of what makes Hemwick Charnel Lane feel and sound so distinctively atmospheric. Right as you enter, you're just greeted by all this smoke and ash, complemented hideously by the wild shrieks and laughter of the women folk, and it's so great. The level feels fantastic to move through the barns and over the roofs, dodging molotovs, activating shortcuts, and then onto the grassy section with the 3 executioners prowling round before taking on the, sadly, kinda lame level boss, but I shan't let that sully my opinion of the level itself. For number 39, let's return back to Sekiro for a bit, to Hirata Estate. This level has a sort of vague similarity to Old Yharnam from Bloodborne in that although it seems like a mandatory level, it's actually completely optional. You don't need to collect a bell from the old lady in Ashina Outskirts, and even if you do, you don't have to use it or get to the end to beat Lady Butterfly. That is unless you're going for the purification ending, in which case, yes, you must visit Hirata at least twice, you simply must. All that said though, I'm sure for most the level's optional status is irrelevant because it's a great level with a great boss, and the whole affair has massive significance to the game's story. Although it looks and feels different to move through, Hirata Estate is kinda similar in nature to Ashina Outskirts, which I discussed earlier, in that again, it's a long level that feels more like a sequence of set pieces for traversal, stealth and raw combat challenges, and as such, the feel of the level changes quite a bit from start to end. Something I really like about Hirata Estate is the way it complements Ashina Outskirts, because you are heavily encouraged to switch from one level to the other at certain points, like how the game communicates to you that the ogre is afraid of fire and gives you intel telling you that a flame barrel can be found at Hirata. So you go over there and do the first portion and get the flame barrel, then go back and beat the ogre. Then you can return to Hirata and push on through a bit more, but things are more difficult with more enemies, including some very tough ones like the Shinobi Hunters, before things get tougher still at the end with Juzo the Drunkard and his gang of bandits, not to mention Lady Butterfly, so it might be best to return to the outskirts to get more prayer beads and maybe take down Gyobu Onewa for a memory to increase your damage potential, then go back to Hirata. It's all very nicely and neatly structured, and it feels great moving back and forth to this level as and when appropriate. Also, if you're going for the purification ending, then you can come back to Hirata at the end where, just like with Ashina Reservoir, the threat level is increased with harder mini-bosses before an especially hard main boss. What more can I say about Hirata? It's just a damn good level from Sekiro. At an odd, partly outdoor section of Irithel Dungeon, you can come across a collection of dead knights, bowed over and facing outwards to some distant stone structure atop a mountain peak, but at this point there's nothing more to do here. After defeating King Asairos and pushing further through his boss arena though, you can learn the path of the dragon gesture, which can then be used at this spot, causing your character to lose consciousness before waking up on Archdragon Peak. an ancient stone shrine populated by serpents and wyverns. I guess Archdragon Peak is kind of the painted world Ariamis of Dark Souls 3, being optional and hidden away, yet very impressive in scale and design. It for sure feels as, if not more impressive than many of the game's mandatory levels, and certainly more impressive than a couple of its other optional ones like the Demon Ruins and the Consumed King's Garden. Normally in this series I would try and keep any discussion of bosses to a reasonable minimum, but in this case I think bringing up the first level boss of Archdragon Peak is perfectly allowable, because a main requirement for the fight involves traversing through the respectably large first portion of the level, ascending higher up the crumbling stone stairs and fighting through hordes of fireball spewing, chain hurling serpents of varying size. The Ancient Wyvern itself is hardly an incredible opponent, but the actual level design here is excellent, and after the boss battle the level of quality remains high. This level sucks. Seriously though, I am really glad they introduced brand new enemy types for the level rather than recycling stuff you've already seen, though once again it's not without its callbacks, featuring a pretty sick fight against Havel, who's back again for some reason, or at least it's some dude wearing his armour, looming over the corpse of a wyvern. This bit near the end though, near the entrance to the boss fight with the Nameless King, is probably the most difficult individual section of any base game level. There are so many serpents here, including a number of the big dudes who can be really challenging even on their own. They're kinda like Dark Souls 3's answer to the shark giants from Bloodborne, although not quite as terrifying or loud. I've even been known to skip this part entirely after dying one too many times, or getting bashed off the edge by one of those rock lizard things after trying to pick up the dragon chaser's ashes. Screw you, rock lizard thing. Now that we're talking about the creme de la creme, Demon Souls levels are going to be showing up more frequently, because simply put, Demon Souls has some sick fucking levels. And indeed, at number 37 we have Island's Edge, the first level of the Shrine of Storms. We already discussed the ritual path back at 68, which shares some of the same attributes with the first level of the Shrine of Storms, except it's comparatively darker and more constricted in its design. But as for Island's Edge, everything feels that bit more novel, and certainly more visually impressive. I'm showing footage from the remake here of course, but even in the original this was a great looking level in pretty much every respect. For a start, I love the unique metallic design of the skeletons, and how they come in silver, gold or black depending on their threat level. In fact, despite skeletons also featuring heavily in every Dark Souls game and Elden Ring, FromSoft have never managed to match or surpass how sick these ones look. They're not quite so much a pleasure to fight, mind you, and I've certainly been known to get frustrated as hell at being bloody rolled to death or sniped with a magic arrow from a distance, but even so, big respect to these dudes. They're not even the most noteworthy enemy in the level either, because I think that accolade has to go to the Storm Beasts. At first, you just see them in the distance, these strange manta ray looking creatures flowing through the air. Their movements are even kind of beautiful in a way, kind of elegant, but their charm can quite quickly wear off once they start nailing you with magic projectiles. It can absolutely get annoying, especially if you get complacent and stop paying attention to the sound cues whilst trying to navigate and fight your way past more skeletons, or the massive Vanguard demon hanging out in the middle of the level. But annoying or not, their presence gives the level that extra bit of unique alien flavour. Although it does have one or two troublesome sections, Island's Edge exhibits a lot about what made Demon Souls level design so great, both in its visuals and its layout, though at the same time both it and the ritual path are kinda exceptional in that neither of these levels have any shortcuts to the boss, forcing you to replay through the whole affair if you die, which can suck a bit. Shortcut or not though, this level is well deserving of a place in the top 40. We've got another Sekiro level here at number 36, and it's yet another long one, and another very pretty one, very attractive, if I may be so bold as to say so. At the end of the morbid, murky trudge through the abandoned dungeon, with its swarms of scuttling insects and undying test subjects, I'm sure most players feel very much in need of a change of scenery, a cleaner level to wash away the negative vibes of the dungeon, which makes it feel so damn nice when you fully ascend the lift and make it to Mount Congo, a sprawling, stunning environment of tall trees, bright leaves and breathtaking mountainous views. As is nearly always the case in FromSoft games though, just because a level looks nice as hell doesn't mean there isn't a heaping helping of horror found throughout, because Senpu Temple certainly has its fair share of horror. As the talking tapestry explains at the beginning, the monks of the level have abandoned the teachings of Buddha in their avaricious pursuit of immortality, though as can be seen at various points along the mountain, the particular brand of immortality found here is both disgusting and horrific. Immortality via infestation, via the worm. Barely living, half-mummified corpse monks vomit out rancid swarms of insects as you pass. Grotesque clawed freaks lie in wait within dingy candle-lit structures, ready to rend and tear, and in the main temple hall at the peak of the mountain awaits the monks within whom the centipede infestations have fully matured, striking out at the player and even giving the priests morbid motion, scuttling around the broken tiled floor. It's all disgusting, disturbing, and fucking awesome, especially when set against the bright, lush backdrop of the mountain. It's horror set against beauty. To actually play through, the dealio here is very similar to several other Sekiro levels, which feel like long sequences of set pieces for stealth and combat, with the occasional challenging mini-boss chucked in, and the odd NPC to chat with. I will say though that when compared to the samurai found throughout central Ashina, not to mention the powerful interior ministry enemies seen later on in that level, the monks of Senpu have never felt quite as fun to fight for me, perhaps because for the most part they fight barehanded, which ironically kinda lacks the punch and impact found in the game's sword battles. Also, I found that just spamming the attack button tends to work disappointingly well against them compared to most other enemies in the game. Even so, this is a great level that feels very enjoyable to move through, providing an excellent change of pace from the comparatively more militaristic and stony structures of central Ashina. Now, the Gutter is a level that gives me great pleasure to place so highly because it's actually a level I used to detest. When I first entered into it and saw how bloody dark it all was and saw all the decrepit terrain and enemies obscured amidst the shadows, I groaned. I went like this. It looked like Blighttown, except an even bigger pain in the arse, and as such, I just couldn't be arsed. Then I'd inevitably try and just sprint through the place and then get lost and or die, frustration and scorn towards the level growing substantially every time. But years later I realised I was simply approaching the level incorrectly. I was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole and then getting mad when it wouldn't go through. This level is all about progressively lighting the way forward so as to gradually make the environment feel more navigable and less treacherous. At first it's dark as hell and as such dangerous as hell, but there are sconces everywhere throughout and lighting them really makes a difference to how the level looks and feels. Thus, if you make your way, say halfway through the gutter, lighting every sconce along the way and then die, well, thanks to this level mechanic, the frustration usually inherent to dying feels substantially lessened, because on your next run through the level, it's going to feel easier now that you've lit the way forward in a process of progressive illumination. Don't get me wrong, no matter which way you spin it, the gutter is a treacherous level with many opportunities for death and even frustration, but as treacherous as its terrain may be, and for as devoid of brightness and beauty as it certainly is, I think this is one of Dark Souls 2's best freaking levels, and I'm really glad I eventually came to realise that, after literally 6 years of thinking it was terrible. So at this point in the list, I've covered every Soulsborne tutorial level except for one. All except for Dark Souls 1's Undead Asylum. Might seem like a bit of a strange choice to be placing so damn high above so many other great levels, but hey, what I said back in my intro at the very start of the list was that my ultimate criteria for determining the placement of a level was how much I enjoy playing through it. Many factors go into my decisions, some obvious and some subtle, but if you don't enjoy a level, then who gives a fuck about all that? And I really enjoy the Undead Asylum. Even though there are several other Dark Souls levels that are more ambitious, and which positively drip with atmosphere, the Undead Asylum has a special kind of magic, regardless of its rather drab aesthetic. I shan't lie though, and will happily confess that a big reason for my affection is that it was the very first FromSoft level I ever experienced. Demon's Souls pretty much passed me by completely when it was first released, not least of all because I didn't have a PS3 and so couldn't even play it anyway, but when Dark Souls arrived on the scene, there was a hell of a lot of buzz around it, which is extra impressive when you consider that it came out just a week and a half after Skyrim. I won't lie and claim that I was hooked right from the beginning or anything, because I wasn't. In fact, my first experience with Dark Souls was awful, filled with frustration and outrage at the difficulty, and I even straight up just sold the game after getting my arse handed to me one too many times by the Bell Gargoyles. But around 18 months after that, I repurchased the game, and let's just say things clicked for me this time round, and the rest is history, and here I am with my YouTube channel where I just talk about Dark Souls all the time. Life's good. Didn't mean to tell you my fucking life story though, because we're talking about the Undead Asylum, a level I have an immense amount of nostalgia for. That first moment when the Asylum demon jumps down from above and absolutely pounds your character into a paste is a special moment indeed. And even when you go up against some basic hollows with their broken swords or bows, you might quickly start to realise that this is a different sort of game to what you might be used to. I remember looking at the damage enemies were doing with their basic attacks and thinking there had to be some mistake. Did I pick the hardest difficulty setting by accident? Hold on, there was no difficulty settings. Well then what the fuck do I do? Ah! Now I know the difficulty of Dark Souls does tend to get overblown somewhat, but a significant reason for that is just how jarring it can be to enter into this brutal world of high damage and death, where the punishment for a mistake is so much more severe than it is in most other games, and it all starts in the Undead Asylum. It's not all grim though, because there are some softer moments too, like when you meet up with a dying Oscar who gifts you with your first Estus flasks and a key, though you can of course later return here and actually take on Oscar, who has gone fully hollow by that point, which is well worth doing because he's got a great shield. There's been a few other levels throughout the West which get more difficult, with more enemies when you return to them later on, particularly from Sekiro, but the same thing is true of the Undead Asylum, which boasts more challenging torch hollows later on, and even a Black Knight looming ominously in the distance, guarding the peculiar door. Not a massive level, not a super ambitious one, certainly not the prettiest one either, but it's a very effective one, acting as a superb beginning to one of the best games ever made, and it's even fun to come back to later on. Good job, Undead Asylum. Good job. At number 33, we have the single most beautiful level in Sekiro. It's Fountainhead Palace. Folks, I'm an absolute sucker for a pretty level. I can be just as easily rendered dumbstruck as the next chump at the sight of some bright, colourful vista, and the scene that greets the player upon them stepping out through the exit of the Corrupted Monk boss arena truly is one of the most stunning of any game on this list. Not only does it look gorgeous though, but it plays pretty damn well too, with its own unique enemies who add yet another layer of charm to the level, especially if you hold off on brutally executing them for a second to watch them frolic, dance and kick around the ball. Though they're anything but playful to actually fight, being very tough to beat with a very distinctive dance-like combat style, and let's not forget that they're one of the few enemies in the game capable of using lightning attacks. As for their counterparts, the Palace Nobles, well, these suckers are a great deal less charming, though arguably more dangerous in a sense, being capable of sucking the youth from Wolf to render him enfeebled, a status just a single step away from death. As such, stealth is absolutely crucial throughout this level. Stealth is an important mechanic in general in Sekiro of course, though the need for it does feel a bit lessened in some levels where the enemies feel weaker but are greater in number, but upon stalking through Fountainhead Palace's watery halls, I really had to step up my stealth game to avoid both the soul-sucking gazes of the nobles and the acrobatic attacks of the Okami warriors. I'm sure there might be some people watching who would have put Fountainhead Palace way higher than 33 in their own list, but for as beautiful as it might look, I don't quite consider it to be ideal to play through. For a start, there's a hell of a lot of water here which must be entered to push onwards through the level, past the giant carp. While the swimming mechanics in Sekiro are actually pretty darn decent when compared to most games, I still don't quite love it. And I love the double boss fight with the two headless even less, though thankfully that one is optional. Even as I'm saying this though, it does seem like a bit of a hollow gripe, because the water traversal is introduced very well here, the way you can't safely enter the water at all unless you dispatch the Okami warrior on the tree. It's pretty great. I guess I don't really have any proper complaints about Fountainhead Palace, but even so, I've just never loved moving through it quite enough to consider it one of the all-time greatest levels, but it's a great level nonetheless, and very easy on both the eyes and ears. Let's not forget its beautiful soundtrack. Dark Souls 3 is well known for its many references to the first game in the trilogy, some of which are minor whilst others are very much major, and whilst the Grand Archives isn't quite as big a self-reference as Anor Londo, it's clear that FromSoft were to some extent paying homage to the Duke's Archives from Dark Souls 1. That's not to say that it feels at all similar to actually move through it though, because comparatively the Grand Archives is much larger and certainly more confusing. One of the reasons for this is its very unconventional layout, with some sections essentially feeling like a maze of bookshelves, many of which hide thralls or wax scholars waiting in ambush, though in addition to the regular enemies of the level, you also have the downright obnoxious presence of the second of the game's two crystal sages, constantly firing powerful crystal sorcery at you from range. This is a clear homage to the channelers from the Duke's Archives, so the crystal sage is way harder to deal with and much more annoying, teleporting away after you deal a portion of damage, forcing you to continue the hunt whilst being barraged with more crystal soul spears, homing crystal soul masses, and white dragon breath. And all this is happening as you're fighting off thralls and the occasional knight, and trying to navigate your way up and through the Grand Archives to the top so as to make it to Prince Lothric's high chambers. I think an excellent word to describe the Grand Archives is dense. It is dense with enemies and hazards and objects and shortcuts, and it even has its own unique level mechanic with the pools of wax throughout the level which you can dunk your character's head in. Although the purpose of doing this might initially be lost on you, because it's kind of odd, it's an odd thing to do, this will nullify the curse build-up caused by the creepy arms which grasp up at you from open books in some sections of the level. Curse was horrendous in Dark Souls 1, and then they nerfed the hell out of it in Dark Souls 2 before making it much more dangerous again in Dark Souls 3, though without the whole having your max HP aspect this time, thankfully. When I think of the Grand Archives, the first thing I usually think of is all the books and stuff at the bottom, but stuff gets way more intense at the top as you fight more Lothric knights, and even some gargoyles, not to mention this section with the 3 winged knights, sporting one of the gnarliest armour sets in the game, and now in possession of actual wings, also giving them an expanded moveset. There are a ton of awesome moments in this level and a plethora of clever navigational tricks and shortcuts to make the ascension all the more interesting, and it's all very bloody challenging too, just as the lead up to the incredible fight with the twin princes ought to be. And here we have the first time so far in the list where I get to name what I consider to be the best level from its respective game, which in this case is Ashina Castle. I love castles, even ones which look nothing like any of the castles from the other games. We've already covered the excellent Ashina outskirts, but just ahead of the large battleground where Gyobu Oniwa is fought lies Ashina Castle, that towering, graceful structure which is home to many samurai, knight jars, and most importantly, Isshin Ashina and his adopted grandson Genichiro. There's more to the castle than just the interior though, because you've also got the surrounding area which is dense with alleys, miscellaneous structures and a network of rooftops, all of which provide excellent opportunities for stealth takedowns on unwitting samurai. Stealth is extra important at the top of the stairs too, because again there's one of those fearsome generals who again is surrounded by weaker enemies, heavily encouraging the sly use of the shuriken wheel before plunging downward to remove half his health in one fell blow. God damn, this game's sick. As much as I enjoy the exterior, it's the interior I like even more, and while the layout of it is somewhat a part of that, in this case it's very much the enemies who maketh the level, in particular these fencers. FromSoft really are the undisputed kings at designing intimidating looking enemies with memorable designs and formidable movesets. You'll have seen plenty of your regular sword-wielding samurai, even some with rifles and spears, but these enemies are on a different level of threat and refinement, even using proper techniques like Ichimonji. And as for the Ashina Elite mini-boss guarding the way further up the castle with his lightning-fast flurries and sweeps, well, folks, for me, all these elements add up to what I consider to be the best level in Sekiro, and yet again, we have another case where everything's even harder later on in the game when the interior ministry invades with their heavy shinobi warriors and flame sprayers, leading up to the fight with great bosses like Great Shinobi Owl, or if you decide to screw everyone over, Isshin and Emma. Awesome freaking level which gives me exactly what I want from Sekiro. Great stealth opportunities, formidable samurai to face, and a castle. Oof, here we go. Let's talk Blighttown. Let's talk about this sprawling, blighted town. of infested ghouls and barbarians, and at the bottom, in the poison swamp, many people's first poison swamp, which would make them detest every subsequent poison swamp in this series, things become that bit more wild and chaotic, with fire spraying crag spiders and giant leeches. And let's not forget man-eater Mildred, who's roaming around the place half naked. She's pretty terrifying in her own right. For me, the depths were a distressing level on my first playthrough, sending me ever further down from the relative safety of the surface, away from the sun and from the more recognisable aspects of the game world. But if I expected any sort of reprieve from the darkness after defeating the gaping dragon, then I was sorely mistaken, because Blighttown is so much larger, more confusing and dangerous than any other level up until this point. Conventional paths? Walkways? Hallways? Rooms? Fuck off! We're in Blighttown, where things are barely held together by planks of wood and swamp sludge, with the occasional wooden pillar to keep it all from falling down, all connected by sometimes difficult to spot ladders. Descending further down this place is a damn trial, especially on your first playthrough where you have no idea what might constitute the safest, most optimal path. So the odd death or two from falls is inevitable, and that's if the ghouls and toxic blow darts don't get you first, especially with the fact that they made it so it's really difficult to see what the hell's even hitting you, never mind where they came from. The entire Blighttown experience is oppressive, precarious and challenging, but at the same time I have massive respect for it. It's so fucking huge, and there are so many wee sections and corners to explore, and hidden items and weapons tucked away so that you can pass through the level many times and there still be parts of it you've never seen. Up some ladder you never noticed, or down some platform you never thought to jump from. One of the main criticisms you used to hear all the time about Blighttown was its frame rate, because bear in mind that Dark Souls was exclusively out for the PS3 and Xbox 360 upon its initial release, and indeed, those systems were barely able to handle the ambition of Blighttown, resulting in massive slowdown while exploring it. Personally though, I never even noticed back in the day when I first played the game. I heard people complaining about the frame rate, but I didn't even know what frame rate was back then, and it was only when I saw the complaints online that I thought, oh yeah, I guess the performance of the game does get utterly crippled when I get to this specific level. Oh well. Hardly a problem for the kids these days though, with all their PS5s and their AMD 10,000s and their TikToks. Anyway, really not sure what people will think about me placing Blighttown so high, because it's the kind of level where if someone told me they absolutely hated it, I'd get it. But personally, I think this level is crucial to the greater Dark Souls experience. I can't imagine the game without it. Way back at number 108 I had Darkroot Basin with the Hydra and the Crystal Golems and the Black Knight and so on and so forth. I didn't dislike anything about the level really, but I guess it just didn't quite do enough to make me put it much higher. But here, significantly higher on the list at number 29, I have Darkroot Garden, which makes up the rest of the general Darkroot area. Even with it being separate from Darkroot Basin, this level is still made up of its own distinct portions. In order to make it into the main area, gotta buy the crest of Artorias from Andre just a bit back of the Undead Parish, but even aside from that, you can always take the right hand path through to one of my favourite wee sections in the game, which then leads up and onto the Moonlight Butterfly boss. All the sleeping stone statues here are so damn sick, the way they slowly get up before sometimes casting Tranquil Walk of Peace to slow your movements. This is such a magical wee side path, with its weird walking trees and these whatever the fuck these things are. This is also where you pick up one of the most legendary of all Dark Souls armours with the Elite Knight set. Good times. As for the Forest Hunter's Woods, well, it massively succeeds where Dark Souls 2's levels often failed, in that while it is heavily PvP focused, you can completely ignore that aspect of it and still really enjoy it. It can be intimidating if you enter the grounds too early though, because these ghostly human enemies can be really tough, from the heavy armoured claymore wielding knight, to the axe wielding brigand, to the catalyst wielding sorcerer, and more still, though if you've the stones for it, this can also act as a more than decent early game soul farming segment. I really enjoy fighting these human type enemies, though I have an even greater appreciation and even affection for some of the stranger inhabitants of the forest, particularly the mushroom people, survivors from the golden age of Ulusil, though these ones are a bit less friendly, watch out for their punch. Darkroot Garden is vintage Dark Souls, it's a fine forest vintage.
I love walking its wild and varied expanse with its many treasures and interesting enemies, and even if you're not going to engage with the PvP side of things, it's still well worth joining the Forest Hunters clan so as to meet Shiva of the East and browse his impressive selection of rare weapons, both here and later on in Blighttown. Like the gutter from Dark Souls 2, the New Londo Ruins is a level that I used to really not appreciate. It's dark as hell and very treacherous, with countless opportunities to fall to your watery death. Though it was the main enemies of the level, those being the ghosts and the banshees, that I really did not enjoy contending with because there are a damn lot of them. They have great range with their melee attacks, and in order to actually deal damage to them or even block their attacks, you have to use a consumable called the Transient Curse. However, I did eventually grow to appreciate them as an enemy. There's nothing else like them in the game, and their presence down here seriously adds to the haunted, drowned atmosphere of the place, especially when you see them slowly floating towards you from the distance, or even just flat out emerging from the walls or ground. The Transient Curse mechanic really isn't all that taxing either, to be honest. I mean, they last 5 minutes at a time, which is pretty decent, and also I've never came close to running out of them on any playthrough, though just booking it through the level is always an option. The New Londo Ruins does come in two main portions though, because after reaching Ingward and getting the key to the seal, the whole lower section can be drained by opening the floodgates to the Valley of the Drakes, making for a really awesome moment the first time you see it, and realise that the two levels are directly connected. The lower section is very different though, and way more dangerous. For a start, the main threat isn't ghosts anymore, but rather one of the best enemies in the game, possibly even the best enemy in the game, though I can't decide whether that award goes to the Black Knights, the Silver Knights, or these spooky guys here, the Dark Wraiths. Such an awesome moveset, throwing out some attacks which have an unexpected grace when you consider their deathly appearance, though their dance of combos and thrusts will occasionally be interrupted by a humanity-stealing grab attack from their Dark Hand, which you might even get as a drop if you're extremely lucky. There are some dark, grimy and moody levels from these games that just don't really do it for me. A perfect example is the subterranean shunning grounds from Elden Ring, which I've never been able to enjoy, though plenty of people love it. But in other cases, these sorts of levels hit just the right spot for me, bringing to the table an outstanding combination of atmosphere, dark ambience, satisfying level design and great enemy encounters. And a perfect example of such a level is New Londo Ruins, which, over the years, I've grown to greatly appreciate and enjoy. Wasn't all that long ago that I talked about Dark Souls 2's Dragon Shrine, a grand set of structures dedicated to the worship and protection of the ancient dragon resting upon its highest point, but the level lying directly before the shrine and directly after Aldea's Keep is the Dragon Eyrie, a far wilder level with far more dragons. Throughout my big list, I've given Dark Souls 2 an awful lot of, frankly, well-deserved flack for the way many of its levels look, but I'll also be the first to praise it for when it pulls a 180 with some stunning level you never saw coming, which is exactly what happens when you first ascend to the Dragon Eyrie. In a way, the Dragon Eyrie is kinda like a less chaotic version of Crumbling Faram Azula with how fragmented its landscape is, not to mention the constant presence of dragons flying overhead. There's really not any sort of conventional layout to the Dragon Eyrie, but rather it's a collection of stone platforms and peaks connected by rickety bridges and rope slides, though also guarded by rupturing hollows and red dragons. Regarding these hollows, I remember initially being confused by them because even though I was caught directly in the blast when one exploded on me, it did exactly 0 damage. And so I thought the game had bugged or something, but then I got hit again, only for half of my fucking armour and rings to break, because some of these guys specifically do corrosive damage. Fun times. They're hardly the most engaging enemy in the game, more being something to nimbly avoid before quickly dispatching them with a single hit, but the red dragons are way more enjoyable to fight. They have a pretty limited moveset, but it's a fun moveset to fight against as you stack the damage higher, perhaps with a pair of power stance weapons while dodging its bites, stomps and the occasional blast of its fire breath. The Dragon Eyrie is also one of the best places for accumulating lots of rare ores and titanite, which just adds to the enjoyment of moving through this bright, high altitude home for dragons. As with some other levels I've discussed, layout wise the Dragon Eyrie really isn't even close to being the best of the bunch, but the heavy dragon theme and incredible visuals make it a pleasure to move through anyway, right up to the wobbly bridge at the end where you can even get insta-killed if you linger on it for too long. Say what you want about Dark Souls 2, but this shit is awesome. And now we come to the other level of the Tower of Latria. Upper Latria didn't score badly at all at number 53, but before all that perilous traversal over high walkways and through gargoyles and other unspeakable abominations, you have to make your way through the lower level, the Prison of Hope. I think it's fair to say that the Prison of Hope is the most complex level in Demon's Souls, though rather than the complexity coming from some expansive, unconventional environment, the level itself really isn't all that massive, and furthermore, in a sense it's very conventional, and even orderly. Most of the prison is in fact laid out like a prison, with rows of cells and multiple different levels. The issue is that most of these cells are locked, and thus the gist of the level is to explore as much as you can until you get a new key, at which point you can go back to earlier cells which were locked before and pass through them, allowing for further exploration and progression through the level until it's pretty much all accessible to you. Though even if you do explore thoroughly, you might still be left scratching your head at some sections which require world tendency manipulation to figure out. The thing that makes the level so challenging to navigate is the sheer number of cells and floors, and how similar so much of it looks. Though rather than me deducting points for this, as I might do in other cases, I will allow it here because it's a prison. It's supposed to look and feel like a prison, and as such, it shouldn't be fanciful and super varied, so no points deducted in this case. There's not actually a point system, by the way. I'm literally just talking out my arse, as usual. Mind you, the level does change it up somewhat from around the halfway point onwards when you leave the main prison area and have to contend with the goddess statue and its deadly arrow volleys. Pretty terrifying, weird sight the first time you see it, and while the idea is that you find an alternate route around so as to deactivate it, it's entirely possible to just time your dodge rolls correctly and skip all that. But of course, I'm forgetting something, aren't I? I'm forgetting a certain other harmful element present throughout the level, and those are the mind flayers. There's really not all that much enemy variety in this level, and in fact, most of who you encounter are maddened, draggling prisoners who are only really dangerous when in groups. The real menace of the prison though are these octopus-headed horrors, who are like an even more deadly combination of the brainsuckers from Bloodborne and the jailers from Dark Souls 3. Honestly, I fucking hate fighting these things. With most Souls enemies, I'm usually happy to engage them in combat, and by that I mean I accept that there will be a trade of blows, though ideally I will successfully dodge all theirs, thus getting in plenty of my own so that I win. But for the mind flayers, my sole goal is to get in there and flatten them before they even have a chance to flatten me with a paralysis projectile or their AoE attack. Brutal enemy who truly does make me fearful when I hear them nearby. If I didn't have such a sick love of castles and stuff, I might just have considered the Prison of Hope to be my #1 favourite Demon's Souls level, but alas, Boletaria exists and my heart belongs to it. At the end of Dark Souls 3, after the remains of all 5 Lords of Cinders have been placed on their thrones, the player can warp to an alternate version of Firelink Shrine in a location called the Dreadkeep, which acts as the arena for the final fight with the Soul of Cinder, but then the Ringed City DLC dropped and fleshed the Dreadkeep out into a fully explorable level with its own range of dark and formidable new enemies. As you've heard several times throughout this series of mine, I'm very much partial to a spectacular view, to bright, splendiferous scenes of beauty and colour, but on the other hand, I can be just as enthusiastic about dark scenes of overwhelming apocalyptic devastation, which is exactly what greets the player when they first step out into the Dreadkeep. Truly an awe-inspiring view, and the Old Crone here is one of my all-time favourite Soulsborne NPCs. Her dialogue and voice acting are absolutely superb, and she gets extra points from me for sounding like an old cat. I love cats. Furthermore, the fact that she later metamorphizes into an angel just adds to what a great character she is. Brilliant start to a brilliant level. The Dreadkeep does something I normally don't enjoy too much by flooding many parts of the level with weaker enemies, specifically the Mercmen, some of whom will grab at you while others send humanity sprite projectiles your way, and it can make getting through the level feel very frantic, and furthermore, unless I'm mistaken, these things seem to infinitely respawn at some sections, meaning you are heavily incentivized to run the fuck past stuff. It's not just the Mercmen who do this though. I don't want to lay the blame entirely at the murky hands of the Mercmen, because the single most terrifying and dangerous foe of the Dreadkeep is the aforementioned angels. Screaming monstrosities that kinda look and sound like the Orphan of Cos if it had wings, which again is pretty terrifying. All you can do when one of these is in the area is try your best to evade it and find cover from its relentless barrages of holy lasers. They'll take cover for too long and it will bathe the area in a feathery white light, causing AoE curse build-up. In my recent Blasphemous 2 video that almost no one watched, I discussed how there was something inherently fascinating and compelling with taking a concept which is normally considered pure and benevolent and imbuing it with malevolence, or making something look bright and beautiful but just beneath the surface lurks immense cruelty and decay. It's something Elden Ring does extremely well on multiple occasions, but Dark Souls 3 does it too here, with how it fucks with your idea of an angel, dispensing with what you'd think an angel would look like and replacing it with this shrieking terror. It plays with this same sort of idea with the Winged Knights earlier on in the game, which are also clearly supposed to resemble angels, and who also have heavenly attacks like divine pillars of light, while also looking pretty terrifying and cruel. Anyway, for as much as they might force me to scurry and hide to avoid certain death throughout the level, I really like the angels. And I like them even more when you take into account that if you find their corresponding pilgrim, you can permanently put them down and make the Dreck Heap that little bit safer for everyone. There are plenty of other things to harm you here though. For a start, there's another massive poison swamp which can be a bit of a slog to move through, though great treasures also abound here, like the Ring of Favour and Protection +3. The Ring City was a bit weird when it came to the rings, because if you played Dark Souls 3 on New Game Plus, then the +1 versions of rings are added to the game at different points throughout the game world, and then you can get the +2 versions on New Game Plus 2, but then the Ring City came out and let you get +3 versions of rings even if you were on your first New Game cycle. Bit weird, but hey, I shouldn't complain too loudly about getting my hands on some of the game's strongest rings. Another new inclusion of the Dreck Heap which really elevates it for me is the Herald Legion Knights, prowling around at various points throughout the level. You see them again in the actual Ring City, an even greater number, but I about shit myself when I first saw and heard one noisily clanging away at the top of these stairs, but they make for just another one of Dark Souls 3's many brilliant enemies, having long wild combos and lots of health, though you can absolutely trivialise them if you manage to land a plunging attack. In case you haven't figured it out yet, I love Dark Souls 3, and I've played through it many a time, but my enjoyment of the game around the Undead Settlement Road of Sacrifices portion does tend to sag a bit. Those aren't bad levels or anything, but they just don't excite me all that much. At the end of the Road of Sacrifices though, the Chapel of the Deep comes into view, and from this point on my enjoyment ramps right back up, because this whole level is awesome, even if Gale here does kinda ruin the mood. You can't actually enter the cathedral from here yet though, and so the only way forward is through the cemetery, and while this isn't necessarily the most enjoyable section of the game to play through, atmospherically speaking, it's pretty much peak Dark Souls 3. There's such an overwhelming tone of death and decay here, with emaciated corpses pushing themselves out of the ground to try and grab you and vomit at you, and then there's the infested variants who are swarming with leeches. But rather than the skybox being black with the dominant colour palette being dark and gloomy, everything is scorchingly bright, which if anything just adds to the thick aura of decay. This legion of rotting hollows baking and burning under the sun, an idea beautifully illustrated by the lone non-aggressive hollow standing on the path here, staring straight out into the horizon. I know I haven't even started talking about the actual cathedral itself yet, but this cemetery section leading up to it is superbly done, and desolate scenes like this are a major reason why I consider Dark Souls 3 to be such a special game. It really is quite a fucking trial to actually infiltrate into the cathedral though, even requiring a bit of platforming as well as contending against an army of thralls, deacons and grave wardens, though if you befriended the kindly giant archer then he can lend a few helping arrows here. Sick. For as much as I praised the run up to the cathedral though, that moment when you step inside and behold it all is magnificent, with the sight of this thick layer of sludge covering the ground and the despondent giant hunched over within the mire. This is the kind of shit I love in a level, pun not intended, though traversing through it doesn't feel quite so enjoyable. There are more evangelists hiding around, though sadly a lot of thralls too, which aren't quite as enjoyable or interesting to fight, but the Cathedral of the Deep introduces one of the game's sickest enemies, with the Cathedral Knights. Super intimidating enemy with one of the all-time sickest Soulsborne armor sets. It's top 10 for sure, maybe even in the top 5 for Pete's sake. They can be really difficult to beat, but are always great fun too, both the giant mace and cathedral greatsword variants, for the rafter part leading to Rosaria's chambers gets a bit ridiculous. Honestly, the Cathedral of the Deep had the potential to be a top 10 level, but for as much as I enjoyed the layer of sludge thematically, it's a real literal slog to actually move through. I don't really enjoy having to spam fat rolls just to move from A to B, and furthermore, I also don't like how shortcut focused the level is. I know that sounds silly, but they tried too hard to make it all loop back to the Chapel of the Deep via lifts and locked doors and stuff, and it makes it all feel quite unintuitive and illogical to move through. I think the level would have felt much better if they just added another bonfire. Even so, I'm not trying to poo-poo the Cathedral of the Night over much here, it's awesome.
For number 23, we are back in Boletaria to its second level, the Lord's Path. Now, Soulsborne levels may vary widely in complexity, but I am absolutely not of the opinion that great complexity automatically equates to a more enjoyable experience. And in fact, if a level is too much of a pain to navigate through, it can even harm the experience. And by that same token, just because the level's layout is very simple, doesn't mean that it's lame or unengaging to play through, which is where the Lord's Path comes in, because the idea here is simply to move forward over or through a bridge. Of course, things aren't quite as simple as all that, because there happens to be a ferocious red dragon, burning any and all objects and life forms found on the bridge to a crisp, and therein lies the issue. For the first bridge, it's simply a matter of timing it properly so as to make it to the other side before the flames get you. But for the second, it's impossible to run fast enough. The tower's just too far away, and so you've got to move through the tunnel and then out the other end, again making a Stravis acquaintance along the way, not to mention that horrible section with the too many dogs. There's really not a massive amount to say about the Lord's Path because it's just not a big or complex level, but the idea and execution of the dragon is superbly done, and as such I love moving through it, and it feels great when you manage to reach the far end, past the archers and blue-eyed knights and on through the fog wall. Of course, there is always the option of taking down the red dragon, which sounds awesome, but absolutely isn't. In fact, it kind of fucking sucks and took me about 10 minutes at least with this method. I imagine there must be faster ways. Still, it feels very rewarding being able to just cross the whole bridge unscathed now and collect all the amazing items like the spiked shield and renowned hero's soul. Wow. Number 22 in my list is actually the 4th level so far from Dark Souls 2's Crown of the Sunken King DLC, but by far the best. It's Shulva Sanctum City. Lots of folk talk about the superior quality and level design found in Dark Souls 2's DLCs when compared to most of its base game levels, and indeed it very quickly becomes obvious that you're dealing with something pretty special when you first enter Shulva, as the distant dragon Sanctum comes into view before the camouflaged Sin slumbering dragon comes to life and flies off into the distance. Don't you just love a good dragon intro? Each of the 3 DLCs has its own dominant theme or element which persists throughout its levels and which even the very enemies are imbued with in addition to the environment, and for Shulva that element is poison. The enemies cause poison build-up with their attacks, there are moving statues who spit out poison, and even the main boss of the DLC, Sin, uses poison, or rather toxic, with its attacks, though thankfully, somehow, there are no poison swamps to be found anywhere in this DLC. Enemies aside for a second, the main level mechanic in Shulva is the presence of mechanisms which can be activated to alter the landscape of the city, so as to make it more navigable, sometimes drastically. Some of these mechanisms are in clear view, whilst others are a bit more hidden, perhaps helping to deal some damage to a group of enemies, while in other cases they'll allow passage to some hidden section of the level for more sweet loot. In one particularly excellent though somewhat easily missable case though, you can even raise a series of platforms to reveal the path to a hidden bonfire, and if that's not a brilliant feature for a level, then my full legal name isn't Candle Type 1A. Shulva ticks most of the right boxes that a great level needs, though perhaps the one area where it falls a bit short is in its enemies. The Sanctum soldiers are decent enough, but that's about all they are, and furthermore they're nearly exclusively what you'll be fighting throughout the whole level. Shulva is also at a wee bit of a disadvantage when compared to Broom Tower and Alien Lois in that the Crown of the Sunken King DLC is also broken up into the Dragon Sanctum and Dragon's Rest coming, though let's not mention the Cave of the Dead again. while Alien Lois and Broom Tower are far less broken up, feeling more like enormous levels to explore, though let's not mention the frigid outskirts, the Iron Passage, or the memory of the old Iron King again. And following on from that, we have another DLC area, this time from the crown of the Ivory King. It's Frozen Alien Lois. As with all the DLCs, Alien Lois makes a superb presentation, with its dominant element of course being one of ice. Yeah, no shit. Much of the large lost city is either blanketed under snow or encased in ice, including actual parts of the level, a number of treasure chests, and even a Pharaoh's Lockstone contraption. This does of course all tie into the main level mechanic, because Alien Lois essentially has two versions, the frozen version and then the shattered version, which initiates upon speaking to Queen Alsana in the Grand Cathedral, allowing other sections of the level to be accessed. I also can't forget the Eye of the Priestess, which, although technically optional, I think, also plays an important and interesting role, rendering some enemies fully visible, and a ladder, though you can still climb up it in its invisible state. It just looks a bit strange. More importantly though, the Eye of the Priestess is required to make Ava fully visible, which, although seeming like a basic requirement for its defeat for most people, isn't technically needed to take it down. No thanks though, I'll go for the version of it where I can, see what it's doing, please. I really can't overstate how much I love the ice shattering aspect of the level though. At this point I've praised a number of levels for featuring mechanisms or some such at or near the end of the level which enable earlier previously blocked off parts to be fully explored, and yeah, Alien Lois really is the king when it comes to that sort of thing. It's such a big level too, especially if you choose to seek out the 3 Lois Knights to help out in the final fight with the Burnt Ivory King, which, although optional, helps massively with that boss, and also gives you a good reason to explore even more of the city, which is of course well worth doing. As far as the enemy variety of the DLC goes, well, it's certainly more varied than Shulva's Sanctum City, who I just discussed, but again, for the most part you will be fighting the kind of generic Rampart soldiers, which are fine I guess, but nothing all that exciting. The Rampart Golems are way more badass though, and a really cool aspect to the entire level is that after the ice is shattered, all the previously non-hostile retainers start coming after you. Not unlike how the Hyde Knights and the Tower of Flame do after beating the Dragon Rider, except in Alien Lois, things feel a bit more finely tuned. That said, fuck these dumb hedgehog things, they are basically Dark Souls 2's answer to the Bone Wheels, and I don't like them, and the less said about Maldron the Assassin, the better. Let's finish up the trilogy of main Dark Souls 2 DLC levels with Broom Tower from the Crown of the Iron King DLC, which I've put just ahead of Shulva and Frozen Alien Lois, but just by the tiniest little bit, because I really do consider all 3 levels to be so bloody perp, abso-bloody-lutely. As if it need pointed out, the dominant feature of Broom Tower is fire. Of course, we already had a heavily fire-themed level with the Iron Keep, where you even fight the titular old Iron King of the DLC, but Broom Tower feels very different from that level, and with its own mechanics, not to mention being far larger and certainly more difficult. Just as Shulva had its terrain manipulation and Alien Lois had its level transformation, this level has the grotesque idols of Nidalia, Bride of Ash. One of these bizarre looking things emerges up from the ash very early on in the level, though thankfully you'll have already picked up a bunch of nearby smelter wedges to destroy it, yielding a portion of its soul. You might not have much of an idea of what on earth these things are at this point, but essentially there are a number of them located throughout Broom Tower who make shit harder, and in different ways too. The most common way is by encasing all nearby enemies in ash, giving them a substantial buff to damage, defense, and even poise from what I can tell. The regular soldier enemies are already dangerous as hell here, especially when there's a number of them at a time, which there often is, but you really don't want to fuck with a buffed up smelter giant, which, if I may be so bold as to say so, might be one of FromSoft's most badass enemy designs. These things are so sick and intimidating, and I also love how there are 2 variants of them, the one with the giant mace and the one with the smelter hammer, which, as far as I know, is the largest and heaviest weapon in Dark Souls 2, and as such, has a strength requirement of 70. Now that's what I call a chicken drumstick. I got off track though, because I was talking about the Nidalia idols.
As well as the enemy buffs, they can also sustain a constant miasma of curse within a particular area, and in the case of the Fume Knight boss arena, who I consider to be the single greatest boss in the game, they can even heal him if he's within their AoE. Thus, you are heavily incentivized to seek out every smelter wedge throughout Broom Tower and dispose of every idol. And just like with the level mechanics of the other 2 DLCs I've discussed, I bloody love this. The idols make the level significantly harder, and that alone heavily incentivizes you to seek them all out, not to mention that after destroying all 12, you get the complete soul of Nadalia. It's like a collectathon of fire and ash. Sorry to get dramatic there. Enemies aside though, the layout of the level is also outlandish as hell. It's not a case where you can see all these massive machinations and structures, but don't actually get to explore them either. You do get to go to these places here, across giant chains and up elevators, and then down into dark ashy depths defended by possessed armours, fume sorcerers and ashen crawlers, whose design really reminds me of the suppressors from The Suffering Ties That Bind. Random reference, I know, but yeah, there it is. Maldron the Assassin also makes a return after his utterly shocking behaviour in Alien Lois.
I'll tell you, your behaviour last night was shocking, eh? Fucking voice, man. Shocking.
Though they made him even more of an insufferable prick here by having him run down into the nearby curse-filled area which happens to be heaving with buffed up enemies. I was trying to find a clip where I managed to kill Maldron down here, but I couldn't. I think I literally just gave up on my last playthrough, and no bloody wonder. Fuck you, Maldron. And at number 19, in a placement which may very well raise a few eyebrows, but I don't give a fuck, it's Hyde's Tower of Flame, which is my favourite level in Dark Souls 2. Is it the best level in Dark Souls 2? No. But is it my favourite level in Dark Souls 2? Yes. Which is why it's here. You can point to the majesty of the Dragon Eyrie, or the excellent level mechanics found in the main DLC levels, or any other excellent collection of aspects found in any other level from Dark Souls 2. And I'll say, yeah, that stuff's great, but I love Hyde's Tower of Flame, or at least the vanilla version of it, before they fucked it up a bit in Scholar of the First Sin. Nostalgia is definitely a part of why I like the level too, though I must admit, a lot of people hated Dark Souls 2 when it first came out, and honestly, my own feelings on the game have soured to some degree through the years, but I absolutely loved this game when it first came out, and while I was enchanted by the sights, sounds and characters of Majula, my arrival into the Tower of Flame was when I was truly sold. Absolutely one of the most beautiful, magical levels of any Soulsborne game. It just looks so bloody nice. Of course, a significant portion of what you're seeing is inaccessible, all those distant ruins, not to mention the shimmering sea, but even so, I love the way everything looks here. And as for the actual level layout, well, I love that too, and the enemies found throughout. Like some other high-ranking levels in my list, Hyde's Tower of Flame really isn't a very complex level, and nor is it particularly lengthy, but what's here simply both looks and feels hugely enjoyable. It can be pretty damn rough if you choose to come here first instead of the Forest of Fallen Giants, because these old knights sure as hell aren't pushovers, and you've also got the water hazards to watch out for if you're rolling around too recklessly, but the mechanic where a switch pops out of the ground after defeating the enemy at that section is just great, making the level increasingly accessible and even slightly lowering the difficulty of the Dragon Rider boss fight by increasing the circumference of the arena. As for the Scholar of the First Sin version, well, I'm not quite so praiseworthy. Now you've got a lot of Hyde Knights sitting around in places, and while they're non-hostile to start with, after beating the Dragon Rider boss, they'll all start moving and converging upon your location, and that can be a big problem when you're also trying to fight multiple old knights. I guess you could just say, alright, I'll take out the old Dragon Slayer first, and then just book it to the Dragon Rider Fogwall afterwards, past the frankly excessive number of enemies, but for Scholar, they went and put a red dragon on the platform leading to the old Dragon Slayer Fogwall, which I absolutely hate. Brilliant enemy, I love the red dragon, but I don't love them here. If you're using a bow, it's fine, but if not, fuck you and good luck, I guess, especially if you screwed up your chance at making it across to begin with, and now the dragon's spamming its fire breath attack. Ugh, look at me, this is supposed to be one of my all-time favourite levels, and here I am lambasting it. But bear in mind, it's the Scholar of the First Sin I have issues with, not the vanilla version, and even with the Scholar version, I still love it despite its flaws.
I truly love Dark Souls Undead Burg for many reasons, which I will soon get into when I get to it a bit further down the list, but located directly after the Undead Burg, past the fearsome Hellkite Drake, is the Undead Parish. A fairly small level, but one which I adore, cause simply and crudely put, it crams a lot of good shit into a short but really nice looking environment. For a start, you've got another Black Knight here, and one which is fiendishly but at the same time wonderfully positioned at the top of this tower. When you're first climbing up these spiral stairs, you don't know what's on top, whether there's going to be some treasure or maybe a hollow archer, but what's really waiting, ominously and threateningly up there, is the most badass Black Knight variant of them all, the great sword wielding one. Parrying these guys feels that bit more terrifying compared to the straight sword wielding cousins. And then just ahead you've got the Fangbore, which is nearly guaranteed to flatten any Dark Souls noob, though in truth it's really not difficult once you figure it out. You can deal massive damage with a plunge attack from the ledge, circle around it for a backstab, or if you're feeling extra cheeky, simply lure it into the fire with an alluring skull. It works surprisingly well. Oh, but that's not all. Sorry, I don't know why I'm talking like that. Because just ahead you've got the church with the 3 Balder Knights who can pose a merciless challenge if you're not all that familiar with their movesets, especially if you don't yet know how to counter the automatic parry move of the one with the Balder side sword. But then ahead of these guys, you have one of the game's 3 Berenice Knights, clad in steel armour and armed with a super-sized mace and tower shield. I know I say this a lot, but again, for as few of them as there are throughout Lordran, one of the coolest enemies in the game. Big and heavy and so strong that they shake the ground with their attacks, which is the way I like it. Pound me, daddy. But then even after that, you've got an encounter with the first Channeler, shooting powerful soul magic from the balcony and providing serious buffs to the army of hollows surrounding him. Like I said, the Undead Parish really isn't a large level at all, but a level doesn't have to be large for me to love playing through it, and I really love playing through the Undead Parish and its sequence of memorable and enjoyable encounters. And also, there's a shortcut to Firelink Shrine, that's great too. And for number 17, and what I consider to be the second best level in Demon Souls, I choose the Gates of Boletaria, the first proper level in the game and one which must be beaten before any other Archstone can be accessed, and before you can even level up. I don't have the Gates of Boletaria here because it's the most dangerous and atmospheric level in the game, because it's not, but because not only is it nearly perfect as a starting level, but it's pretty much top tier as a level full stop. Everyone remembers the Dark Souls moment when you first see the Hellkite Drake at the start of the Undead Burg, but Demon Souls did it first. Also with a red dragon, and one you can encounter later on in the level too, although you can make both it and its blue brother totally disappear from this section if you achieve pure white world tendency, but let's not get into the whole world tendency discussion, please. Most of the enemies are simple dreglings with very basic attack patterns, but even so they can absolutely mess you up if you get complacent, though the Blue-Eyed Knights present far more of a challenge while still being great fun to fight, and to try out a parry or two, though anytime I've gone after the lone Red-Eyed Knight guarding the mausoleum housing old King Doran, it seldom goes my way, but regardless, I always appreciate the inclusion of an extra powerful optional enemy if you've got the skills for it, and this is something FromSoft do a lot to great effect. Layout-wise, the level does an excellent job of introducing those familiar, satisfying Soulsborne level features like shortcuts and mechanisms located later on in the level to open up an earlier section. And although the aforementioned Lord's Path level back at number 23 entirely revolved around evading the prowling dragon demon along the bridge, a mini version of that section and what is essentially an earlier version of the Undead Burg's Hellkite encounter also appears at the end of this level, and it's just great. I love it. Another element of the Gates of Boletaria that I've always really appreciated is how frequently the enemies dropped firebombs and turpentine, pine resin, and how, while they certainly come in handy for dealing with the regular enemies, such as the blood-crazed Dreglings, baying for poor Ostrava's blood, they really come into play in countering the level boss. I know the Phalanx is hardly a super challenging encounter, but I've always appreciated how the game sprinkles these consumables upon you throughout the level. It all feels very logical and satisfying. The Gates of Boletaria is a terrific level which makes for an excellent start to a great game, though there is one other Boletaria level that I consider to be even better than this one, soon to be discussed. One of my favourite aspects of Dark Souls 1's painted world of Ariamis isn't just the level itself, but also the steps required to actually get into the level. Got to quite literally fly by bird back to the undead asylum, nail the stray demon, then grab the peculiar doll, after which the enormous painting in the large hall at Anne Orlando can be interacted with, pulling you into a completely different level which cannot be exited from until you reach the end. So best make sure you're well prepared before you enter, because this sure as hell ain't some simple tacked on wee extra level. This is the painted world of Ariamis. I've heard through the years that this was actually one of, if not the first level that FromSoft designed for Dark Souls 1, and while I'm not sure whether that's true or not, the fact remains that the Painted World is a very impressive and ambitious level, and in fact I'd say it's by far the densest level in the game. That's not to say that it's small and dense though, because while it's not the largest level in the game, it's still a very respectable size. But within the level lies so many secrets, treasures, tucked away areas and interesting formidable enemies that even traversing through a small portion of it can feel more stimulating than moving through some entire other levels of the game. Difficulty wise, the Painted World isn't quite up there with the game's most challenging levels, but it's still not to be trifled with. One of the most common enemies here are hollows, who hardly make for the most interesting or impressive foes in the game, but even so, they can still mess you up if there's enough of them, and the engorged hollows in particular can easily ruin a run through the place if they catch you out with a post-mortem toxic mist. There's also the crow demons, an enemy any platinum trophy hunter will be well acquainted with. Gotta love that 6% souvenir of reprisal drop rate. Sadly, the bone wheels are back in a big way, guarding the mechanism down the well required to open the way to the Priscilla boss fight, and really, if anything, they suck even more here than they did in the catacombs, because now they can suddenly come spinning through an illusory wall and make a bloody national laughingstock of your health bar. My favourite wee portion of the Painted World, however, is the part where King Jeremiah invades. As a phantom, he's pretty cool, sporting the outlandish yet undeniably stylish Xanthus set, but something I only noticed on my most recent playthrough of the game is that there's an insanely creepy aural ambience here that's really unnerving, complemented both effectively and morbidly by the crude collection of tall spikes sporting impaled corpses from which perched crows loudly caw. Truly an outstanding level, not only from Dark Souls 1 but from the entire trilogy. Not only is it a masterclass in dense, intricate level design, but it's also filled with excellent and memorable enemy encounters, and also the bone wheels. After the absolutely excellent level that is Central Yharnam and then the bloody fantastic boss that is Father Gascoigne, you pass through the wooden doors to Odin Chapel, the home of the creepy but surprisingly kindly chapel dweller, beyond which lies the sprawling architecture and alleys of Cathedral Ward. Even before exiting out amongst the cathedrals though, Odin Chapel itself is such a fantastic wee area, being the closest thing that the game has to a secondary hub area. On my early playthroughs, I totally missed out on all the super interesting characters you could meet out in Yharnam and send here, like Ariana, the Skeptical Man, Grandma, and Adela the Nun, though we don't like to talk about the suspicious beggar around here. The dialogue and personalities of these characters are literally some of the most entertaining, interesting, and superbly voice acted out of any FromSoft game, and that's really saying something. Whereas Central Yharnam was primarily home to beasts, boars and trolls on the hunt for outsiders, the inhabitants of Cathedral Ward tend to be more strange and pale than beastly, like the grotesque chapel giants and the prowling slender church servants, armed with canes, lanterns or crucifixes. The shift in enemy type instantly gives the level a very different character to the one just before it, though if anything Cathedral Ward seems even larger and more complex. In fact, despite myself, I still sometimes get lost in here. It's not badly laid out or anything, but I can never remember exactly how to get to the Forbidden Woods from here, and sometimes I'll even have to refresh myself on how to get around the main gate into the central chapel giant area without having to shell out 10k blood echoes for the Hunter Chief's emblem. Every moment and every scene in Cathedral Ward feels memorable and filled with flavour, from the creepier, smokier sections down below amidst the cramped alleys where beasts and riflemen lurk, obscured by the thick haze, to the middle portion with the chapel giants and flame-spraying church servants with their amusing floppy hats, and then finally the ascent up the long stairs to the Grand Cathedral, past more weird enemies like the frenzy-inflicting crucifix guys at the top of the stairs, which will most likely be most players' first encounter with Frenzy 2, instilling panic as the meter grows and grows and you think, hey, Don't know what the status effect is, but maybe it won't be so bad, and oops, there goes literally 70% of my max HP. Fuck. The second I exited out of the undead parish and saw those large iron gates to Sen's Fortress, I could not wait to see what was inside. Based on what I'd already experienced in the game up until that point, I knew whatever it was probably going to kick my arse into next Wednesday, but nonetheless, my curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Though of course, it wasn't until I rang the second bell of awakening down in Quellag's domain that the gate opened up, in a cutscene that managed to be really hype, whilst also being rather chilled. I mean, it's just a gate being opened up, but not just any gate, no. The gate to Sen's Fortress, a dark, intricate, multi-floored dungeon filled to the brim with man-serpents, powerful monsters and deadly traps, ready to mercilessly destroy the unwary player.
Ambushed by foul invention.
Although the design of the man-serpents is admittedly rather tacky, especially when compared with the calibre of most of Dark Souls 1's other enemy designs, I've always loved actually fighting them. They're slow but powerful, which makes them ideal enemies for busting out the parries, which are always fun to pull off. The place is lousy with these things, but the traps, Jerry, it's all about the traps. You'll find no calm, gentle terrain here, featuring straightforward paths to the end of the level, but instead the environment is designed to kill you, featuring super narrow walkways, swinging pendulums, massive boulders and arrow traps, some of which are very fiendishly placed. And let's not forget the cruel placement of some projectile hurling enemies to make it all that bit more difficult, and at times brutal. Every Dark Souls veteran has at least one time experienced the triumph of making it to near the top of the fortress before making a single misstep and falling all the way down to the dark demon pits below, to their death. Or perhaps you even survived the fall. Great, except now you've got to find your way out of this dark hellhole with its four Titanite demons. Shit's rough. Things do get a bit brighter at the top though, at least temporarily. After emerging out of the main dungeon, the man-serpents are instead replaced by an even better enemy, more Balder Knights, complemented wonderfully by periodic bursts of fire from the bomb-chucking troll yonder that way, to make navigating around the place that bit more difficult. One of the fantastic things about Sen's Fortress is that for as dark, oppressive and difficult as it often is in places, and for how intentionally confusing it can be to navigate around the mid-portion, it always feels really, really fun. Swinging pendulums are awesome, and a bomb-throwing troll, bring it on. It's a place I don't massively mind dying in, because that's just part of the Sen's experience. The experience of one of the greatest levels in Dark Souls 1, and a level which leads directly onto what is, in my opinion, an even greater level. Just a few entries ago we had the Painted World from Dark Souls 1, which scored exceedingly highly on my list. But with the release of Dark Souls 3's first DLC, Ashes of Ariandel, a new such world was introduced, that being the Painted World of Ariandel. When this DLC first came out, I didn't immediately pick it up, not because I was apprehensive or anything, but because I was probably busy with other stuff. I don't remember. But what I do remember is seeing people online complaining about the DLC, with their main complaint being that it was way shorter than they expected. Well, I personally never saw any issue with its length, and anyway, size doesn't matter, it's what you do with it that counts. Right? Of course, the Painted World isn't the first snowy level in the Dark Souls trilogy. The original Painted World had some snow in it, and Frozen Elaeum Lois was a damn winter wonderland, but this level really doesn't feel very similar to any other Dark Souls level before it. For a start, despite the complaints about its length, this is a massive level, boasting some very wide open sections, making it truly feel like you're exploring the heights of some distant frigid mountain. Lots of great new enemy types here too to help push that feeling, like the followers throwing spears from the snowy mist, and perhaps most notably of all, there are proper packs of wolves that come after you in the next section, with impressively wolf-like behaviour. It's very realistic, at least until the 13-foot tall one shows up. It's the Painted World's open, mountainous terrain that makes it feel so distinctive and enjoyable to move through, because apart from the Corvian settlement near the chapel, most of it feels very untamed, really adding to the feeling of exploration and making it feel very different compared to levels like the Catacombs of Carthus, the High Wall and even Irithyll, as you climb down branches, traverse across frozen lakes and move along cliffs while being harangued by fire-breathing followers. Most of this level looks gorgeous, but not only does it look good, but it plays good too. Some excellent Soulsborne levels really are made such by the excellent enemies found within them, but the Painted World has both things going for it, both its layout and the enemies. I'm a castle man, and a broochman.
Mimi, I'm a handsome man and a broochman.
Mimi wants a brooch.
But I also love a sick enemy. Powerful knights or warriors with mighty weapons and armour, and the Painted World delivers fully in that respect with the Millwood Knights. The first time I turned into this area with the ruins and towers, to see that first Millwood Knight stalking around was magnificent. Such a sick enemy and truly intimidating to fight. The game sure as hell isn't shy about throwing several of these guys at you at once, not to mention the one constantly shooting down AoE attack causing arrows from the tower here. And then later on, you have one with a weapon strong enough to shake the very earth under your feet as you're fighting for your life against other knights. There's another very different type of knight found in the level 2 though, residing in and around the Corvian settlement. Taloned fiends which could have been taken straight out of Bloodborne. Not only their design but also their quick, fierce combos. Although they're smaller, these things are even more intimidating and dangerous than the Millwood Knights, and further on through the settlement you even see one of Dark Souls 3's very rare cases of friendly fire as one slaughters a group of fleeing Corvian settlers. Brilliant DLC with a brilliant, inspired level design, and for as much as I do love Dark Souls 3's base game, I always appreciate how they didn't just make this DLC feel like more of the same, and as a result, exploring the Painted World always feels distinctly refreshing. Let's take a step back from Dark Souls 3's DLC though and return to its first proper level after the Cemetery of Ash, to the High Wall of Lothric. As far as the tutorial levels in these games go, sure, it's important to make them, well, good, but at the same time, they don't need to be the flashiest, most exciting levels in the game, because their purpose is effectively to serve as introductions to the game to let you get a feel for the movement, the combat, the story, etc. As for an opening level though, the thing that comes after the tutorial, well, that absolutely does need to be extra good, and yes, even a bit flashy, because the introductions are done, so let's bloody well get on with it please. It just so happens that FromSoft happen to be excellent at designing and presenting outstanding opening levels, hence why several of them are placed very highly in my list, but one of my absolute favourites is the High Wall of Lothric, the first level you warp to from Firelink Shrine. Although the actual Lothric castle is located a bit higher up in the game world and only accessible later on, unless you want to take your chances with the Dancer of the Boreal Valley early on, which I personally do not, the environment of the High Wall of Lothric still feels very castle-like, with an absolute army of soldiers and imposing Lothric knights. Of course, with this being Dark Souls 3, everything is completely fucked here. All the soldiers are hollowed and there are dead bodies everywhere, even dragon corpses, though there is also a live dragon at one spot, indiscriminately roasting any living thing in its path. The High Wall does a great job at establishing the mood of intense desolation that pervades through nearly every Dark Souls 3 level, but it achieves this while also making the level really enjoyable to move through, whilst looking fantastic too, in a sort of very grim way. Although it's kinda linear in the sense that there's just one entrance and one feasible exit, at least in the early game, moving through it doesn't feel linear at all. In fact, there are multiple ways to get through the level depending on if you're bold enough to brave the dragonfire here, or if you want to pass through the prowling Wicked Knights, or just face it directly. And of course there are a few shortcuts to make the whole experience of moving through it that bit more gratifying and satisfying. And you will need those shortcuts too, because this is not an easy level. There are a lot of enemies here, and many of them are tough as nails. I remember dying a bunch to the very first Lothric Knight you encounter after the stairs with the Dragonfire, and if you're feeling extra bold a bit later on in the level, you can even take on the extra tough Red-Eyed Lothric Knight. It's very similar to the Red-Eyed Knight tucked away in a corner of Demon Souls' first level. Absolutely superb opening level, and this place is a big reason why I always look forward to starting any fresh Dark Souls 3 playthrough. And as for Lothric Castle, which lies just above it, well, we will get to that soon. The region of Liurnia is absolutely massive. I haven't done the math, but from what I can tell it's by far the largest region in the game, but also the most magical. Some of the views here are downright stunning, especially with the effect of the thick pale mists that cover much of its surface, particularly over the large central lake section. But within that lake is a particularly striking landmark, standing tall and imposing and contributing massively to the region's mystical atmosphere. It's Raya Lucaria Academy. For most players, the last legacy dungeon they will have visited before Raya Lucaria Academy will have been Stormvale Castle, a stony fortress guarded by soldiers, knights, trolls and powerful ranged weaponry, but the Academy is a completely different sort of beast. Here there are no soldiers or knights to speak of, except for Moongrum, because the main foe stalking its halls are scholars, devotees of the sorceress arts who defend their academy with powerful glintstone sorcery fired from staffs, with their faces and heads concealed by their characteristic stone crowns made to resemble the faces of former masters of the academy. As such, this level feels very different to most others, because rather than the enemies here primarily excelling at melee combat with perhaps some secondary ranged skills, the scholars are at their most powerful at range and far less effective up close, and so combat often feels like a rush to get as close as quickly as possible, dodging their powerful magics along the way. They're not the only enemy here though, because numerous marionette automatons are also scattered throughout the academy's expanse, particularly on the rooftops. Honestly, the most fitting word to describe how I felt right from the very first minute I entered the academy is enchanted. This level is utterly enchanting in every way. Its atmosphere, its gorgeous visuals, and simply the set pieces you move through. There's a fair amount of walking through halls and libraries, sure, but it also has you running and jumping from rooftops, dodging enormous magical boulders, and even descending a massive elevator. The scale and scope of some of these sections is so impressive that I was in a near constant state of wonder when playing through them, and I was constantly amazed at the sheer size of the academy, how rewarding it was to explore, and how different it felt to anything else thus far in the game. Truly a magical level, and an excellent example of the magic of Elden Ring. And here we are at the top 10 of the list. We've already covered many fucking tremendous levels thus far, but these next 10 are the ones I consider to be the absolute greatest levels in all of Soulsborne, which by extension makes them some of the greatest levels in all of gaming. For number 10 I have another example of a level which I think is the best in its respective game, presenting Boletaria's The Inner Ward from Demon's Souls. As discussed, Boletaria is my favourite Demon's Souls world. The game has a bunch of terrific levels and certainly a few truly iconic ones which made it into the top 40, like Prison of Hope and Island's Edge. And then you have other levels like the ones from the Valley of Defilement which are very memorable for different reasons, but as for Boletaria, it has exactly the shit that I love. Though of its 4 main levels, the Inner Ward most effectively concentrates and exhibits those enjoyable elements. It dispenses with the skeletons, depraved ones and miners in favour of powerful soldiers and extremely powerful knights. It ditches the outlandish, fantastical and grim environments in favour of a more conventional militaristic castle type setting, and it all feels so delightfully solid. There's a vital place for monsters and magic to vary up the journeys within these games, but I really think they tend to be at their best with these more grounded level types, which tend to feel more well honed. Compared to the other levels in Boletaria, everything's that bit stronger here. There are more soldier variants thrown at you, the fat officials make a delightful return after their absence in the Lord's Path, and other than the brief and brutal encounter with one tucked away in the gates of Boletaria, this is the level where you start encountering red-eyed knights who are far more dangerous and damaging than their blue-eyed counterparts found throughout the easier levels of Boletaria. Speaking of which, who can forget the long stair section leading up to the Penetrator boss fight with a squadron of regular soldiers and a fucking trio of red-eyed knights. Difficult as hell, and as with many moments from Demon's Souls, iconic as hell. For as much as I appreciate it, Demon's Souls has never been a game that I've loved as a whole. Maybe if it had been my first Souls game I'd feel differently, but it wasn't my first. But that said, there are absolutely still moments, enemies and even levels in it that I do love, and the Inner Ward is surely one of those levels. At number 9 I am pleased to present the Undead Burg, which will be most players' first proper level after leaving Firelink Shrine, unless they're foolhardy and headstrong enough to delve down the nearby cemetery. I guess it might seem like something of a basic bitch level to put so high in the rankings, but who gives a shit. The Undead Burg is superb, and pretty much a perfect early game level. Right from the get-go, your nerves and expectations are thrown asunder when the Hellkite Drake makes its brief appearance before flying off again, and though most of the actual enemies you'll fight in the Undead Burg are far more conventional than the Drake, this is where early game players can really start getting a taste of what the game's about. I'm sure many people watching remember those feelings of uncertainty and confusion in the Undead Burg when you're still wondering what the hell this game even is. What does humanity do? What does Kindle mean? What in the name of all that is holy do all these icons mean on the start screen? Why do I always have my health after being hit? How the hell do I damage this enemy when it has its shield up? What the fuck am I supposed to do when several enemies group on me at once?
Who the hell is that guy? I still remember all these feelings keenly, and I also remember how unique and magical the experience of slowly figuring them all out was. Not only through my first playthrough, but through subsequent playthroughs. I think it took until New Game Plus before I learned that invincibility frames were even a thing. I won't get any more carried away with the nostalgia for Dark Souls as a whole though, because this is about the Undead Burg, but for me the Undead Burg was the main arena where all these emotions and impressions were at their strongest. Even aside from my first Dark Souls playthrough though, this level is superb. It's filled with secret areas, shortcuts, parts that look back on themselves, environmental hazards, hidden weapons, a legendary optional combat encounter if you're feeling especially bold, and then they went and threw in perhaps the all-time most well-known and lovable character from the Dark Souls trilogy with Slayer of Astora. And if that wasn't enough, hey, let's toss in Idrake to create perhaps the single most notorious encounter in the game with the bridge section just before the Undead Parish. And let's make it so that if you manage to cut off its tail you get an awesome early game weapon as a reward for your high cunning and gumption. When people talk about the sheer excellence of the first half of Dark Souls, the Undead Burg is often one of the levels they're thinking of, because simply put, it is excellent. But now we have my personal favourite level from Dark Souls 1. I hate to reminisce again, like an old man, but way back on my first playthrough I remember fighting my way through one of the game's dark levels, probably the Depths or Blighttown, and having a great time, sure, but also thinking that I probably had a pretty decent idea of what Dark Souls was by now. A good idea of what I could expect from its future levels, lots of grim locations filled with hollows, ghosts or skeletons. But I remember looking up help for one of the game's bosses on YouTube one day and a thumbnail catching my eye. The thumbnail showed a level that did not look remotely grim. In fact, it showed a scene from an environment that looked positively pristine, and so I clicked on it and saw someone playing through what we now know as Anor Londo. I quickly clicked off and eagerly went back to playing the game with a fresh sense of excitement at what the hell that level was and when I would be getting to it, and indeed, after dying 45 times in Sen's Fortress and after beating the Iron Golem, I was gloriously flown into that godly sunlit location, a city of enormous proportions, with vast elevators and colossal mechanisms, and an enormous castle, and imposing sentinels, and lightning gargoyles, and silver knights, and for fuck's sake I hate this level, and actually no I love it again, because I made it inside the castle and everything's awesome again. Now, I'll say up front that Anor Londo does not have the best level design and layout in Dark Souls 1. The Undead Burg and Painted World have it beaten there for sure, but as far as how great it feels to move through, to explore, Anor Londo has them all beaten. There's no other level in the game I look forward to more than this one, and the anticipation only grows as I walk through these first halls, past the giant sentinels before looking out at the expanse of giant structures before me. It absolutely has a few pain in the arse sections like the rafter bit, the buttress part, and that frankly awful room with the Titanite demon, but I don't care, because I simply love being here. There are so many great moments and amazing scenes and secrets, and the main enemy of the level, the Silver Knights, contribute massively to how enjoyable it all feels. They're certainly not the most challenging enemy in the game, but they're really fun to fight and make for a great occasion to bust out the buckler or target shield and start parrying, and hey, why not go down here and grab Havel's set? Oh no, look, it's Siegmeyer. Anor Londo is a sequence of good times, great moments and excellent set pieces, and when I think of that distinctive Dark Souls 1 excellence, this is the level that always pops into my head first, and rightly so, because while it may not be a 10 out of 10 in every respect, that doesn't matter. It has that special something, and a special place in the hearts of countless fans of the series. A few places earlier I had a level from the first of Dark Souls 3's 2 DLCs, the Painted World of Ariandel, and just a bit earlier than that I also covered the first level from its second DLC, that being the Dreadheap. But after the Dreadheap, and after an intense battle with a demon prince, you are lifted and flown away to the titular ringed city, enshrouded in a haze of sand and mist. At first the place looks extremely grand, perhaps on a similar level to Anor Londo. However, very quickly after landing you start to see the reality, because like most levels in Dark Souls 3, this place is completely fucked. FromSoft are absolute masters at making incredible first impressions with their levels, and the Ringed City is certainly no exception. The way the distant, slumped over giant rises and roars to herald the spectral legions of Rune Knights absolutely blew me away when I first saw it, and also killed me many times because good luck surviving for more than a second when these things are firing 100 arrows at you.
Throughout this entire vast level, there's such a powerful and even depressive sense of a lost age, a sense that you have arrived at the end of the world. Hungry, man-sized locusts lurk amongst the shadows in gleeful anticipation of a coming feast. The entire city is slowly sinking down into a fetid mire of sludge, and the only inhabitants of the city are insane, curse-laden pygmies, abyssal Harald Knights, and in particular the incredibly formidable Ringed Knights, with their characteristic ringed armour and weapons, such as the straight sword, the spear, and even their enormous twin greatswords. The city itself is extremely grim, even though it certainly does retain elements of its former grandeur throughout its ruined streets, alleys and stairways, but the swamp section in particular is like a sombre concentration of that distinctively apocalyptic Dark Souls 3 flavour. The sight of the giant aimlessly wandering around whilst locusts scuttle around his legs manages to be both beautiful and sad at the same time. And I actually think much the same about the repeat of the fight with the Dragon Slayer armour located at the far side of the swamp, who springs into thunderous animation upon the player's approach. The Dragon Slayer armour is one of my all-time favourite bosses, and I was not at all angry about having to fight it again, especially in such a wide, incredible arena, and especially after it dropped its Iron Dragon Slayer set. The Ringed City is without a doubt the most difficult level in Dark Souls 3, to the extent that some sections feel just about overwhelming considering both the nature and number of enemies, but really, I wouldn't have it any other way. This was the last ever level from the Dark Souls trilogy, leading up to the last ever boss, and things are supposed to be dialed up to 10, which is absolutely the case here in near every respect. The Ringed City is more than just an excellent level too, because I genuinely feel a bit emotional when moving through it. Not emotional as in I'm weeping, but I mean that the atmosphere here really gets to me and makes for a very powerful gaming experience. An experience that concludes with what is in my opinion the single greatest FromSoft boss fight with Slave Knight Gale. I am of the opinion that Bloodborne's The Old Hunters is the best DLC ever made. Bloodborne is already my favourite FromSoft game, but then they somehow went and bloody topped it. I don't know how they did it, but they did it, and indeed at number 6 I have picked the DLC's opening level, The Hunter's Nightmare. Although it's a ridiculously dangerous place, you can actually come here pretty damn early, right after beating Vicar Amelia in fact, though short of doing a mad dash through the level to grab some treasure, probably best to leave this place till much later. Just as the Royal Wood in Dark Souls 1's DLC took a base game level and made a new, more dangerous version of it, the same is true of the Hunter's Nightmare, which is a corrupted, nightmare version of Central Yharnam and Cathedral Ward. You can recognise certain sections and buildings from the base game, but everything's that bit more fucked up here, with anomalous deposits of strange grey rock there to fill in the gaps. The Hunter's Nightmare is significantly more dangerous than the early game levels it is based on, however, and very soon upon entering you will be greeted by an old hunter, and these guys mean business. There are many regular blood-drunk hunters scattered around Yharnam of course, but their weapons, attire and movesets aren't ever unique or distinctive. In fact, they share most of the same attributes as your own player character, except AI controlled. The old hunters are a very different affair though. These guys are much bigger, more ferocious, use old hunter weaponry and have 10 times the personality of any regular hunter, and you'll meet several different variants of them too. Bloodborne has absolutely tremendous enemy variety, especially if you take the Chalice dungeons into account, which introduces another crap ton of unique enemies and bosses, but despite the wide range of foes the game features, the level of quality in terms of both enemy design and movesets is consistently impressive, and the Oath Hunters are among the best of the best. Though the Nightmare Executioners found just outside the Grand Cathedral and in the Blood Lake leading to the Ludwig boss arena in particular make for one of the most terrifying enemies in the game, and perhaps the most difficult. The one outside the Grand Cathedral in particular is insanely dangerous, especially when it activates its weird buff. The level feels fantastic to traverse through and uniquely dangerous, though the fact that you have a number of awesome new weapons and clothing sets massively incentivises exploring it all extra thoroughly, because the DLC weapons are some of the coolest shit in the game, stuff like the Beast Cutter and Whirligig Saw, both of which you can pick up here, same with the Old Hunter set. Honestly, I came pretty close to putting the Hunter's Nightmare a bit higher, ahead of the other still to be mentioned DLC level, but it's not quite perfect. For as gnarly and nightmarish as the River of Blood looks, these bloodsucker enemies are horrible to fight, and there are way too many of them, to the extent that I always choose to just run past them. Also, the Dark Cave can be a bit of a bitch, though at the same time they hid another blood-starved beast in here which is undeniably sick, and you can even pick up the Amygdalian arm here, at least after taking out that bloody nightmare of a hunter hidden in this dark recess of this bloody nightmare. And now we have entered the top 5 of the list, with the only levels remaining are ones from Elden Ring, Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, and speaking of which, I present my all-time favourite Dark Souls 3 level with Lothric Castle. Take everything I adore about the high wall of Lothric and amplify it, make it bigger, more chaotic, more challenging, more apocalyptic, and what you get is Lothric Castle, the level leading up to the Grand Archives, which then concludes with the incredible and emotional boss fight with the Twin Princes. There were a good few Lothric knights at the high wall, but the ones here hit way harder and have new weapons too, like the Lothric Knight Greatsword, which even does some unexpected lightning damage. These knights are hard enough as it is, but then you also have the cloaked priests who can give them massive buffs to turn even one of them into near unstoppable powerhouses, and woe betide you if you've got more than one of them on you at a time. There are a ton of fantastic moments as you move through Lothric Castle. In fact, the level's a fucking sequence of fantastic moments, complemented by powerful soldiers and knights, but the one moment that always stands out to me the most is when you first emerge from the lower section and the sky becomes visible and you see the bizarre floating forms of the pilgrim butterflies softly ascending higher into the dead red sky, with the scene being made even more apocalyptic and dreadful with the sight of the fully eclipsed sun, now resembling the dark sign of the undead, which is such a genius visual touch by FromSoft that I don't even know what to say. I can't think of a sequence of words sufficiently complimentary or descriptive enough to express how much I love this. This level is seriously difficult too, by far the most difficult in the base game in my opinion, even more so than Archdragon Peak. Even the basic soldiers are a real challenge, and there are crossbow wielding hollows placed in fiendish locations to catch you before exploding bolts when you're busy dealing with a different group of enemies, not to mention the dual charms being hurled your way from above in some places to prevent the use of Estus. Although there's a nice homage to Demon Souls further up in the Grand Archives at the big staircase guarded by multitudes of knights before the boss, there's another one too at the Dragon Bridge, which feels like something of a fiery tribute to the entrance to the aforementioned King's Tower in Demon Souls. Of course, in this case the dragons aren't really alive, but rather they're merely being given animation by the pus of man, which, after being taken out, if you manage not to get cursed to death that is, will result in the dragons freezing in place. There's a heavy pus of man theme throughout the castle, which also adds to its moribund ambience, the sense that things are spiralling into entropy, and that this age of fire is fading, and considering the grim, hopeless state of the world, perhaps it should fade. By now I've discussed several Dark Souls 3 levels that I consider to be excellent, but to me, Lothric Castle is the greatest among them, and well deserving of a position in the top 5 greatest ever Soulsborne levels. At position number 4, we have the only remaining Bloodborne DLC level, the Research Hall, located in between the Hunter's Nightmare and the Fishing Hamlet. Bloodborne is horrific, and indeed I've discussed its horror elements at length when discussing its many different levels, several of which feature their own distinct themes, like how Cainhurst has quite a different vibe compared to the rest of the game, same with the Fishing Hamlet. But another example of a level which I feel is especially distinct is the Research Hall. This is the true face of the Healing Church, and it ain't pretty. In fact, it might just be the single most horrific and disturbing level in Bloodborne, because the dominant theme here is one of medical horror. There are no beasts anywhere in the Research Hall, but rather, other than a few bothersome rodents and crows along the rafters at the top, and the odd church servant, you will exclusively be fighting test subjects, whose most defining visual characteristic are their grotesquely bloated heads. In their attempts to create a celestial emissary, the church researchers injected water into people's heads, believing that this would transform them into beings capable of communing with the Great Ones. And while the choir would later go on to perfect this procedure, we know that it resulted in only failure here, hence the presence of the living failures just ahead and the absence of any actual celestial emissaries like we see in the waking world. As a result of these experiments, most of the test subjects are completely and utterly insane and violent, blindly charging, flailing and shrieking at any other living thing to cross their path. And there are a lot of these enemies, some clothed, some naked, some entirely headless, and some where all that's left of them are their heads. The most disturbing of all though are the ones that haven't quite gone fully insane, still retaining some ability to speak, providing little watery droplets of insight into the nature of the experiments and their mushy, murky after effects. The best example of this is of course Saint Adeline, who you can gather brain fluid for in exchange for her saint's blood, and ultimately the Milkweed Room, making for one of the most fucked up side quests in Soulsborne history. As utterly wonderfully dark and dismal as the research hall's atmosphere is though, its layout is just as incredible, bordering on genius, not to mention unique. The name of the game here is Verticality. The level is composed of multiple floors, accessible by twisting staircases, with some rooms connecting to others, either laterally or vertically, while other rooms require keys or must be opened from the inside. Furthermore, at the very top of the hall, there's a mechanism that shifts the staircases into a new alignment, essentially changing the layout of the whole level so that new sections are now available for exploration, and as if it needed saying, I fucking love this so much. Even without this mechanism, the level was top tier, but this puts it over the damn edge into top 5 territory, and even very nearly into top 3, but alas, there's some stiff competition. Well, here we go folks. What better level to choose for number 3 in my list than perhaps the greatest castle FromSoft has ever created, Stormveil Castle. I was of course pretty freaking impressed with Elden Ring as I rode around Limgrave on the back of Torrent, exploring its ruins, fighting its field bosses and meeting its many excellent NPCs, but all the while the immense form of Stormveil Castle was visible in the distance, a solid and imposing fortress of wind-blasted stone, and so eventually I said, the time has come, let's go to Stormveil. And go to Stormveil I did, to one of the most incredible levels I've ever had the pleasure of playing through. I really didn't see it coming either. Not that I didn't expect a high quality level, but while the region I'd just been exploring was so open, the castle felt significantly more like a traditional Dark Souls level, except even larger and more intricate. First things first, Stormveil Castle is absolutely huge. Sometimes in these games you might see a level or location in the distance and it looks sick as hell, but upon actually getting there, most of it isn't really explorable, with there instead being a dedicated route through it all. In fact, for as much as I love it, that is essentially the case with Anor Londo, but with Stormveil, no, it's all accessible. You can go through the main gate and brave your way through the guns and soldiers, or you could go through the hole in the wall and infiltrate the castle via the ledges. You can jump around on high battlements and towers, or you could descend deep down into the castle's dark, gloomy depths to uncover its deathly secrets, and it all feels so right. And despite how many times I've explored through it all, there are still some spots that I've never been able to get to, though I love that I know that I can get to them. It feels like a massive castle should feel to explore, and just as dangerous too. The level is filled with exiled soldiers and banished knights who make use of the distinctive storm techniques used by all inhabitants of the castle, even Godric himself. There are horrors here too though. If you got absolutely annihilated by the grafted scion at the Chapel of Anticipation, which, let's face it, nearly everyone did, then you can have your revenge in the hall with a large portrait of Godfrey, grimly adorned with the hanging limbs of Tarnished. Awesome enemy, but I'll be honest, I still have no goddamn idea how to actually fight it without using up nearly all my crimson flasks or dying. Stormveil Castle is just about perfect, and was the perfect choice for the game's first legacy dungeon, though it also has the undesired effect of making the game's other castle levels feel kinda lame in comparison, but I won't hold that against it. At number 2 we are back with Bloodborne, and in fact it happens to be the first level the player enters out into after leaving ISF's clinic. It is Central Yharnam. There are for sure more nightmarish, more horrific and more challenging levels from Bloodborne that I could have chosen for this spot, but its introductory level is just too damn strong for me to choose anything else. Right as you enter out into the city, there's this thick atmosphere of hostility and oppression, even before you encounter any Yharnamites. The form of the city's very architecture and the rubble, ruin and coffins which decorate the streets communicates a sense of wrongness that only grows stronger the farther you travel into the city, especially after getting the lowdown of the hunt from Gilbert, a fellow Scotsman. Indeed, half-mad gangs of Yharnamites stalk the streets, wielding makeshift weaponry and holding torches, eager to hunt down any outsiders. Yarnamites are fiercely xenophobic, and the Healing Church did their best to stoke this hatred by blaming the Beast Scourge on foreigners, instead of owning up to their own role in the city's downfall. As such, even the non-hostile NPCs you can interact with who hide behind their doors are still very hostile to you, if not physically so, all to convey to the player what kind of a place Yharnam is, and what kind of a place it was even before this latest, most apocalyptic scourge of beasts. Some enemies even call you a beast, despite the fact that most of them are at least partially transformed into beasts themselves, while some have fully undergone their bestial transformations, with the only evidence of their former humanity being a scrap or two of filthy clothing clinging to their blood-matted fur. Structurally, Central Yharnam also feels incredibly refined, with multiple routes through the city, even featuring a completely optional boss with the Cleric Beast at the other end of the Great Bridge, if you were brave enough to try and make it past the two Scourge Beasts, that is, the bane of many a first-time Bloodborne player. There's also the sewer section, which boasts a range of completely different enemies to those found at the surface, as well as additional hidden sections into and through Central Yharnam, complemented by a number of shortcuts to make getting through it that bit more manageable, because for a starting area, Central Yharnam pulls no punches. Even one of these Yharnamites is more than capable of taking you down, never mind the 10 or so at least of them huddled around the flaming beast pyre near the beginning. Central Yharnam showcases the very essence of Bloodborne. Sure, the game goes into far wilder, weirder territory later on, and the themes become increasingly cosmic and Lovecraftian, but at its core, Bloodborne is a game set within the night of the hunt, the cruelest and bloodiest hunt Yharnam has ever seen, and this level is where it all starts, with its prowling packs of frenzied butchers and blood-crazed beasts.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Here we are, folks. We have made it to number 1, the level which I consider to be the single greatest Soulsborne level. It's probably not the most surprising pick, but I'm not really trying to be surprising or subversive with my picks here. I'm just trying to tell you what I actually think, and the level I think is most deserving of the number 1 spot is, of course, Elden Ring's Leyndell, Royal Capital. Right from the outset, Leyndell seeks to enchant with its scale and sheer golden glory, its sombre soundtrack, and the weird but strangely beautiful oracle enemies complementing the soundtrack with their soft piping. I'm sure everyone remembers that first moment where you enter the city and take it all in and wonder, holy shit, can I actually explore all that? Well, yes you can, and that's one of the things that makes Leyndell so special. It's utterly expansive, yet completely accessible, whether you're jumping across rooftops, stalking through the lower alleys, or even climbing up the colossal wings of the dead dragon Grandsax, whose corpse has become a permanent feature of the city. Not to mention the equally impressively sized bolt of Grandsax, which can even be climbed up unless you fall off it twice. All through the game up until this point, you can see the Earth Tree standing several times higher than everything else. Distant, incandescent, and seemingly completely out of reach, but then you get to Altus Plateau and all of a sudden, it's looking a great deal bigger and a hell of a lot closer. And then once you set foot in Leyndell, especially as you climb higher up the Erdtree Sanctuary and beyond, the tree's true enormity comes into full view, and it's way bigger and more mighty than you probably thought it was. The way the Erdtree grows in size based on your perspective is such a subtle yet at the same time blatant measure of the player's progress through the first half of the game, and I know many players even thought they might have been coming to the end of the game upon arriving in Leyndell, and no wonder when you consider the sheer scale and quality of the experience here. Of course, there's a wide range of formidable enemies to contend with through the city's reaches, from Leyndell soldiers to Leyndell knights, broken gargoyles, a fucking Erdtree avatar which falls out of the sky, misbegotten, pages, perfumers, finger creepers, an omen killer, and probably some other stuff I've forgotten about. The general Altus Plateau region can definitely feel a bit too easy if you've been exploring thoroughly before getting here, and the same is true of Leyndell, but even if you are a tad over-leveled by the time you make it to the capital, it doesn't at all ruin the enjoyment of taking on these excellent enemies, and it certainly doesn't spoil the sight of the city's most mysterious inhabitants in the form of the white-robed Oracle envoys. Elden Ring is an extremely colour focused game with different levels, regions and even incantations and magic having their own colour themes, but the dominant colour theme of the game is of course gold. Bright, divine gold, and Leyndell is where this golden theme is at its strongest. Just as I inferred that Central Yharnam is Bloodborne in its purest form, I'd say the exact same about Leyndell, Royal Capital. Stormville Castle may be the ultimate castle level, and in my view the third best Soulsborne level full stop, but I consider Leyndell to be the ultimate level full stop, and I ain't ashamed to say it. Oh my fucking god, ladies and gentlemen, it's done. We did it. It took about 5 hours, but we worked our way through the worst of the worst to the best of the best and had a hell of a lot of fun doing it, I hope. I was pretty apprehensive about doing this series after my video ranking all the Soulsborne bosses, but I'm really glad I went through with it, even if it was a lot of work, because I love talking about these games and letting people know what I think in a light-hearted way. As for my picks, well, I'm sure there was plenty here that folk agreed with, and plenty that folk most certainly did not agree with. I know that me putting the Iron Keep ahead of Erythil of the Boreal Valley ruffled a few feathers, but look, who gives a shit? Ultimately, the order was determined by which levels I found the most enjoyable, and that's going to be different for everyone, which is the way it should be. In fact, if I redid this list a few months from now, it might well look pretty different from its current form. Maybe I'd even change my mind about the subterranean shunning grounds. Yeah, right. Well, while I could ramble on for another several minutes, I think it's best if I end the whole saga there. For those of you who've stuck with this series all the way through, I just want to say that I'm really grateful that you like my stuff and that you've spent so much time listening to the sound of my voice. If you told me a year ago that I would be making 5-hour videos and that people would actually be watching them, I'd have said, yeah right, Buster. But here we are. Before we fade out, please allow me to give an extra big thank you to my kind patrons for supporting the channel. And on that note, as always, cheers for watching and cheerio.